Just give me a thumbs up when we're on. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us at the Native Edge Institute, Utah. We are very excited to be here and provide this programming for you today. My name is Yvette Fielder, and I am Hidatsa, Mandan, and Lakota. I'm enrolled from the 3 affiliated tribes and descendant of the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe. And I'm a program director here at the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. And on our panel this morning, we have Lori Folahola, Travis Parashantz, and Aaron Abrahamson. So up first we have Lori, and she's going to provide us with a prayer this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm from the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe, and that's in South Dakota. And I'm really honored to be here, and thank you to my cousin for inviting me. This was our first time to meet, and but I'm really honored and humbled. Let's pray. Dear Lord, thank you, Father, for everything. Thank you for bringing us here together for this event. Lord, I just pray that you'll bless everyone here. Help us to make friendships that will last a lifetime. Help us, Lord, to be able to bless each other here. And Father, we're so thankful for everything you do for us. And Lord, I just ask that you'll please be with the people that are trying to get here. Lord, bring them here safe. And Father, I just humbly ask you to please bless this meeting. And Lord, thank you for everything. Father, thank you so much. Thank you for dying for us so we could have everlasting life if we choose. In Jesus' name, amen. Sorry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aaron Abrahamson, and I am the Chief of Staff with the National Center. I am taking the place of our chairman of the board. He was unable to be here today, so I'm just going to welcome everybody here to our Native Edge Institute in Salt Lake City. Again, like I said, my name is Aaron Abrahamson, and I've been with the National Center for a little over almost 7 years. And I am originally from Washington State. I'm an enrolled member of the Caldwell Confederated Tribes. And again, I wasn't prepared to do a welcome, but we started these Native Edge Institutes about 5 years ago. Our first one was in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and we have been all over the United States with them, all the way up into, we've done a couple in Alaska and a few in Hawaii as well. And so we are happy to be here in Salt Lake City. This is our first time here with our Native Edge Institutes. And so I hope you guys all enjoy the content that we have today. And please feel free to ask any questions and just enjoy the day.
Thank you. Atuichik. Nuni nuuni anang pari yang roya. Nu kanini yang wanang sudating ang roy. I say good morning. That my Indian name is Elk, and I'm from Cedar City, Utah. My English name is Travis, so you can call me Travis. I'm a member of the Paiute Indian Tribe of Utah, and Cedar Band. We have 5 bands in our tribe. So I want to welcome you here to the conference workshop. They told me this would be the cream of the crop, so that's good. Glad you guys are here. I want to tell you a story about how we got started in our company back home. I was chairman of my band back in early 200s. And 2002, we were approached by an IT company in Cedar City. They were doing they had 2 federal contracts that they were working on. And they approached us as a band and said, we want to partner with you. And we didn't know anything about IT work. So we said, okay, and we started putting a company together. This is in 2002. In 2003, 7-8 months later, we formulated what we call Sudat Singh Technologies. Within that 7-month period, this guy that approached us went out of business. They yanked his federal contract because he couldn't find any IT engineers to come to Cedar City, so they couldn't fulfill their contract. So in the summer of 2003, we had this company called Sudat Singh Technologies. We had no office, we had no employees, we had no money, we had nothing but just a company on paper. So we decided that we'd try this on our own. So we had nothing to lose, so we decided to go for it. We wrote a grant to the rural development, got a grant for $3,500. Cedar Band put in $10,000, so we had $13,500 when we started this company. The first thing we did was we put our marketing plan together, made a trip to Washington, D.C. in October of 2003. We went to visit various federal agencies, DOI and HUD, met with some private companies back there. One company we met with was a Spanish company that did some work with Air Force, and they were very rude and almost angry with us. Then we had another company we met with late in the evening. We took them to dinner on the very top of one of the motels in D.C., and she was late and came in. We were talking to her about our company. She fell asleep on us at dinner. So we came home kind of feeling low and a bit dejected. And in the meantime, we took this $13,000 and developed our own materials. We borrowed some materials from the tribe. And my friend Kerry, who worked for the state of Utah back then, he borrowed some of his time material from the state and put together our own business cards and marketing material. And then on Res 2004 in February, we went down to Las Vegas and got on their procurement list. Did a presentation at NCAIED conference in 2004. Kerry and I went down. He was the person that worked for the state. He was going to do the presentation on the business side, the IT side. I was going to do the presentation on the tribal side. So we had it all planned out. Well, that morning he calls me in my room and says, "Travis, I can't make it, I'm sick." He says, "You'll have to do the presentation." I said, "Oh man, I don't know nothing about IT, let alone all the acronyms that are associated with IT." So he said, "Oh, you could do it." And we were only allowed 15 minutes. And it was a room like this. And there were large businesses in there like Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, and so forth. And federal agencies in there, Army and Department of Interior and HUD and so forth. And so I had to do the presentation myself. We had a slideshow presentation. We had our own made-up brochures and own made-up business cards. And So I got through the tribal part really good, but when it came to the IT part, I kept praying, don't ask me any questions, don't ask me any questions. Got done with the presentation, and I was sweating bullets, and they only asked me 2 questions, so that was good. So afterwards, I walked out and went down the hall. This was in Flamingo, when they had it at the Flamingo in Las Vegas. Walking down the hallway, I was just so relieved to get that over with. And then 3 ladies came running up behind me and grabbed me and started talking to me, and they said, we think we got a contract for you. And I said, oh, that's great. And so they told me a little bit about the contract. It just went like that. I was so relieved to get out of that presentation. Them saying you got a contract for me didn't even mean anything at the moment. So anyway, went back to my room, and Kerry, my friend, called me, and I guess he wasn't sick anymore, but he called me and said, how'd it go? I said, oh, it went fine. And I said, oh, by the way, I think we got a contract. And it got silent on the phone, and he says, we got a contract? He said, who with? I said, I think it's the Department of Interior. And he says, oh, great, how much? I said, 200 million multi-IDIQ contract. All of a sudden, you could hear screaming and yelling on the other side of the phone. And that's how Sudatsing Technologies got its start. It's through a conference like this in February NCAIED put on, and for us having the courage to go and do a presentation on a company that didn't have any employees, didn't have a home base, that didn't have any capital, just brand new company. So I guess my point to you is that you're here for a reason. And you've got a company going for a reason. Don't be afraid, even though fear may overtake you at times. People are people, I learned. And if you're not ashamed of who you are, and if you're confident in your business, don't let fear stop you. Just do it anyway. You never know where it'll take you by overcoming and facing your fear. And that's how we got started. We signed our IDIQ contract with Department of Interior in July 2004. In September, we started putting task orders against our IDIQ contract. From September 2004 to December, the end of the year, 4-month period, we did $16 million worth of revenue, selling hardware and software, primarily to Air Force. That's when the war was just getting started. From 2005, that year, 2005, we did $35 million worth of revenue. And then 2006, we said we want to do $50 million worth of revenue. Well, we were new to this 8A program, and if we were to do $50 million worth of revenue, we would have worked our way right out of the 8A program. So we kind of pulled back on the reins, and at the end of 2004, summer of 2004, we started going after service contracts, and not just hardware and software sales. So our primary objective was to make money. And when you talk about Indian culture, when you say, I want to make money, that is contrary to tradition and culture. But that was our primary objective of Sudatsing. Second was create jobs. And our motto is that we couldn't fail. We had no other resources to bail us out if we failed. And when you talk about millions of dollars in capital, and you come from a band that doesn't have any revenue coming in, we had to stick by that motto. We couldn't afford to fail. We couldn't afford to let any debt hang over our Cedar Band of Paiutes. And then another thing that contributed to our success was personnel. We hired the best personnel we could, even though it cost us a lot of money. My counsel to you in your business is just don't hire anybody. just because they're your relative or your in-law or you know them or they look cute or handsome, or don't do it. You're going to kill your business if you do it. You hire people that know your business. And you hire the people not only that know your business, but who will get you to the next level. And you don't have time to sit and train people. Your CFO, very critical position. Your COO, your business development people, sales and marketing. Hire people who have those skills, whatever business you're into. Don't just hire somebody off the street or some of your friends or whatever, because trust me, it'll just slow down your progress in your business. Once you get your business up and going and you got revenue coming in, then you can hire some of them people to come in. But right off the bat, if you're a new company, be careful who you hire and hire people who know what they're doing. If you hire a CFO that has no experience in federal contracting, you're just kicking yourself in the butt. Because then they have to go out and learn all of that financial guru about federal contracting. And a lot of the ones that are graduating in finance, they're not much being taught about how to do federal contracting. And so in your business, you need to look at that. What experience does your CFO have? And your COO the same way. And primarily, what we did is how we got started is because we didn't have any capital, we had to find the right partnership. And we had to find the right mentor to get us going. And that's how we got started, finding the key people, key components. Who are the right businesses out there that you can partner with? And by the time we became very successful, we were partnering with everybody. We partnered with 7 of the top 10 IT companies in the world. We even had the president of Sony come over, sit in our office, partnered with Sony. So it's important to develop your partnerships in a legal and meaningful manner. This old Indian cliche about shaking hands, don't do that. You can still shake their hands, but do it legally, your partnerships. Always in your agreements, your non-disclosure agreements, always have an out, an escape clause for you to protect yourself and your business. And that was always important for us to do as a tribal-owned company. Learned a lot. Many of you here today have a vision. You have a dream. You want to become something, or you want to make something, or you want something to happen. You want to become successful. That's good. If you can dream a dream and have a vision, what you want to be, then you're there. And then that'll get you motivated and going. Our vision was if we could help one person, one family. That was our vision. If we could do that, it's through some way of this company helping our people. And that's what it was all about, trying to help our people. Your vision and your dream may be something else. But if you don't have one, you better get out and go find one. Because if you don't have that dream and that vision, you're just going to spin your wheels. Reminded me back home, there's what we call White Mountain. And very few people in the community took their four-wheel drives up that White Mountain to get to the top. Well, one night, a bunch of us got in my truck, and we said, let's go climb that mountain. So we did. Got over there, had a bunch in the back and in the front. There's a bunch sitting in the front of the truck. and put in four-wheel drive, started climbing and climbing. And everybody was ready to bail. And we got like maybe 15 yards to the top. We were doing really good, 15 yards to the top. And then all of a sudden the wheels went down into the grooves where the other cars had gone. And when we got into those grooves, all four tires were spinning. We never made it to the top. We were only 15 yards away. And that's what can happen to your business if you don't have a dream, if you don't have a vision of where you want to be, where you want to go. And then after we got into those grooves, we turned around on the side of that mountain. And if you were in Cedar City, you could see our lights way up there on the mountain. When we backed around, turned around. When we backed around, turned around, everybody was on the high side of the truck, so it wouldn't roll us over. And telling our friends what we did, they said, nobody does that. Nobody turns around on that mountain. And so Creator was with us. And, you know, in your businesses, the Creator will be with you in your businesses if you ask Him. If you ask for His help, He'll help you. If you're having a hard time doing something, finding something, He'll help you with it. One of our biggest problems when we started our company was revenue. We didn't have the capital to get going, so we had to find the right partner. We found a good partner, and he provided us some startup capital. And so with that startup capital, that's how we hired our BD people. Our business development people were just not ordinary people. We hired business development people who already had contacts, who were already in the process of working for different agencies. And so when they came to work for us, they brought those resources with them. And that helped us to get contracts. And so we just didn't go out and hire any BD person, but we hired BD persons who were familiar with what we were doing and what we wanted to do. And that's how we got started with financing. We also not only had the right BD people, but we had, eventually we opened 7 offices throughout the country. We did some spin-offs as a result of Seducing Technologies. We bought a company out of Alaska, S&T Technologies. We started a large, we got another grant. It's a $10 million grant to help us to develop a truck stop. And Seducing Technologies helped pave the way for a lot of the preliminary work for that. We also did Seducing Telecom and created a company there. So once we got successful, we did a lot of spin-offs, created some other companies. But I'm so glad you're here today because there are a lot of people here who are willing to help. If you have your plan in place, if you know what you want to do and how you want to get there. So I commend you for being here this morning. And I want to thank NCAIED for hosting this workshop for you. I found that after that February 2004 conference, these things are valuable. It's what you want to get out of it. It's not what NCAIED wants to get out of it. They're going to put these on, just like was said earlier, they're going to put these on everywhere. But if you want to get something out of it, do. It's your company, it's your business, so learn from it. When we gone to NCAIED conferences, I always told my people, why are you going? How many contacts are you going to bring back? How many potential contracts are you going to bring back if you go to this conference? My goal was always 12 potential partners and 3 potential contracts. That was always my goal when I went to NCAIED conferences. And we found a lot of success going to the NCAIED conferences because we got involved. And that really helped us get going. But I want to thank NCAIED for inviting me here today. And appreciate all of you being here, and hope you guys have the best of luck in your ventures. It's exciting for you small businesses to see you going, whatever you're doing. It's exciting to me. So wish you well and hope you have a good day today. So thank you.
Thank you, Travis, Aaron, and Lori. Travis, thank you for being here. I've known Travis for many years, and he even made my moccasins. So he's multi-talented. So let's give them another round of applause, please. And thank you. Real quick, do we have any questions of anybody? Anybody have any questions for any of our panel? One question here. We do have another mic right back there. That way our online audience can hear the question. And I think it's on this side. There you go.
This is for Travis. What were the two questions they asked you at the end of your presentation? Do you remember?
I think one of them was on our tribe, how many members was in our tribe and where our tribe was located. And I think the other one was how long have you been in business? And I can't remember the third one.
So no IT questions, thankfully, right?
What?
Said no IT questions then.
No, none that I can handle. I think my biggest fear was all the acronyms. I didn't know any. I knew what IT was, but.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. Our next panelists will come up next, and thank you again. Next up, we have Kaya Jackson from our export team and Daniel Bruner. He is with the he is an international trade specialist, commercial service of Utah. They're making their way to the stage. We have handouts here of everyone's bio, so we don't want to stand here and read everybody's bio, but we do have them on the agenda as well as handouts, and those were emailed to anyone who registered for the training. So we're getting everybody situated here. Thank you. I think up first we'll have Kaya.
Are you doing the?
Go ahead. Oh, yeah.
You're good.
Thanks, Aaron.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kaya Jackson. I'm from the San Carlos Apache tribe out in southeast Arizona, and I am the business export development specialist for one of our newer programs, the MBDA Export Center of the National Center. Can I get my PowerPoint going? Okay, but so earlier this year in May, the National Center was able to do a formal partnership with the U.S. Commercial Service. We did that back during Select USA. We were able to meet with Undersecretary Marisa Largo, and so we were able to create that strategic partnership. And so we're just really excited to have some of our partners here with us. Okay, thank you. So just a little bit about our export center. We are one of 4 MBDA export centers across the U.S. There are 2 in Texas, so that would be Houston and San Antonio, and then there's one in Miami, Florida. And so we all do close work with them and our strategic partners such as U.S. Commercial Services, SBA STEP program, the SBDC business centers, and anyone else who does anything specific to exporting. Okay. Um, so I just wanted to go over a little bit about my program. So our mission is to provide high-level business development services to minority-owned enterprises in order to participate and succeed in the global marketplace. Some of the folks we serve the Native American community, and that includes Alaska Natives and Native Hawaiians, African Americans, Asian Indian Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Asian and Pacific Islanders. Sorry. So, some of the reasons why you should get into exporting. So you can grow your customer base. It gives you a new customer base. More reasons for profit. You can improve your cash flow. And a lot of countries outside the U.S. have desire for U.S.-based products. And then also, if you have seasonal slumps, this is a good way to mitigate that as well. Can I change it now, or? Oh, okay. So I kind of went over this just a while ago, so I can fast forward. Sorry. Okay. If you can go a slide back. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So some of the service that we offer technical assistance, so assisting with export plan development, consulting, helping with market research, and doing a lot of connections via like B2Bs or direct connections. If it's something that we can't assist with, then we generally can find exactly what you're needing with which agency, and then we could work on connecting you with them. So how we're able to do this is we do it through different trainings. We have monthly webinars, Trade Talk webinars. Our next one is going to be November 14th, and that one's going to be specifically for artisans. So if that's something you're interested in, you can go onto our website, www.ncaied.org, and just look up the export program. You can find us here at the Native Edge Institutes. We like to bring a wide variety of different speakers to cover over different export topics. Today we'll have the U.S. Commercial Services. Last month we had STEP programs, so you can find us there. And then, of course, the Reservation Economic Summit. Ours will be happening in March of next year. We'll have several sessions geared towards exporting, and we'll also have a international B2B, so excited for that. We do, I think I said counseling already, and then just referrals to our strategic partnerships, and then also within the network of the National Center. And just kind of go over some of our success stories. We have many different clients from all different levels of business. We have a good deal of artisans, and so some of those artisans don't have direct access to different markets just because the style of work that they do. So we try to find partners or buyers who kind of work on their scale. So they don't want to mass produce some of their art, so maybe the art is more one of a kind. And so one of those ways we're able to assist with is we found an organization that will work on telling their story. And so through that, we're able to get some of our artisan clients to get into the international market that way. some of our other clients, we have a client who does selling of agricultural equipment. We connected them to some of their markets within Australia, and through that, they were able to get some new leads that way. And then so now we're working with them. Recently, I went on a trade mission to Ghana and South Africa, and we were able to connect them there as well. And so that's just our contact information. I want to give the bulk of the time to Daniel with U.S. Commercial Services, so I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Kai. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Could you set up my presentation? While they're doing that, I want a quick show of hands. How many of you have ever worked with the U.S. Department of Commerce? Great. How many are aware that the U.S. Department of Commerce supports exports directly with businesses? Oh, some more hands there. That's great. Well, I am Daniel Bruner. I'm an international trade specialist with the U.S. Commercial Service. We are a federal entity under the Department of Commerce. And our mission is to help American companies to expand internationally. Can you do next slide? Thank you. So our mission is actually threefold. So first, what I just said is to promote the exports of small and medium-sized enterprises, particularly small and medium-sized. We do support large companies, but the lion's share of our clients are SMEs. To advance and protect U.S. commercial interests overseas. So if companies are expanding and they're facing some kind of stymieing in their expansion, that is of interest to us to help resolve that, and to attract inward investment into the United States. That's threefold. Our network, we're in over 80 countries worldwide, based out of the embassies and consulates, and there are folks like me in over 100 cities nationwide who are the boots on the ground. We are working directly with the exporters to help them understand the export process, to tee up the services, and to work in tandem with our overseas colleagues who render those services. Next slide, please. Those services fall under 4 pillars. The first is export counseling. So if you have never exported before, you don't know how to get your products or services to another country, what is your HS code? We help you with that. Market intelligence, understanding if a market is viable for you, getting you that information before you start committing time and money to exporting. Business-to-business matchmaking, I'd say the bulk of what we do is this, helping you get in touch with foreign partners, however you want to work with them. And finally, commercial diplomacy and advocacy is part of that as well. I'll get into that in a little bit. Next slide, please. So export counseling. You have a product and you need to become compliant in exporting it and also making sure that it can be imported when it gets to the country of destination. We can help you with that. If you ever have any questions, what is my HS code? What countries do we have a free trade agreement with? How do I calculate my landed cost once that product gets to the country where I'm exporting it to? I'm always happy to help. I'm here. We're based in downtown Salt Lake City, so we're in the same time zone as you guys. Happy to help. Just please reach out. And I will be giving out cards after this, so please feel free to come up to me and grab one. Next slide, please. Market intelligence. The first is a great resource. When I was in the private sector, I used this all the time. I was handling international sales department for a food company. The country commercial guides are the A to Z's in exporting products into different countries. We have this in over 80 markets, and it covers everything from regulations to top prospects for U.S. companies, to labeling requirements. It's updated yearly. We have a team in Washington, D.C. that just does this. So this is a great free resource. Market research, whenever you have a bespoke question, something just to your product or service, I can set you up with a call with my colleague in the embassy, and we can go over some of the more customized information for what your solution is. Initial market check is a fee-based service that we have where we take a look at your product or service in the scope of another market and provide a report on the information. Who are the competitors? Who are the potential partners? What does the retail landscape look like if that's relevant to you? And then it culminates to an opinion at the end, a recommendation of whether you should focus on this market or maybe now is not the best time for you. And so the fees that we have were mandated by Congress to have fees for some of the services we provide, and they're weighted by your SBA size standards, small, medium, and large. We are also in Utah, we have the STEP grant available, which is SBA funded, and it's administered through World Trade Center of Utah. And that can be used for our services and other international marketing activities. Next slide, please. Business-to-business matchmaking. The International Partner Search plus Virtual Introduction and the Gold Key service. They're essentially the same. The Gold Key is an in-person service where you would travel to another country and we would provide appointments for up to 5 potential partners. And it's similar to that market check, but it goes a step further, where these appointments are set up by the embassy, and they will attend them with you. And they can also provide you some recommendations while you're there, like translation services, logistics. And then the International Partner Search plus Virtual Introduction is the same thing, but virtual. Instead of you physically going to that country and meeting these companies, you're doing it through a web conferencing app like Zoom or MS Teams. A lot of companies will use this while they're going on a trade mission. So they know they're already going to be in a country either for a trade mission or a trade show, and they want to top up that experience by getting some appointments already made before they even land in that country. Next slide, please. Due diligence, the international company profile. Let's say that a company has contacted you unsolicited through LinkedIn and you're not sure if they're legitimate or not. And they're saying, we want to order 2 40-foot containers tomorrow. Well, that's great, but is it real? So this service is designed to help you make an educated decision on whether you want to work with that company or not. So we have a full and a partial. The full is hands-on. It involves anything like physically going to that location. It can have interviews with the stakeholders or references from that company. The partial is anything that can be gleaned through resources we have, through web searches in that language of that country and in English as well, or checking if the business is registered. A lot of times, here in the United States, we don't have these resources. We don't know how to look up a business license in Brazil. Well, our colleagues there do. Next slide, please. Trade events. If you are ever going to a trade show, please reach out. See if we have something going on. We have these buyer programs where if we have a contract with the show organizer, we will actually be recruiting buyers from around the world, and our colleagues are leading delegations to that show, and we do free B2B matchmaking at the show. It could be like a speed dating style or a targeted, here, this is for you, this is a company, you guys would be perfect, please discuss. So we're constantly doing that at international trade shows. Please feel free to reach out. Next slide. Commercial diplomacy. So there's 2 flavors to this. The first is if you are ever having a non-tariff related trade barrier, something is stymieing your progress. Let's say you have a product that is being stuck at port and you're incurring demurrage fees. The importing authority is giving you an arbitrary reason why they're not allowing it through. They're saying, look for this document, and you've never heard of it before. Come to us. We will contact them on your behalf to see if we can unravel that for you. Sometimes just seeing the .gov email will open up doors. So don't go it alone. We're here. There's no fee for this. advocacy as well. If you are bidding on a foreign government tender, and it is competitive internationally, so there's other countries, companies that are competing against you, come to us. We may be able to give it a designation of national interest and then have somebody from the US government advocate on your behalf by name. This is an American company. They have a good service or product. You should consider them. Also, if you think that the tender is written in a way that it would exclude an American company, come to us, because that isn't within our interest to see if we can get that exclusionary text out of that tender so that to level the playing field for American companies. Next slide, please. Digital strategy. If you have a client-faced website where you're doing point of sales on the website, we have a service that can help you appear higher in international inquiries. So when somebody from another country is searching for the product that you make, we can take a look at your website and make suggestions for changes so that you will appear higher. And this goes through metadata, this goes through aesthetics of it, making recommendations for adding APIs like translation on there. It's a really great review of your website, and we provide you a report, and then you would take that to your third party or internal IT department to make the changes. Next slide. So wherever you are in the export process, if you're just starting out or if you are seasoned, if you're a seasoned exporter, there's something that we can do to help you to expand your sales internationally. Next slide. So we talk about why exporting. Well, exporting unlocks the rest of the world as a potential customer for you. Just some data from our internal metrics, 83% of the clients who we assisted were small or medium-sized companies. 88% of clients assisted said that we played a significant role in their success. We facilitated 104 billion exports, 20 billion foreign investment dollars, and it's supporting 500,000 jobs in America. The average client we worked with exported to 10 countries, and 9% of their average annual revenue increase reported by companies who received commercial service assistance. So basically created 13 jobs and safeguarded 20 jobs. Next slide, please. More than 70% of the world's buying power is outside of the United States. And let's take a look at how much we export as part of our GDP compared to other countries. Only 12% of our GDP is generated by exports, whereas we can look at our neighbors to the north, Canada, 32%, United Kingdom, 30%, Germany, 47%, Korea as well, 44%. It's safe to say there's a lot of room for us to grow, and exporting can do that. Because remember, when we export, it's helping the trade deficit, but it's also securing your business for the future and creating new jobs. Next slide, please. Companies that export grow faster, 8.5%, are less likely to go out of business. Next slide. The impact for Utah is thus. In 2021, 50,185 jobs were supported by exports. 3,064 companies were exporting companies here in Utah. 87% of Utah's exporters are small and medium-sized companies, and $16.6 billion is the amount of goods exported from Utah. Here in Utah, we're lucky to have a great ecosystem of support. It's not just us at the federal level, U.S. Commercial Service. We also have at the Minority Business Development Center here. The director, Sydney, is here today. Great support from her and her office as well. There's also World Trade Center, which I mentioned. earlier. They're doing the STEP grant, and they have similar services for support. So we're really lucky. We're really fortunate here to have so much activity going on in the promotion of exports. This is my information here. You can reach me at daniel.bruner@trade.gov. I will be passing out cards as well, but thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions for our export panel? We do have some questions. Okay. Thank you, Sky.
Thanks. So my question is, do you also help companies that are in the renewable energy sphere? Because I'm thinking we don't really export anything, but we do try to bid in different countries. And I know that different countries, I understand you, they have different laws and they want you to put certain stamps on certain documents and it has to be a different color every time. And so it's really complicated. And so I just wonder if we had help like that, that would be invaluable for us. So do you work in that sphere? Because we do client services mainly, and then we import from other countries to provide the ballast, the solar panels, the inverters, everything we export from other countries. Okay. She answered it for me. She said we do.
I can just say it for the camera, for our online folks. Yes, so exporting isn't just sending out products, it's services too. Service-based businesses, they do exporting. So like tourism is a big service-based business that happens a lot in Indian country. And so how is that exported? You market to those, to the different markets that you're trying to get into, whether that's in Europe or Asia, whatnot. And just finding who those people are who want to come and see tourism in the country. So that kind of works for each other and service-based industry as well. But again, let you go more into that.
Oh, sure, thank you. She's absolutely correct. It's not just widgets. It's not just tangible items. Services, that is an export. Tourism is an export. Education is an export. We have those experts that are in the embassies and consulates, and I would say the first thing to do to help your company expand is we have a conversation with them, and they can help you understand the regulations for doing business in that country. If you wanted to do a joint venture with a company there, or work together to bid on a government contract, that is something that we can support as well.
That's fantastic. I wish I would have known about you a couple years ago.
We hear that a lot.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Well, you know them now. So also, I just want to reiterate, the little tables off to the side, the little round tables, those are meant for the end of the day, more intimate one-on-one questions that you may have, and we'll have time for that at the end of the day to rotate and do a little mini networking here at our training today. So we do have another question back here.
Thank you for your presentation. We currently are working with the World Trade Center Utah. One of our 9 operating entities is a wine company. I think we're the only American Indian-owned wine company that's national at this point. There's a lot in California. They tend to service their own casinos. They grow their own grapes. We have expanded through the STEP grant. I think we've received probably 3 or 4 of the STEP grants, $7,500 STEP grants. We have expanded into 2 of the Canadian provinces, Ontario and Alberta. We are also in Norway. We are selling bulk wine to the country of Norway. It's like Utah's a control state, that country is a control country. We are working with WTC Utah, can we also work with you? Because we really need help to expand beyond just a couple provinces in Canada and Norway.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a similar mission as World Trade Center Utah, but we're a federal entity. So there are some things that we can do, maybe they can't, but there's some things they can do that we can't. So, I mean, like, I go back to what I said. We're really fortunate to have so many resources. You can choose from whoever you want to work with. Yeah, happy to help.
Great, thank you for that.
Let's give them a round of applause. And if you think of a question at the end of the day, Daniel will be with us to be at the round tables. Kaya does have to leave. She's very busy, and she's on to another conference after this. But we are going to bring, thank you, John Shiraka to the stage. And John is going to go over all the government contracting questions. And he does really like an interactive audience, so please ask a lot of questions for John.
Thank you. Thanks, Yvette. Oh, awesome. In case people forget. Thank you, Yvette. Thank you, National Center, for including me. We've partnered up with the National Center for quite a while now, conducting NEIs across the country. As Yvette said, I really like to keep the discussion interactive, to have questions. I have slides. I seldom follow my slides because it's really where you guys are as far as your interests, your development. We can certainly talk about the federal government set-aside programs in depth, but oftentimes it depends, you know, if you're startups, if you're more sophisticated participants in the federal marketplace. And so I'll gear the discussion towards that. My background, real quick, it's in the documents, but I was responsible for the federal government set-aside programs under the Obama administration for about a period of 7 years. The federal government is required to set contracts aside for small businesses, for disadvantaged businesses, for minority-owned businesses. So that's a little bit of a challenge right now because of some court cases. And we can talk about that. But if you think about the 8A program, the Women-Owned Small Business Program, the Hub Zone program, the Service Disabled program, there are benefits and special privileges to participate in the federal marketplace. We want to talk about those. How do you qualify? How do you get certified? What's the marketplace look like? How does the marketplace operate? And then what are some of the strategies to enter the federal marketplace and team up with potential mentors? So real quick, how many firms do we have that are currently in the federal marketplace in some capacity? Awesome. How many do we have, how many folks do we have that are looking to enter the federal marketplace as a source of income? Okay, very cool. How many 8A companies do we have? Okay, how many women-owned small businesses? Okay, Service Disabled, and Hub Zone. Okay, we'll talk about Hub Zone as well, because if you're 8A, chances are you might want to be Hub Zone. How many tribally owned entities or tribes that are interested in participating in the federal marketplace do we have? Tribally owned? Okay. Okay, so real quick, I mean, it sounds like we have sort of a spectrum of folks either interested in participating or currently participating. These are sort of the topics, but I want to keep it conversational, right? If you have questions as they come up, please raise your hand. We can delve either deeper or jump ahead. I do want to go over the sort of the federal marketplace, why it's important, right? And the size and scope of the federal marketplace, and the benefits to participate as a small disadvantaged owned business. I want to talk about strategies around the mentor-protege program. And then I want to talk about how many folks are interested in getting into the 8A program? Okay. You should definitely be interested in participating in the 8A program because it has special benefits for tribally owned and native-owned companies. But we'll talk a little bit about that. There's been some challenges to the program in the courts, but we can talk a little bit about that. So the federal marketplace, I mean, just just thinking about if you are in the private sector, right? You're currently doing work in the private sector. The federal marketplace is definitely someplace that you should at least consider. Why? Because the federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services in the entire world, right? And there are special privileges to participate in federal contracting for small and disadvantaged businesses. So when we talk about dollars, 120 to 150 billion goes to small businesses every year. And those are small 8A, women-owned, service-disabled, and hub-zone companies, right? So the federal government, it's sometimes daunting to enter the federal marketplace. It seems like a challenge. But if you develop relationships, and we'll talk about the mentor-protege program and how to develop those relationships, but if you develop relationships, you get sort of traction, it is an incredible source of revenue for growth. And there are resources, including the National Center. They have resources, right, with the Apex centers, but there's free resources across the federal government. And there are advocates for small businesses and disadvantaged businesses in every federal agency. And we'll talk a little bit about that. So of the $120 billion, how does that get split up? Well, we always used to call the 5-5-3-3, right? 5% for disadvantaged or 8A companies. What does that mean? That means you're socially and economically disadvantaged. Socially disadvantaged used to mean there are presumed classes: African American, Hispanic, Native American, Asian Island, Pacific Islanders. There's been a challenge to that. So it used to mean if you were socially disadvantaged, you just checked the box. And then you had to demonstrate you were economically disadvantaged. Economically disadvantaged, there's some thresholds with respect to net assets, total assets, and annual revenue, right? So net assets are $750,000. So net, that means you can take out your primary residence, you can take out your retirement accounts, you can take out the value of your business. So net assets of 750. When you put those all back in, except your retirement, you can exclude your retirement, you have to be under $7 million. And then your net average gross income has to be $350,000 or below. So those are sort of the economic disadvantage, and it's in the slides, it's on the website at the SBA, but I just wanted to demonstrate what the program means when they talk about economic disadvantage. For social disadvantaged, again, it used to be check the box, but there was always a program that said, okay, if I don't fall in one of the presumed classes, I can still get into the program if I can demonstrate through the preponderance of the evidence that I've been discriminated against. What does that mean? That means you would have to demonstrate that you've been discriminated against, not only discriminated, but that has led to certain impacts. It's led to loss of ability to get education, loss of ability to get a job, loss of ability to get a promotion, loss of ability to get access to capital. So even if you weren't in the presumed classes, and when I was running the program, and since then we've helped clients get into the program, you could be a Caucasian female in construction. Well, oftentimes Caucasian females are discriminated in construction, or even the IT industry, right? So you can't just say you've been discriminated, you have to actually connect the dots. What's the impact of that discrimination? And then the last catch, and we can talk about this if we have time, and I know I have a whole bunch of time today, so bear with me, but I do want to work in a break in there in the middle as well, if you all agree. But it's not just I was discriminated, it's connecting the dots, the impact, and the last part of it, which is sort of the more challenging part, is that the impacts of the discrimination, let's say I didn't get the promotion, you have to also be able to say that all things being equal, it was the discrimination that resulted in me not getting the promotion, right? Not that the other candidate was better qualified. So it's a little bit challenging. And when I say a recent court case, the presumed classes have been challenged, right? So moving forward, when you apply for the 8A certification, everybody has to do the preponderance of evidence narrative, right? Even if you're African American, Hispanic, Native American, Asian Pacific Islander, everybody has to demonstrate through the preponderance of the evidence that they've been discriminated against. That's led to negative impact, and that negative impact was a result of the discrimination. So those are sort of the two qualifications or two criteria with respect to the 8A program. Now, the 8A program, the reason I say you should consider it if you're entering the federal marketplace and you think you can qualify for it is because the 8A program is really unique. It has direct award authority up to, for individually owned companies, up to $4.5 million. This means that the federal government contracting officer doesn't have to write a justification. They don't have to get an approval. They, like you, you provide a cost estimate, they compare it to the government price estimate, and they can directly award you that under the $4.5 million cap without any competition. The program is only 9 years long. So you want to get into the program when you think you're ready. You don't want to waste those 9 years. And the sole source authority gets weaned off in year 6, 7, 8, and 9, your transitionary period, right? So if you think you qualify for the 8A program, consider it, but always make sure that you're ready to take advantage of it. In other words, have you already entered the federal marketplace, even as a subcontractor? Do you have relationships to take advantage of to go to the contracting officer and say, hey, guess what? I'm now 8A certified. You can I've been doing good work for your agency. You can direct award a contract to me up to $4.5 million. Now, for tribally owned entities, you guys know this, you don't have a sole source limit, right? Tribal entities have an unlimited sole source limit. They can get a $100 million contract or above with a justification and approval of the Department of Defense, and they can have multiple 8As, where individuals are limited to one 8A in their entire lifetime. Tribes, because they support an entire community, can have indefinite number of 8As. Each one is limited to 9 years, right? But you can have 8A number 2, 8A number 3, et cetera. And those 8As technically don't have a sole source threshold, right? At $100 million at the Department of Defense, you have to have a justification and approval written by the contracting officer, and it's $25 million at civilian agencies, but it's a great tool for tribes for economic development. When I was running the programs, I always used to get the question, well, why do tribes have such special, and by the way, it's Alaska Native corporations, it's Native Hawaiian organizations. I always used to get the question, why do tribes have such special privileges, right? Unlimited sole source, unlimited number of 8A companies. The reason is, as you heard this morning, it supports an entire community, right? Those economic benefits flow back to the underlying community. Before I go on to women-owned, service-disabled, and hub zone, any questions so far or comments? Yes, sir.
You had talked about proving disadvantage. That's almost like showing intent, right?
I'm sorry, what
When you talked about proving disadvantage, like every company's going to have to go through that?
Yeah.
That sounds like a very complicated process and almost like having to prove intent.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you talk about that a little bit more?
Yeah, so it is difficult. And look, so it's challenging. Because of the court case in July, the government is no longer able to rely on the presumed classes. And you do have to demonstrate intent. All the existing firms in the program have to, so if you're in the program before July, you have to now submit a social disadvantage narrative. And historically, you had to submit witness and corroboration to your cases of discrimination. And you had to give 2 examples. And you're absolutely right. It is difficult to demonstrate that, and that's why SBA historically has asked for either affidavits or witness statements. And In the interim, since July, SBA has, I don't want to say they've, because this is a major concern, I don't want to say that they're sort of fast-tracking that analysis, but they aren't necessarily taking the time to fully corroborate the witness statements, right? So it is moving up quicker. But the one thing that I'd say is you do have to submit those statements. You do have to submit, hey, you know, so-and-so was aware, they worked at the place when I did, or were at school with me when I was at school, and can attest to what you've demonstrated. And you're right, the challenging part is the last piece of the equation, which is for all things equal, it was the discrimination that led to the impact, that I didn't get that job or I didn't get that loan. The bar is not as high as when I think, and I'm not the lawyer, right, as a criminal demonstration of evidence, it's not as high as that. It's the preponderance, right? So the bar is, I'd say, sort of in the middle, but it is still a challenge. And it's frustrating. So, you know, the one thing that I'd say is SBA is in a position to try to protect the program. People get frustrated with the SBA because they're like, why do I have to demonstrate to you? I'm a Native American, or I'm a Hispanic American, or I'm an African American. Our people have been discriminated against for generations. And it's the impact of that generational discrimination that's resulted in where I am today. Yet you want me to demonstrate to you and give you 2 examples of discrimination, and then you want proof, and then you're going to evaluate it and pick it apart and say it wasn't sad enough. So it is frustrating, but I wouldn't take your frustration out on the SBA. They're trying to protect the program by instituting these fixes. The courts make these decisions, right? And the court, and if you follow the court system, you know, there was the case with education that this decision relied on, right? Where the race-based entrance into colleges was challenged, and this court case really depended on that Supreme Court decision in coming to the conclusion on the 8A program. And the last thing that I'll say is it's not finished. So the folks that brought the challenges to the 8A program and the remedies that the SBA identified are provisional remedies. There's been additional challenges to the program, and SBA has filed against those challenges. So it's ever evolving. But it is difficult, and it is frustrating. Yeah. Any other questions so far?
We have questions, a couple questions, but I have another question also.
Yeah.
So if I am a married person and my spouse owns the business or shares it with other family members, would it behoove me to be involved in the management and have that as a woman-owned at 51% if I'm providing technical assistance to the management of this company?
Yeah, so when you think about qualifying for the program, the individual that is pursuing the designation, be it women-owned or 8A, has to demonstrate that they own and control. So what does that mean? Ownership is easy, right? 51%. That's the easy part. Control is the difficult part. SBA looks at, are you making day-to-day decisions? Are you in charge of the strategic direction of the company? Is there any negative control? In other words, is a minority member, has the minority member provided $1 million to the company and you haven't contributed anything, right? So in general, you look at the designation, the individual that the designation is based on, and that individual has to own and control. So yes, you'd have to have 51%, and yes, you would have to be able to demonstrate that ownership and control. But then, if you are Native American and woman-owned, then you can qualify or apply for the 8A and the Women-Owned Small Business Program. And there's a benefit to that, right? Because even though the contracting officer can't do a double set-aside, so they can't do women-owned 8A set-aside, they get credit for both. So you look more attractive as a competitor when you bid on these projects, right? The contracting officer, a lot of folks don't know this, right? So when we talk about the 23% goal in the 5533, a contracting officer, when they set aside a contract for 8A, but you happen to be an 8A hub zone, women-owned service disabled, and it's $1 million contract, they get $1 million in all those buckets. Now there is statutory, proposed statutory changes to make sure that only one bucket gets credit, but as it stands, the contracting officer can get quadruple credit. So it just makes you more attractive if you can qualify for multiple designations.
These certifications are very important. I think you had a question?
Thank you. John, pursuant to that July decision, are there carve-outs for the Super 8As, the lower 48s, ANCs, and HOCDCs?
Yeah, good question. So with respect to the court decision, how is the entity-owned program impacted so far, right? So right now, SBA's position has been, and Justice agrees, and the courts seem to agree, that the court decision and the remedies shouldn't impact entity-owned. In other words, they're different programs, right? They're the Tribal Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian program, and that they are automatically considered disadvantaged and don't have, because, you know, as tribes, and that's the other thing, the first time a tribe or a Native Hawaiian organization applies, the tribe itself or the Native Hawaiian organization have to demonstrate that the underlying population is disadvantaged, right? Then 8A number 2, 8A number 3, it's much easier. So as it stands currently today, the entity-owned, I call them, tribe, ANC, Alaskan Native, Native Hawaiian, aren't impacted by this decision. The one concern I have, that's a great question. The one concern I have is that if the program keeps getting challenged, ultimately they may also start to get challenged. And the firm that brought the challenge to the program, one of their additional remedies was, hey, wait a second, you haven't demonstrated that there is an underrepresentation of disadvantaged individuals in a particular industry, and it was the administrative assistance industry. And therefore, you can no longer set aside 8A contracts or sole source in this particular industry. Now, SBA has challenged that, but the court hasn't decided. So now, if we go down that path, if the courts say, oh yeah, you know, you haven't demonstrated it in this NAICS code, who's going to challenge the next NAICS code, right? Construction. Who's going to challenge the next NAICS code? That's hard to say. Next NAICS code, IT. So, you know, this is uncharted territory. And SBA and Justice are doing, I think, a great job of trying to protect the program. But it is uncharted territory, and we could see a significant unwinding of the program in the next several years. Now, coming from the community and having been an advocate for this community and the tribal program in particular, I know that there are tribes and tribal associations and organizations looking to promote or advance in case there's challenges of just a tribal program, because it's a nation-to-nation sovereign country program, and that shouldn't be challenged as compared to anything else in the 8A community. But it's an uncharted territory. Good question.
Yeah. So you just made me a little nervous because you named two of our swim lanes, construction, so
Yeah.
now I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, I mean, I would keep I mean, we always do this, and we work with the National Center very closely. We're keeping an eye on that court decision, right? So the additional remedies were filed at the end of September. SBA's response to those initial additional remedies was filed in the first week, I think, in October, and the courts are supposed to decide soon. There's no deadline, but I'd say in the next couple of weeks. If they agree that sole source authority can't, or set-asides can't occur in a particular NAICS code, I think that's when we're going to start getting more concerned. Yeah. Yes?
Just a question. So we're going to be, well, we've actually done a couple of government contracts. Well, we've applied for them. We haven't been awarded any yet.
Okay.
However, is there a way, I know you go and you apply for government contracts, but is there a way to do it the other way where, like, say, for instance, Puerto Rico, they have a really shaky infrastructure
Yeah.
right now as far as renewable energy.
Yep.
And could we, in theory, go down there, create a project and approach the federal government and say, hey, this is what we have.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? Can we do it? Can you?
You can. So there's a couple of things, and I'm going to get to sort of the market analysis as well, but there is such a thing as an unsolicited proposal. Success rate, quite frankly, unless you have a good connection with the program office and they really like it, and they have the budget, success rates aren't all that great in unsolicited proposals. Although I've seen it happen. Before I joined the federal government, I used to do federal contracting. My dad started a company back in the 80s, and I managed that for about a period of 20 years, and we did a lot of work with the U.S. Agency for International Development. And I've seen successful unsolicited proposals. Every agency has an Office of Small Business Programs or Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, OSDBU. That would probably, as a small business, that would be a good place to start. Every agency, usually on their OSDBU website, has, hey, this is how you submit an unsolicited proposal. So I wouldn't discount it, but I wouldn't necessarily put all your eggs in that basket. And then I'm going to talk about on the next slide, sort of looking at who's buying what you're selling. And then maybe trying to be much more targeted with your responses to the federal government, as opposed to waiting for solicitations to come out to bid on. That makes sense. Any other questions so far? Good. So real quick, the others, women-owned, obviously, women-owned, as Yvette had asked, women-owned, 51%, and women-controlled. You have to make sure you have overt, and there is no negative control provisions. And here's the other thing, that when you look at applying for these programs, negative control, I gave one example, right? The $1 million from your minority partner. Another negative control can be unanimous consent provisions, right? So if you look at your operating agreement in your LLC, can your minority owner veto you, or can they hold you up? If that's the case, SBA is going to look at that and challenge that, because you have to have ownership and control. So for service disabled, similar, right? So the service disabled individual has to have ownership and control. All these programs are now front-end certification programs. It used to be service disabled was self-representation unless you wanted to work with the VA. It used to be women-owned small business was self-certification or representation. Now all these programs are front-end certified programs at the SBA. The last one I want to sort of mention before we go into the federal marketplace is HUBZone, historically underutilized business zones. So these are maps that are developed by Housing and Urban Development, right? And they look at economic conditions, unemployment, growth rates, they look at education, they look at poverty rates, and the maps change every so often, but for SBA purposes, they've locked them up for 5 years at a time. Now, there's two requirements to get into the HUBZone program. One is your principal office is in a HUBZone. That doesn't mean your headquarters. It means your principal office. What is a principal office? A principal office is where most of your employees work, the majority of your employees. So if you have two offices, 3 and 2, your principal offices are the 3. We have clients that'll, switch. It's not really gaming the system, but you switch one to the other one. Now your principal office is in a HUBZone. So that's principal office requirement. And for principal office purposes, you can exclude job site employees. So if you have a construction site, you have IT people out in the field or at like Aberdeen Proving Grounds or at the Pentagon, you exclude all those guys. You look at the balance. Where do the most of them work? Is it a hub zone? You meet requirement number 1. Requirement number 2, throw everybody back in and do 35% of your employees live in a hub zone. Doesn't have to be the same hub zone. It can be any hub zone in the country, right? And an employee is a great part, is anybody that works 40 hours a month, not a week, 40 hours a month. So a lot of clients will hire interns in college towns. A lot of college towns are hub zones. So you can try to meet the requirements in that way. And the hub zone goal, quite frankly, has been one that the federal government has never met. So the federal government is always looking for hub zone firms to help them meet their hub zone goal. One last thing, I mentioned the 8A program and the special privileges tribally owned entities have in the 8A program, similar to the hub zone program. So tribes can enter, tribally owned entities can enter the hub zone program not by meeting the 2 requirements I just talked about. They can get into the program by promising to have 35% of the staff come from the tribal community or hub zone areas adjacent and parallel to the tribal community. When they win a hub zone contract, they have to promise that 35% of the contract staff will come from those communities, right? So they can get into the program just by making that promise. Here's the, I don't want to call it a loophole, but here's what a lot of, and contracting officers, quite frankly, like this. So a tribe promises, right, tribal entity promises, hey, when I get a hub zone contract, we get a hub zone contract, 35% of the staff for that, bless you, of the staff for that contract will come from the hub zone community. And we are 8A, and we can get unlimited sole source. So now you get a unlimited sole source, let's say $100 million contract in the 8A program, right? You're 8A hub zone. The agency, it was an 8A set aside. The agency gets $100 million credit for an 8A contract. The agency gets $100 million for the hub zone contract. You never bid on a hub zone contract, so you never have to meet that promised requirement. Yet the agencies get the credit, right? So it just makes you attractive as an 8A and a hub zone. Any questions so far on the hub zone program? I would encourage you, though, for those that are looking at 8A certification, for those that are women-owned, even for tribal 8As, I'd encourage you to look at the hub zone program because there is a significant push to just help meet that goal. One last thing on the small business disadvantaged 8A program. When the Biden administration came in, they increased through executive order, so it can always go away if there's a change in administration, but they increased the small disadvantaged 8A goal from 5% to 15%, right? It's sequenced in, so I think it was like 11% the first year, it's 12%. By 2025, it's supposed to be 15%. So more and more agencies are looking for 8A companies to help them meet the 15% goal. Now, here's the thing. It sounds like a huge increase from 5 to 15%, but the federal government was already hitting 10 or 11%. So it's still pretty significant when you talk about $150 billion in 5 to 15% of that, right? Even if you're going from 11% to 15%. But take it with a grain of salt. When those goals were increased, the administration said that they would look at the other socio goals to see if it made sense to increase those as well. So far they haven't, but they might. They might look at increasing some of the other goals as well. Again, it's the official goals are statutory goals that Congress sets. This was an executive order by the president to increase 8A to 15% by 2025. that could always go away if there's a change in administration. Any questions so far? Yes, great point. All tribally owned land is by definition HUB zone, correct. So that's trust land and reservation? Correct, yes. Could you repeat the question? So are all tribal lands considered HUB zone in trust and reservation? And the answer is yes. Yes.
So you're saying that if a tribal corporation has not qualified itself as a HUB zone, I'm sorry, they can still be awarded a HUB zone contract, and then from that point forward, they have to promise, right, whatever that means,
Yeah.
To the KO that they will strive to employ 35% of not only band or tribal members, but then surrounding community
Correct.
that are adjacent to tribal trust land?
As long as they're HUB zones. As long as they're HUB zones.
Oh, so the employees still have to come from a HUB zone area?
Correct.
Whether or not they're on the reservation or not?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
On that contract.
On that contract?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? No? Okay. So just for the group that's really looking at the federal marketplace, how to analyze it, what to look at, what kind of research maybe to do, how to do sort of a better marketing, and for those guys online as well. I mean, look, so the basic program is if you want to do work with the federal government, even as a subcontractor, you should probably be registered in SAM, right? SAM.gov. Especially as a prime contractor, you have to be, right? Sometimes it looks complicated. Sometimes it's a pain in the butt. But there are free resources out there, including the Apex centers, the National Center. I think MBDA helps with that as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, I get a nod. What I will say is when you first start your SAM registration, you're going to get like 100 emails saying, hey, pay me $500 and I'll get you registered. You don't need to pay anybody $500. Now, if you want assistance, there are some good folks that'll assist you, but there are free resources out there, and you should be doing it. You should be able to do it by yourself. The challenge is it goes through multiple levels of review. Start at the GSA. It has to get IRS validation. So your EIN gets your employee identification number, and please stop me if I use an acronym that's not helpful. Your employee identification number has to get validated at the IRS. Then, for whatever legacy reason, it goes to Defense Logistic Agency. If you miss that email from the Defense Logistic Agency, and sometimes that .mil address will end up in your junk mail, and you miss it, you don't reply in 3 days, you have to start all over again. And so it's a little bit of a pain, right? But you don't have to necessarily hire someone to do this. Don't assume when you get those emails that it's official. They make it look really official too, like there's a flag on there and all sorts of things. So be cautious. But reach out to the Apex Center, reach out to someone, one of the resources, free resources if you need help. And always look for the .mil address in your junk box, because if you miss that, you have to start over. So once you're registered in SAM, one way to track stuff is everything over $25,000 that's a standalone contract comes out on SAM, right? Like you'll see requirements issued on SAM. Like, hey, we're buying tables, or we're buying professional services, or IT services, or construction. That's a good place to look at what's coming out, right? But responding to those in a matter of 30 or 45 days that they often have as a response time, oftentimes isn't successful. Why? Because your competitors are either the incumbent, or your competitors have been tracking this project for 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. They've created their teaming arrangements, they've created their proposal, they've probably had discussions with the program office and the contracting officer, so your chances of being successful on something that comes out on SAM isn't zero, but it isn't the greatest chances of being awarded the contract, right? So what do? So every contract over $25,000, historical contract, over $25,000, is in dynamic, well, it used to be DSBS. So, I'm sorry, Federal Procurement Data System, FPDS. That's the underlying database. But there's a much, and you can go directly to fpds.gov, but that database is like Internet 1.0. You can go to usaspending.gov, which is an overlay, which is a much more user-friendly system. And here, too, there are third-party providers like FedMine or Bloomberg Government that can charge, thousands of dollars a month to help you manage your pipeline, to track opportunities, to figure out who the incumbents are and all those things. Sometimes they're more user-friendly and have some tools in there that might make sense. But for startups, I wouldn't necessarily want to spend that sort of money on a third-party system. And I'm not saying anything bad. Oh, and by the way, another SBA grantee is BidSpeed. So if you go to SBA.gov or just do SBA BidSpeed, they have a system that tracks and helps you manage opportunities. And if you're 8A eligible, you don't have to be 8A, you're 8A eligible, you can get that system for free as well. So either between BidSpeed or USA Spending, what do? What I like to do is, who's buying what I'm selling, right? You can do it by NAICS code, North American Industry Classification Codes. You can do it by PSC, Product Service Codes. You can do it by keywords, or you can sort of do a layering, right? Like what we do for our clients is, okay, let's do a general NAICS code, let's track that further down, peel the onion on a PSC, let's do further peeling of the onion on keywords. Who's buying what I'm selling? That's like number one. But then it's like, okay, is it a plurality of opportunities? Is there one $1 billion contract at, I don't know, Aberdeen Air Force Base or Wright-Patterson Air Force Base? Because probably we're not going to win a $1 billion contract, right? So is there thousands of opportunities at this buying activity that make sense for me? And then the question is, are they setting those aside, right? Are they set aside friendly? Are they being set aside for women-owned? Are they being set aside for 8A, hub zone? How are they getting set aside? And then the last one is, like, are they coming up for rebid, right? And who are my competitors, right? Are the contracts coming up for rebid? Who's the incumbent? Could I potentially team up with the incumbent? Who's the competitors? Who keeps winning these kinds of projects? And that sort of starts to peel down where you want to spend your limited resources on business development. So to me, if I'm a new 8A, I'm looking at where there are a lot of 8A contracts in my industry, my PSC, my keyword, right? Which one of those contracts are expiring? And by the way, which one of those 8As that have that contract is leaving the program next year? Because once you leave the program, you can't be awarded a contract. So that's like thinking about like that, what is the low-hanging fruit? And once you determine, okay, I know who's buying what I'm selling, I know they're women-owned, service-disabled, 8A friendly, I know they have a multitude of opportunities, and I know these contracts are expiring. What do I do next? Well, there's three things that I always think of. One is everybody always wants to go to the contracting officer. They're listed in there. Contracting officers execute on program office funding. So the difference between like private sector and government is government, and I worked for government, no disrespect to the government, it's sometimes very bureaucratic, right? The program office gets the funds. The program office has a project. Contracting executes that project for the program office, following sort of their direction, but making sure they follow all the federal acquisition regulations and all the goaling requirements. So it's important not just to know who the contracting officer is, it's important to know who the program office is. And as I mentioned before, every agency has an OSDBU or an OSBP, Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, or Office of Small Business Programs. So to me, it's always sort of a three-legged stool. Am I going to the contracting shop, or do I know who they are, and am I engaging with them? Can I get in front of the program shop, contracting shop, program shop, and then am I getting in front of the, you know what I just realized? I think this used to be the pool. Right? Because I think that opens up too. I'm sorry. I was looking at, sorry. I have a little bit of attention deficit disorder. Sorry. So I always think about it as a three-legged stool, right? Am I getting in front of the program shop? Am I getting in front of the acquisition shop? And am I getting in front of the small business program shop? And small business program, when you think about them, they're your advocates in the agency. They're supposed to be looking for small businesses to help meet their goals. So they want to know, hey, you can do what this contract is coming up for expiration on, and I'm going to promote this to be a set-aside. So you want to do, and small business offices, when we talked about earlier today, you sort of talked about outreach and engagement. Small business offices are always conducting outreach and engagement. So who's the OSDBU? When are they going to be at RES? This is a good promotion for RES. Are they, because they do a lot of matchmaking, when are they going to be at RES? Can I get an appointment with them? And you want to show up saying, hey, I know you have these expiring requirements. We're qualified. Here's our, statement of capability. They're coming up for rebid. We're qualified. We can undertake these contracts. They should at least be set aside, if not sole source to us. So the question was, how do we find the small business specialist? Every agency has a website. So if you're interested in, let's say, Department of Defense. Department of Defense is ginormous, right? So they have the Office of Small Business Programs that oversees all of DoD. Then they have an OSDBU, Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, for Army, Navy, Air Force, Army Corps of Engineers. And then because they're so large, they even have small business specialists at the different buying activities. OSDBU, Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. So I would encourage you to, if you're interested in Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, right, I would figure out who the small business specialist is there, right? Figure out when they have a industry day or a matchmaking event. When are they going to be at National 8A Conference? Where are they going to be at RES? When are they going to be at the Hub Zone Council? Those are the places to start to get to know them. It's developing that relationship and trust. And you might start out with a small project, but if you build that relationship, that equates, and you have sole source authority, that equates into, because they trust you and they're comfortable that you will deliver, that equates into additional contracts. So I always look at that sort of three-legged stool when it comes to how to navigate the federal marketplace, because it is so huge. And if you just sort of do the shotgun approach, you get frustrated. And the last thing that I'd say is, when we talk around 5533, those goals, prime contractors have those goals as well. So the large contractors like AECOM, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, they get the large prime contracts, but they have to subcontract. In their contract with the federal government, they have a subcontracting plan requirement. They have to subcontract with 8A companies, Hub Zone companies, service disabled, women-owned. So a lot of times when DoD has an industry day, they require their large primes to be there too, meeting with potential subcontractors. So I'd look at that as an additional resource. And that leads me to Subnet. So Subnet's not necessarily the most advanced or the most updated database, but it is a database that the SBA maintains. It's of large prime contractors that have a need for a subcontractor. Let's say they're not meeting their women-owned small business goal or their 8A goal. They can post requirements on Subnet, and if you see that, you can respond to it or get in touch with their internal contracts folks to subcontract to you. When it comes to, how many folks are registered in SAM? Okay, how many folks know they have a dynamic small business search profile, DSBS profile? Okay, only a few. Okay, so here's the thing. When you register in SAM, you go through and answer all these questions, then it determines if you're small. You're small revenue-based if you're a services company, or you're small employee-based if you're a manufacturing company. If it determines you're small, then it'll automatically open a dynamic small business search profile. GSA owns SAM, SBA owns DSBS. Once DSBS is established, a lot of folks are like, okay, let's leave that alone. How many folks update their DSBS profile? Okay, so contracting officers are required to do market research when letting a requirement, right? They're supposed to do market research to see if there's small businesses that can provide the product or service. One of the tools that they use to determine if they should set aside is dynamic small business search. So if you're not updating your profile, they don't know that you exist. When I was in federal contracting, I used to get random emails from contracting officers saying, hey, we noticed you in DSBS, can you do X, Y, and Z? And by the way, are you in 8A? We weren't, unfortunately, but so that does happen. And we'll talk about the rule of two in a second, but contracting officers are required to set aside contracts if 2 or more small businesses are viable. So if you're not in DSBS, if you're not updating your profile, they don't know. And on DSBS, unfortunately, they've recently done some upgrades, so take this with a grain of salt. This may have been resolved, but unfortunately, DSBS used to show the profile of the firm that was updated most recently. So we would have clients that would go in there and, put a period at the end of a sentence or change one sentence and then go back and next month and change it again, because when you do a search in DSBS, whoever updated their profile last would come up first. So I'd encourage you to do that until we find out otherwise with the most recent updates. Any questions so far? Yes, ma'am.
No, I just wanted to reiterate what you just said is really important for everyone to go in when you're in DSBS. Like you said, people would go in and change a period, change a word.
Yep.
Maybe do that as part of a once
Regular
a month
monthly.
Maintenance for your business. That way, when a contracting officer buyer is looking for your business, you are at the top of the list, and maybe that particular industry has 400 people or 1,000 people that come up. And if you're always at the top of the list, maybe, they're not going all the way through 1,000 people looking for you, and that way you're always at the top of the list when you update your DSBS.
Thank you. Thanks. Any other questions so far or comments? No? Okay. So when we talked about sort of the set-asides in the 5533, to me, if we're small businesses participating in the federal marketplace, it's really important to understand how the marketplace is governed and what the levers are for getting set-asides. It's also important if you have the resources or ability to help structure in the acquisition planning phase. A lot of the larger firms do that, right? They're in the halls, they're having discussions. They can have an influence on how an acquisition is structured. If you understand how the federal marketplace works, because the Small Business Administration, as much as they're advocates for small businesses and set-asides, et cetera, they're very limited with the number of staff that they have. We used to say when I was there, and I don't think this has changed, the SBA's budget for the entire year is what the Department of Defense spends in one day. And so if you compare that, there isn't enough resources to be able to necessarily enforce these requirements, but as small businesses, we're the eyes and ears out in the community and can help the agency enforce these requirements. So how do set-asides occur? Like when we talked about the 23%, the 5533s. There's two areas that have to go small business. One is a simplified acquisition threshold, and the other is the rule of two. So what's the rule of two? The rule of two is really important, and that's what really gives SBA its stick, right? The rule of two is that if there are two or more small businesses that can provide the service of the product at a reasonable price, not the best price, at a reasonable price, then the requirement shall be set aside. It's not a may, it's not a can, it's a shall. And in shall, so statutory, regulatory, shall means must. So that's why the contracting officer does market research, right? Now, if there are two or more small businesses, when they do that market research, they have to, by regulation, set it aside. If you're not updating your DSBS profile, if you're not responding to requests for quotations or requests for informations, then the contracting officer is going to say, oh, I don't know, no one responded. I'm not going to set this requirement aside. So that's really important. The other thing that I'd say is that who enforces the rule of two? The SBA has how many folks know what a PCR is? Ooh, okay. The SBA has, and these are SBA people or officials, they have what they call procurement center representatives, and this used to be under my office. When I left the agency, we had 119 PCRs to cover thousands and thousands of buying activities all across the country. Today, from what I understand, they're roughly 40. So they're stretched. But a PCR sometimes sits at the buying activity, sometimes covers the buying activity remotely. But the PCR is in charge of enforcing the rule of two. So if and any requirement that doesn't get set aside, they have to sign off on. It's a Form 2579, if I remember correctly. So let's say a requirement comes, that's going to be set aside. Usually the small business specialist is engaged, and then ultimately the PCR has to sign off. So if the file that the CO, contracting officer, shows the PCR, says, well, there's no DSBS or nobody responded to the RFQ, then the PCR doesn't have really anything to push back on, right? But here's the other thing. As folks in the community and advocates for the program, we should be monitoring this, right? Because PCRs, unfortunately, because there's 40 of them, and there's thousands and thousands or tens of thousands of buying activities, unfortunately, sometimes all they can do is just sign without, trusting the contracting officer. So if we're working on a requirement, if we've responded to a RFQ or an RFI or a source of sought, and we know that our competitors and our colleagues have responded and something doesn't get set aside, I would raise it up with the PCR. The directory at the SBA, so if you go to the SBA website and you do PCR directory, you'll see exactly which PCRs cover which buying activities. And they're swamped, right? So if you reach out to the PCR and they don't respond to you, it'll show you who their area director is. So you can get in touch with the area director that the PCR responds to. And when you go to buying activities, if you're going to Aberdeen, if you're going to Wright-Patterson, I'd encourage you to figure out who the PCR is and if you can visit with them as well, because they're open and they're also advocating for small business set-asides at each of the buying activities. Any questions on sort of the rule of two and the PCR and enforcement of the rule of two? Yes, sir.
Hold on one second.
For the rule of two to be applicable, do the two small businesses have to be SSEs or be under the same socioeconomic category? So, for example, can one be 8A and another be a tribally owned 8A and the other one be a woman-owned 8A? Or do they both have to be either woman-owned 8As or a tribal 8A?
Yeah, great question. So depending on what kind of set-aside the CO wants to do. So the set-aside itself is discretionary to the CO, depending on the goals that they're trying to meet. So there used to be, back in the day, well, before 2010 Small Business Jobs Act, there used to be sort of a hierarchy of set-asides. But that was removed, and there is no hierarchy, and it's the discretion of the contracting officer, depending on where they are with the agency's goals, on what kind of set-aside they're going to do. But when they do market research, if there are 2 or more small businesses, they have to set aside for small business. If there are 2 or more 8As, or women-owned, or service-disabled, it's their discretion to do that. And they can be different types of 8As. Okay. It could be a tribal 8A, and it could be a woman-owned, but they can't do a double set-aside anyways, right? They have to pick 8A or women-owned or service-disabled. But it's their discretion. So let's say, I'll give you an example. They receive 10 responses, all of which seem qualified, all of which seem reasonable. They now have 2 or more small businesses, so they definitely have to do a small business set-aside. But let's say there's 2 in each, right? It's their discretion to pick which socio-category they want to pick.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions or comments? No? Okay, real quick on the simplified acquisition threshold. So everything, this is a very, very interesting, I guess I'll say, place for small entrants to play, right? Why? Because the simplified acquisition threshold is reserved entirely for small business. So the federal government is actually supposed to hit 100% for any requirement that's $250,000 or less. Now, does that always happen? No. Why? Because sometimes there are things that just you can't get from a small business, like a Microsoft license. Might be less than $250,000, but you can't get it from a small business, or a Cisco license, or something like that. So it used to be tracked, and you could tell which agencies are doing well or not. And it still might be at USA Spend. You look at the simplified acquisition threshold performance. Some agencies do really well. They're like at 94, 95%. Some agencies aren't doing that well. But they're supposed to be entirely reserved for small business. Why is it? What's another reason why it's a good place for small businesses to enter? Because SAP follows SAT. So that's more government acronyms, right? Simplified acquisition procedures follow simplified acquisition thresholds. So under $250,000, if you're new to federal contracting, you don't have to look at all the requirements around the federal acquisition regulations, all the auditing and accounting requirements. It's a good place to get your foot in the door, develop relationships with a federal agency, understand the federal procurement landscape, understand the compliance requirements, although not requirements above the simplified acquisition threshold. And so it's a good place to enter the federal marketplace. If you're seeing requirements that are 250 and below and they're not being set aside, again, I'd encourage you to either engage the small business specialist at the agency or the PCR. One of the things that I'll say is, when I used to be a government official, I couldn't necessarily say this, but I advocate, and we tried this under the Obama administration, to raise the simplified acquisition threshold. We wanted to raise it to $500,000. For whatever reason, the U.S. Trade last minute, we almost got it done. The U.S. Trade Representative objected only because it was an issue with the Canadian government. And for the life of me, I couldn't figure out. I think it was a competitive issue in the trade agreements. I couldn't figure out why, but ultimately it was rejected. There has been new interest in raising the simplified acquisition threshold. I would advocate, and I think the National Center maybe wants to advocate for this, is raising it at least to $1 million, if not $1.5 million. Why? Because if we're looking to bring in new participants into the federal contracting space, if we're looking to cast a broader net, making it easy for firms to participate under the simplified acquisition procedures and then reserving everything below $1 million or $1.5 million just for small businesses really opens the door, at least from my perspective. Any questions so far? No? Okay. So I think we've talked about, I do want to talk about, yeah. No. So so the question was micro purchases or credit card purchases. Micro purchases, which I think is now $5,000 and below. It used to be $2,500. I think it went to $5,000. It might have even gone up to $10,000 under COVID procedures. Micro purchases are exempt. So they don't have to follow SAT or the set-aside programs under micro purchases. And they do happen on the credit cards, yeah. But here's the other thing. Technically, they're not supposed to break up a purchase either in order to get it under the $10,000, right? So if they have like $20,000 contract for, I don't know, event planning, they can't be like, okay, you know what, let's split that into 2 bills and we'll do 10 and 10, and we don't have to comply with any of the rules. So, but unfortunately, that happens sometimes. Any other questions? Okay, so one thing that I wanted to just talk about is we talked about sort of ownership, control, unanimous consent, certification in the programs, but what does it mean to be small, right? So for those of you that are new into federal contracting, the federal government, and this was another office that I was responsible for, analyzes all the industries, North American industry classification codes, and determines what's small in that industry. So you can be small according to revenues in one industry and be other than small in another industry. For the 8A program, you have to be small in your primary NAICS code. So like consulting services or professional services, I think the latest NAICS code size standard is 21 million. For IT services, I think it's 37.5 million. But there's a table at the SBA website that'll tell you what's small for your NAICS code. When you pursue a particular opportunity, every contract has a NAICS code assigned to it. So if you bid on that contract as a small business, you have to represent, when you bid on that contract, that you're small for that NAICS code. That doesn't mean you're small for every NAICS code. You can be other than small for, I don't know, IT services or, well, that's the largest. You could be other than small for professional services, but yet bid as small for IT services. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Revenue-based is a 5-year look-back period. It used to be 3 years. What would happen is sometimes you get this really big contract, you'd spike and you drop off the map, and then all of a sudden you can't be a small business anymore because it was only a 3-year average. You would have to compete in full and open. It would become challenging. Congress changed that. There's a 5-year look-back period. That sort of helps smooth out any spikes. And for employee base, which is manufacturing, its number of employees used to be over the last 24 months. Now it's over the last 48-month average. Any questions there? No? No questions online? Okay. I do want to talk about affiliation because this is someplace that firms get hung up sometimes inadvertently, because working with the federal government is just different, right? Now, right off the bat, I'll say that tribally owned entities, each of the 8As will never be found affiliated with any of the other 8As or their parent company if they have shared services. there's a tribal or Alaska Native or Native Hawaiian. There's an exemption to affiliation for tribes, Alaska Natives, and Native Hawaiians. So they can have multiple 8As. They'll never be found affiliated. But what is affiliation? So if you're a small business and you do a lot of joint ventures with another small business, or you have familial relationships with another small business, or there's common ownership, or common management, or common facilities, or common employees. These are things that might happen in the private sector all the time. You might have a brother or a parent that's in the same industry. You may share office space. You may do work together as prime sub. Those things can tend to lead to a finding of affiliation. This would frustrate me to no end when I was responsible for this program, because there's no bright lines. There's no rule that says common ownership plus common management plus common employee equals affiliation, or three or more joint ventures and common employees equals affiliation. What the SBA will do is, if there's a protest on your size, they will ask you for documentation. They'll ask you for documentation about relationships. They'll ask you for documentation about, are you on other boards? Do you share employees? Do you share space? How many joint ventures do you do? And then based on reviewing that documentation, the size analyst will determine, based on the totality of circumstances, if you happen to be affiliated with a company or not. And affiliation in of itself is not a bad thing, right? You can be affiliated. What's bad is they'll combine your revenues to determine if you're still small, or combine your employees to determine if you're still small. Here's another example of affiliation. When I was responsible for the program, my staff would be like, can you not tell this story? When I was in federal contracting, we used to do a lot of economic development work. One of our partners was Deloitte. A lot of times I'd be like, we can bid on this project. We'll prime it at small business set aside. We'll even do the performance of work requirements. So when it's a small business set aside, the prime has to do the majority of the work, 50%, right? You can't get a small business set aside, do 1%, and give 99% to Lockheed Martin, right? So I say, we can do the 50%. But you know what? Deloitte will help us write the proposal. They'll find us the team. They'll give us all the facilities. That's called ostensible subcontracting. If you're unduly reliant on a subcontractor, that's ostensible subcontracting. SBA will find you affiliated and combine your revenues to determine if you're still small. So in this scenario that I gave you, we wouldn't be able to, if we were protested, we wouldn't prevail with respect to still being small. So those are just, and here's another example I'll give you. And this really frustrated me. When I was running the program, we were encouraging more folks to enter the 8A program. There was a particular service-disabled, veteran-owned small business company that we thought could definitely qualify for the 8A program. Applied to the 8A program. 8A program folks realized that more than 90% of his revenues were coming from one source, right? Then they said, that's a potential finding of affiliation. Let me send this file to the size specialist. Now, this hand wasn't necessarily talking to this hand. Size specialist said, oh my goodness, 90% of revenues coming from one source, that's affiliation. Not only can you not get into the 8A program, you're not even small anymore, and you can't even be in the service-disabled program. So they came for help, but we kicked them out of all the programs that they were participating in. So I don't say that to scare you. I just say that for awareness, that you need to be aware that the federal government looks at, ultimately, the SBA's perspective is the benefits are flowing to the intended recipients, right? So if you're affiliated and you're controlled by another entity, are there potential for the benefits not flowing to the intended recipients? In the case of revenues coming from one source, SBA looks at that as you must not control. If you're dependent entirely for all your revenues from one source, aren't they really in control? Because you're not going to do something that they, now that might not be the case, but that's the way the SBA would look at it. They have relaxed those rules a little bit. So if you're a newly established entity, they understand that you might have limited revenues and limited sources of revenues for newly established entities. They've sort of relaxed those rules. But I'm just bringing this up because it's just something to be aware of and to make sure that you don't run afoul of any of the affiliation concerns. I think I've spoken pretty much about the set-aside programs, the certification requirements. What I would say is it takes time, right? It can seem onerous for those guys that are applying to the 8A program. It might seem onerous. It will take time. SBA, especially under the current environment where they have to evaluate social disadvantage narratives for every applicant and have to go back and review them for all the existing participants, there's just a backlog. And that backlog, even though entity owns aren't impacted by the court decision, they are impacted by the backlog. So as tribes applying for 8A number 2, 8A number 3, 8A number 4, those are getting stuck in the backlog. And applications are supposed to take 90 days. We've seen, and every time a question comes back, so the one thing that I'd say is when you apply, be responsive to the questions. Because every time a question comes back, the clock stops. So those 90 days end up being more like 110, 120, 130 days because there's always questions. And there's multiple phases, right? So when you first apply, it goes through screening. The analyst will screen to say your application is substantially complete and can go to review. That's supposed to be 15 days. But even there, every time they ask a question, and I guarantee you 9.5 times out of 10, the analyst during screening comes back for questions. And the clock stops. So those 15 days usually run into 30 days, number one. Once you get accepted for processing, those 90 days usually run into 110, 120 days. But again, it's how quickly you respond to questions from the analyst. Any questions on certification requirements, Hub Zone, 8A, women-owned, the process for certification? Yes, ma'am.
Where do I go to get certified? Where do I go? Because I've contacted the SBA, they've not helped me. I've also been told I can pay like $5,000 per organization to get certified, which I've been told is not correct, but then no one directs me where.
Yeah, so there are definitely advisors out there that can help you if you're willing to pay that, but you shouldn't have to, right? So you can begin the process on certify.sba.gov. Now, what I would normally do is I would go to the SBA's website, and the 8A program, when you go into certify.sba, has a list of what kind of documents you're going to need. I would get all those documents together before you start your Certify application. So you can go directly to the SBA, you can create a profile in Certify, and you can apply to the 8A program. The challenge is, am I ready with all the necessary documents? That's number one. Number two, there are free assistance, like the National Center runs a Tribal Apex Center. Free assistance from
If I can, John?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we do have the Apex program on, what time is it? I think at 11:30. No, the Apex is
so-
at 3:15.
So these
But if
guys-
you Google APTAC, APTAC, they're the organization
I thought they
that
changed to Apex.
No, the APTAC is a different organization that helps the Apex accelerators with their training. And if you go to APTAC, just Google APTAC, you'll see the United States. You click on any of the states, and it'll take you directly to the Apex Accelerator programs that assist that state. And then there are Native American Apex Accelerator programs that the National Center, that our program today, the National Center has. We host a 26-state region on the East Coast, the state of New Mexico, and the state of Colorado, and the Navajo Nation. But there are other Native American Apex Accelerator programs, free of charge, that help you with this. And again, if you go to APTAC and click on the state, they're all listed on there. And if there doesn't happen to be a Native American Apex program,
There's a state
then
one.
the state program, you default to the state program that will assist you with certifications and filling out those applications.
Yeah, and what I'll say is, so before I was at headquarters, I was a regional administrator for Region 3, I want to say, bless you, at SBA. What I'll say is that there are multiple free resources, right? There's the MBDA centers, Minority Business Development Administration centers. There are the Small Business Development Centers, SBDCs. There's the Women's Business Centers. What I found is that depending on which state or which jurisdiction, there was always like, this doesn't match me exactly, but this one does. I would not, if you walk in the door in one of those free resources and you're like, oh, this doesn't work for me, don't be discouraged with all the other free resources that are out there, because there's one that'll work for you. And then in addition to what Yvette mentioned, if you go to the local, if you can, and I know you said you contacted the SBA, and the local district offices usually will have either a once a month or a quarterly open house. I think since COVID, they've been virtual, but sometimes they'll have open houses. The SBA district office has a list of all the local resources that are free that are available as well. And yes, there are advisors out there that'll charge. And and just to promote what the National Center does, they actually engage us sometimes too, and they cover the cost for like initial consultation and assistance. So. Really? Yeah, so if you go to the SBA, certified.sba, you can start. Now, you have to be in SAM, okay, before you start your profile. And then when you go in there, don't jump right in, figure out what the requirements are. You need your OA, you need your financial statements, you need the most recent operating agreement, most recent financial statements, all those things. And I guarantee you, you will get a return on your first try, or you'll get questions on your first try. Don't be dissuaded by those questions. And sometimes the government tends to have communications that seem abrasive. They're just templates. Don't think like, I got a call from a friend who happened to end up being a client. Like, oh my God, I think I did something wrong and the government's really mad at me. It's like, that's just a standard email.
John?
Yes.
Real quick. Also, since Apex will be presenting at 3:15, I just want to reiterate, having worked at an Apex Accelerator previously in another life, we would counsel folks not to get into the program prematurely.
Correct.
So you want to have contracts under your belt already for at least, they would say, a couple years, because if you're brand new and you're going after your 8A, you're probably not going to get it that quickly unless you can prove that you've been successful already in other contracts. So it's a song and dance, but the Apex Accelerator are the best folks to address a lot of those questions too, and they're free of charge.
And the last thing I'd say, and I'm not sure if you were here before, the 8A program has had some court challenges. And so no matter what your social disadvantage designation, African American, Native American, Hispanic, everybody has to write a social disadvantage narrative. So that will be in the description of documents that you have to submit once you get into Certify. Okay. And I think we shared this with you, and we can share it because when we were in, where were we, Nebraska, we shared with you the questionnaire and the template for the social disadvantage narrative. if we can send it out to the group.
Yeah, and all of the slides will be available to everybody after the training. Once we have the link ready, once our team edits the link, I send that out. It may take an additional week. Sometimes it's sooner than that. But I will send the link, I'll send the PowerPoints, and then I'll send those documents as well.
Awesome. Thank you. So I know I said we'd take a break, and I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing me speak, so maybe I'll just end up a little early rather than taking a break, because I do want to talk about the Mentor Protege program. It's really a unique program. You guys okay with that? Okay? Okay. I apologize. I know it's been long. I used to teach at Catholic University, and they do the reviews at the end of the semester, and one of them said, "He seems like a nice guy, but he's really monotone and puts us to sleep." So I hope I'm not putting you to sleep. The other one said, "I've been taking this class for almost the whole semester, and I still don't know what this class is about." So I hope I'm doing a better job with you guys. Okay, so Mentor Protege program. It's really unique because it allows a small entrant into federal contracting to partner up with a more advanced company, either another small or a large company. And there's benefits for both. There's benefits for the small business protege, and there's benefits for the mentor. And we can talk a little bit about those benefits and how the program works and how to really leverage the program and sort of some of the recent changes. So it used to be the MPA program was only available to 8A companies. And this was a regulatory thing that the SBA started back, I think, in the 2000s. And the idea was, hey, there's a new entrant into the 8A program. They don't know what they're doing. Maybe it would be really beneficial if they could team up with a mentor, and the mentor could provide assistance, developmental assistance, and get them to be successful in the 8A world. So how did that work? You would enter a mentor-protege relationship. The mentor is supposed to provide benefits to the protege. There's certain areas for assistance: management and technical assistance, financial assistance, contracting, business development, international trade, and general and administrative. And it doesn't have to be all of these. You can pick and choose. Now, the program was further, because it was successful, Congress said in 2010 Small Business Jobs Act, hey, this seems to work. Let's expand this statutorily to, well, originally it was just socio-categories, so HUBZone, 8A, women-owned, service-disabled. Then in 2013 they came back and said, okay, let's just do it to all small businesses. And it took the better part of 6 years for us to be able to launch the All Small MPA program in 2016. So now it's been around for, what is that, 7 years? And it's been pretty successful. So these are the areas of assistance from mentor to protege. The one thing that I'd say is, as a protege, you have to be really careful, because you only get 2 mentors in your entire lifetime, right? So you want to be really selective. As a mentor, you can mentor 1, but up to 3 proteges at any given point, but they can't be competitors. So historically, SBA would say, oh, these 2 proteges are in the same NAICS code, they're competitors. They've relaxed some of those rules. NAICS code, North American Industry Classification Code. They've relaxed those rules. You can be in the same industry if one's in the 8A program and one's in the HUBZone program. You can be in the same industry if one focuses on DoD and the other one focuses on civilian. Or if it's construction and one focuses on the Northwest and the other focuses on the Southeast. So there can be justification as to why the proteges aren't competitors. Now, a lot of folks will say, oh, I want, Lockheed Martin or Boeing. Well, those guys only get 3 proteges at any given point. They can cycle through them, but they only get 3. So the likelihood, unless you have an extensive relationship with Lockheed or AECOM or Deloitte or any of those, the likelihood is minimal, right? Who would be a good mentor? A good mentor, in my perspective, is someone who's been through, if you're an 8A or if you're woman-owned, is someone who's been through that program, has been successful, has grown their program, and is either graduating from the 8A program or is going to be other than small business. Why? Because they've grown a small business. If you go with, and no disparagement, if that's the right word, to Lockheed or any of those guys, but if you go with one of those guys, it can potentially be beneficial, but they're going to assign you an SBLO, Small Business Liaison Officer. That individual may be good at what they do, but they never have gone through growing a business, meeting payroll, managing HR, all those things on a small scale, trying to institutionalize and grow it, right? So to me, if you only get 2 mentors, one of them should be someone who's been in your shoes, done it successfully, and has grown. That's number one. Maybe the other one, you can develop a good relationship with a large business and participate in a mentor-protege with them. So in these areas, and it doesn't have to be all 5, the mentor is supposed to provide assistance to the protege, right? When we advise proteges, we're like, hey, be really, really specific, right? You want to say who's going to do what, when, how, and where, because you only get 2, and you want to make sure this is super beneficial to you, because, like I said, you only get 2. Now, on tribes, it's different. Each 8A gets 2, okay? So when we advise a mentor, we're like, hey, you might want to make it a little bit fuzzy because you have to report every year on what you're doing. You have to get extended every year, and it's a 3+3 program. At year 3, SBA is going to evaluate it and make sure that they can extend it for the additional 3. So the real answer is somewhere in between, at least from my perspective. It's good enough where, or I should say fuzzy enough, where you can definitely show success every year when you report to the SBA, but it's specific enough that you as the protege are getting real value from the assistance from the mentor. Now, why would the mentor, other than just being a good citizen, why would they want to mentor a small business? So that's where the joint venture comes in. Remember we talked about joint ventures. If you do joint ventures, you can lead to a potential finding of affiliation. Well, under a mentor-protege agreement, you can do a joint venture with your mentor, and it's exempted from any finding of affiliation. So if your mentor is Lockheed, right, you do the mentor-protege agreement first, and it's really just a template. And again, you can go to the SBA site, you can go to the mentor-protege site, there's a template there. The really critical part of that template is the chart that says what assistance is flowing from mentor to protege. And then the preamble, which says, why is the mentor qualified to assist the protege? Everything else I wouldn't mess with. Why? Because then the SBA gets testy and they're like, well, you changed this. We've had large mentors, like multi-billion-dollar companies, that insist on adding some provisions, and it just slows down the process. But those are the 2 important things. Once that MPA is approved, then you can create a joint venture and you're exempted from affiliation. So your mentor can be Lockheed. You create a joint venture. In that joint venture, you, 8A company, have to be the 51% owner. Again, remember how the certification worked, right? The disadvantaged individual had to be the 51% owner, and they had to control. Similar with a joint venture. If you want that joint venture to have the 8A certification that you, protege, has, and it could be a tribal 8A, if you want the JV to have that designation, the protege has to own and control. That means 51% owner and control. That means no unanimous consent provisions. Like the mentor can't stymie your decision-making process. Now, SBA has relaxed those rules a little bit. They've said, hey, wait a second, mentor is taking a huge risk. Maybe they can be involved in the decision-making process on contract opportunities, filing court cases or lawsuits, filing bankruptcy, adding a new member. There are some select provisions that a mentor can have influence, but for all intents and purposes, the protege has to own and control. So once the protege owns and controls, that JV becomes whatever that small business was, the protege was. If the protege was Tribal 8A, that JV becomes a Tribal 8A and can go after unlimited sole source. If the protege was women-owned, small business, hub-zone, service-disabled 8A, that JV becomes all those things. In addition to becoming all those things, that joint venture, and this is a unique part, inherits the past performance and qualifications of both members. So now you have a Tribal 8A that has not only the past performance and qualifications of the protege, but that of Lockheed Martin as well. So now you can go after an unlimited sole source at DISA or the DoD or wherever. The JV can get that unlimited sole source awarded. And guess what? Remember we talked about performance of work where the small business has to do the majority of the work, at least 50%? Well, when you do it this way with a joint venture under an MPA, Lockheed can do up to 60% of the work. So that's the benefit to why would the mentor do this? One is, a lot of them have social awareness and social good programs, right? That's number one. They get those brownie credits. But two is they can go after set-aside contracts intended for socio categories and do up to 60% of the work. Does that all sort of make sense? Any questions around why strategy? Yeah, I think we have a question right here.
Yeah, when I asked the SBA about a protege mentor, they said I have to go find it myself and bring it to them. Is that how that works? I've got to go like door knock at Lockheed
Yeah.
and beg for somebody to come JV with me?
Yeah. So the SBA doesn't do sort of matchmaking. That's true. And they're reluctant to do that for multiple reasons. One is they just don't have the staff to do it. But two, they're reluctant because of liability issues, right? Because of an introduction and potential liabilities and privy of contract, et cetera. Having said that, they do have an annual mentor protege conference where the larger businesses participate and are looking for proteges. And the other thing that I would, and it's like a relationship, right? I wouldn't advise a small business to get into a mentor-protege relationship through an introduction made by anybody. It's almost like a marriage. You only get two. Well, maybe you get more marriages than two. I don't know. I figure you only get one. But it's sort of like a marriage. You have to be very careful, and it's a developed relationship over time. The way I've seen it work is through engaging at industry days, at matchmaking events, at National 8A or RES, getting to know the other firm, doing a subcontract for that other firm because they have subcontracting goals, getting to know them, developing that relationship, and then you're like, hey, guess what? I'm getting my 8A certification. I'm really looking for a mentor. Would you guys be interested in mentoring that? And then even beyond that, making sure that this chart is something that you're comfortable with and they really commit. Because there's been instances, a lot of instances, where mentor-protege relationships go off rail. Where the mentor, and no disparagement to mentors, the mentor is only interested in the joint venture and getting set-aside contracts. And if you go to the SBA with your mentor-protege agreement and say, hey, we're just going to do joint ventures, they're not going to approve that MPA. There has to be developmental assistance in addition to the 8A. And the last thing I'd say on that is make sure all the assistance is captured in the MPA. So if you want to do a joint venture, make sure, because that's all exempted from affiliation. If they're going to provide you space, if they're going to provide you technical assistance, if they're going to provide you, or you're going to pursue a joint venture, make sure all that is in the chart because that's exempted from affiliation. And if something happens in the interim and they do more, amend your MPA to include that because it's exempted from affiliation. The other thing that a mentor can do, I don't always recommend this, but we have some clients that do it, is the mentor can provide capital and invest up to 40% in the equity of the protege. right? 40% equity. I am always a little bit concerned about that because you need an entrance plan and an exit plan. And the exit plan is, let's say that you're highly successful, right? And then what's the exit plan? Like, do they expect you to sell and give them 40%? Do you have to buy back their 40% of some crazy valuation? Always make sure if you're going to give up 40% of your equity, that there's a very clear plan of what does that valuation look like? How are you going to implement it? What does the exit strategy look like? And if you're an 8A, if you're already an 8A, if it's above a 20% change of ownership, you have to go to the SBA and get approval for that anyways. So that whole approval process is going to ask the questions that I just brought up. Any questions? Follow-ups? Yes? Yeah. Yeah, so the question was there any list of potential mentors that are looking for proteges? There isn't a place that I'd say is a list of mentors looking for proteges, but the SBA has a list of existing mentor-protege relationships. And it's on their website, it's in a spreadsheet. So you can see which firms are mentoring, right? And that may be a good place to start because clearly they're interested in proteges and they may only have one. And so that might be a good place to start. Any other questions so far? No? Okay. There is, did I miss anything? Oh, I do want to mention this. It used to be that the SBA wouldn't get involved. Like there was one bite at the apple, right? Or 2 bites, and they wouldn't get involved if things went awry. Like, can I get an annulment? This is like a marriage, can I get an annulment? What the SBA has said is that within the first 18 months, if you can come back to us and tell us, hey, this hasn't worked out, we haven't gotten the assistance that we intended, they can remove that from your 2 bites at the apple, or you can work with them to get a replacement mentor. And then the other rule changes were, hey, can you assist me with my mentor? It used to be, hope I don't fall off here. It used to be, you know, this is a mentor-protege relationship, we're not going to mess with this, but SBA, although again, to my point earlier, SBA has limited staff, right? So they are able and capable or have the authority to assist. Do they have the staff and the capacity? Oftentimes not. But if you do have a major issue, you're an MPA and you have a major issue, I'd encourage you to reach out to the mentor-protege office, to reach out to your local district office to get some, and if you're in the 8A program, to your business opportunity specialist in order to get to some resolution if you have an issue with your mentor. Does that make sense? One last, yes, sir.
John, so when you enter into an MPA, you're expecting that marriage to survive.
Yeah.
So how do you remove yourself from that MPP relationship? Is it for cause or for convenience at that point? And is that baked into your MPA naturally? Is that something that SBA counsels, that potential relationship, to make sure that they have that for cause for convenience?
Yeah, so
clauses?
So the template does have certain clauses baked in with respect to what happens if this doesn't work out. More so with respect to performance of contracts under a joint venture, right? So regardless of what happens to the joint MPA, the contracts, you're obligated to complete those contracts. Now, you can annul the MPA, again, within 18 months. And the primary reason, the regs' primary reason for allowing you to annul that MPA is that you haven't received the assistance as was represented in your mentor-protege agreement. If you can demonstrate that, and sometimes, quite frankly, we've had clients where the mentor and protege go together and write a letter. They just say, this didn't work out the way we anticipated. We thought there was all these opportunities. We thought there was this need. 12 months in, we're realizing this isn't beneficial to either party. We would like to annul this mentor-protege agreement. And those instances, at least or the ones that I've been involved in, has been successful in getting that annulment.
So that 18-month, I guess for lack of a better phrase, escape clause.
Yeah.
That's understood by the mentor. I mean, there won't be litigation.
Yeah.
Okay.
The mentor understands that. Now, here's the challenge. If you're not all on the same page and the mentor's like, whoa, I'm not getting out of this MPA relationship. SBA tends to support the protege. I mean, SBA's perspective is always, I'm helping the small business, I'm helping the 8A, I'm helping the protege, right? So they would tend to support the decision of the protege. And the language is written in such a way, if I'm not mistaken, in the MPA that supports that as well.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yep. The one thing I do want to talk about, similarly situated before we break, but I want to talk about the joint venture life cycle as well. So a joint venture, so we talked about the benefits of the joint venture and the 60-40 split, right? And the one thing that I'd say is as a protege, as the managing member of that joint venture, the mentor can do 60%, but you don't have to give up 60%, right? You have to own 51%, you have to own and control, and the benefit to the mentor is that they can do 60% of the set-aside contract, but that's not a mandatory. And it used to be all 8A JVs had to go to the district office in your BOS for approval. And then it was, hey, only sole source requirements have to go to the district office for approval. And then ultimately it was that, hey, on sole source requirements, there's a template and a checklist. You have to submit it to the district office for approval before a sole source can be awarded to that joint venture. So there's still, if you're an 8A, you have an MPA, and you're doing a joint venture, there's still requirements to engage with the district office on sole source, but in other cases there isn't. But the one thing that I'd say is make sure you follow the rules with respect to ownership and control, because you can still get protested on size. And if what I've been seeing in the marketplace, because remember we talked about how this JV becomes a tribal 8A or it becomes an 8A, but it has all the experience of Lockheed? Well, they've been winning a lot, right? They win on like STARS 3, they win on Oasis, they win on Alliant, they win on CIOSP4. They've been winning a lot, and they get protested. And a lot of times, when we talked about mentor having undue influence, a lot of times that mentor is unable or unwilling to just give up the keys, so they lose out on protest. So even if your joint venture agreement isn't going to the district office for approval, make sure it's following all the regs, because if you get protested, you created this mentor-protege agreement, you went through and developed a pipeline for your joint venture, and you have to really treat that joint venture as its own business, right? We have clients that develop a website for that joint venture. We have clients that develop slicks for that joint venture. They market that joint venture. They create a pipeline for that joint venture. You have to treat it as a business. So you go through all that, and then you get protested. And if you haven't drafted it in the right way, you can lose out on that and not protest and lose that contract. So make sure you draft that joint venture agreement correctly. And then each joint venture agreement, there has to be an addendum for each opportunity. So you have the joint venture agreement. Then every time you go after an opportunity, there's an addendum to that joint venture that says, okay, now we're going out for this specific opportunity. This is how we're splitting the work 60-40. This is what the protege is bringing to the table. This is what the mentor is bringing to the table. And this is how this project's going to work. So you have your joint venture agreement, make sure it's solid, and then make sure you have an addendum for each opportunity that you go after and make sure that's solid, because that's what the SBA is going to look at in case of a protest. Is that all? And then the other thing that I'll say on joint ventures before I get into similarly situated is it's only good for 2 years, right? The joint venture, the MPA is good for 6 years. Your joint venture is good for 2 years after your award of your first contract. And our interpretation, and I think SBA agrees with us, is your first prime contract, right? So you create your joint venture, you get your first prime contract, that joint venture is good for 2 years after that award. That doesn't mean if you have 10 awards outstanding, in other words, you've submitted proposals, that doesn't mean you can't accept those 10. It just means that once you hit your 2 years, you can't bid on any new ones. Now, here's the thing. Under an MPA, you can have joint venture number 2, you can have joint venture number 3, and so forth. And the SBA has said at some point, one JV might be one too many, but as long as I was responsible for the program and as long as I've been outside the program, if it's under the mentor-protege agreement, and I've seen like 5, 6, they've never found affiliation between mentor or protege because of joint ventures. So there is a 2-year clock, but you can, once that 2 years clock's over, you can create joint venture number 2, joint venture number 3, et cetera. Any questions before I get into similarly situated real quick?
So it sounds like there is a difference between an MPP JV and just a standard JV, is that right? There's different rules and regs?
Yeah, so so to your point, you can do a joint venture between 2 smalls without an MPA. But you do 2 joint ventures, 3 joint ventures without an MPA between 2 smalls, and a good amount of your revenues are coming from those joint ventures, you can be found to be affiliated. Under an MPA, never. At least technically never. SBA holds out that at some point, but I've never found them to find affiliation for JVs between a mentor and protege. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the rule of
The 2-year limit?
2 years, but there's no 3 cap anymore, right?
No.
It's just unlimited.
That's a great question. The 3-2 rule. So yeah, the 3-2 rule. It used to be 3 contracts or 2 years, and then your JV was up. So even if you didn't get to the 2 years, but you already got 3 contract awards, you'd have to close down the JV. That's gone. So it's just 2 years, and then you can create JV number 2 and then JV number 3, et cetera. As long as you have that MPA relationship, I'd feel confident that you're not going to be found affiliated. If you do small to small JV, now that's a great point that you brought up, and I know we're running out of time. That's a great point that you brought up, small to small JV. So when we talked about this whole MPA relationship and the joint venture, it was with a graduated or an other than small. You can do a small to small JV without an MPA. As long as each partner to the joint venture is small for the NAICS code individually, then that JV is considered small. So if the NAICS code assigned to the contract was IT services and it's $37.5 million, as long as each partner is small for the $37.5 million NAICS code, they're not going to combine your revenues to determine if the JV is small, right? And whoever is the 51% owner of that joint venture, the designations and size follow from the 51% owner. So you can have a hub zone 8A, and the 8A is the 51% owner, the JV is an 8A. You can flip it around and then do hub zone 8A with the same partner and have the hub zone own 51%. But now you're running into, wow, I have 2 JVs with this same partner. How much revenues are coming from this partnership? Is there a potential for affiliation? That's the only thing I'd be considered. And the minority partner to the joint venture can still get 60%, even if it's small to small. Does that make sense? So real quick, so the mentor-protege program was a response to requirements getting larger and larger and more complex and complicated in the federal marketplace, right? If you sort of span the federal marketplace, you'll see requirements like, and I threw these acronyms out, I apologize, but OASIS, these are government-wide contracts, Alliant, government-wide contracts, STARS 3 is another 8A government-wide contract. And as a result of this, Congress thought about, well, how do we help small businesses participate? Because it's harder and harder to be able to qualify for these large requirements. The Mentor Protege program was one way. Another way is similarly situated. So remember I talked about performance of work requirements. If you're the prime 8A, you're supposed to do at least 50% of the work. If it's professional services, construction's different, limitations on subcontracting are 15%, specialty trade is different, it's 25%. But technically, if you go after a set-aside contract, you're women-owned, hub-zone, service-disabled 8A, the prime has to do the majority of the work, right? Because the requirements are getting more complex and larger, a lot of times the prime can't do 50% of the work. So Congress allowed and SBA implemented similarly situated. So if the prime and any similarly situated subcontractors get together, they together can do 50% of the work, but they have to be similarly situated. So if it was small business, then the prime plus any small business subcontractors can make up the 50%. If it was 8A, it can't be the 8A prime and another small business. It has to be the 8A prime and any 8A subcontractors have to do 50% of the work. This allows for teaming with similar 8As or similar women-owned small businesses to go after large, and it doesn't have to be 2, it can be 3 or 4, to go after larger and more complex contracts and still meet the limitations on subcontracting and performance of work requirements. Does that all make sense? Yeah? Okay, so I think oh, no, there's Yvette. I thought you had stepped out. So I think I'm gonna, since I didn't take a break, close a little bit early, is that good?
Yeah, unless you want to cover anything about the social disadvantage statement again?
No, is there any questions? Is there any 8A applicants out here? Potential 8A? You're 8A. Have you resubmitted or submitted your social disadvantage narrative?
I believe we're in the process of doing that.
Okay.
Yep.
So if you have any questions, let me know.
Okay.
Right? We have a good questionnaire and a template for submitting that. So to just a point of clarification, if you were already in the program, SBA has come back to everybody and said, hey, your BOS should have sent you an email. And they would have said, hey, you've been in the program because you got under one of the presumed classes, you now have to submit a social disadvantage narrative. And they've given some tight deadlines. What we have found is that those are deadlines in principle, but they're okay if you go over the deadline. They're not going to kick you out of the program. But make sure you respond to that. Make sure if you're an existing 8A and you haven't gotten an email, it might be that it went to your junk mail. So if you're an existing 8A, you should have gotten an email from the SBA that says, hey, your social disadvantage narrative is due. That's number one. Number two, if you were in the queue and you had applied to the 8A program but hadn't got in, SBA should have already come back to you and said, hey, you're in the queue, things have changed, you can't be presumed, you have to submit a social disadvantage narrative. And then for new applicants, Certify has been updated to include a section on social disadvantage narrative. The one thing that I'll say is, again, what I started this out with, they want at least two very specific examples. You can't be, and we had some clients that did this, right? They were like, well, you know, in college I was discriminated because of my ethnicity and my inability to, or my accent. In work I was discriminated. You can't be general. You can have an introduction that's general, but then you have to provide two very specific examples: who, what, where, when, and how. And then you have to give corroboration from potential witnesses that you can list. And remember, discrimination alone isn't sufficient. It's discrimination connected to an impact from that discrimination, right? I was discriminated, but that led to loss of education, loss of promotion, loss of ability to get a contract, loss of access to capital. Connect the dots, and then for all intents and purposes, that impact was from the discrimination, not something else. It wasn't because my credit was poor. My credit was just as good as anybody else. It wasn't because I wasn't qualified for the job, because I know everybody else had the same qualifications I did. So you have to, that's the last piece of the equation that you have to close. Any questions? No? No questions online or anything? No? Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank
I know
you.
I
Let's
spoke for
give
a
John
long
a
time.
round of applause. And again, these PowerPoints, I will send them after the training, as well as the live link that we are running right now. So for our online audience as well as in-house audience, we're about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. What we do is we take a quick break, 10 to 15 minutes, use the restroom, those online do the same, grab yourself some lunch. We do have lunch provided over here for you. So we're going to take a quick break, and then our online audience is going to see, we'll be back in a moment. And then for on-site here, please grab yourself a lunch and get comfortable, and then we'll get started on the lunch panel again.
My first impression of Res was amazing. I got to meet a lot of amazing people. I went to some events. I learned so much. When I sit and listen, I really do try to digest and take it in so that I can properly educate other people. We can come together and talk about important things within our communities, but we can also share Indigenous joy. I usually just stick around, I check out all the vendors and Native Bling. It's so cool to see all the artists here too. I love it.
We just want to welcome you and thank you so much for being here in this amazing space.
Thank you for joining us. Great information to improve Indian country.
Today we're in New York City at the beautiful Hard Rock Hotel owned by the Seminole tribe. There's some lucky attendees that are here today. They're getting the first-hand experience of what a Native Edge Institute is.
It's important to attend events like the Native Edge Institutes because of the resources that are here. Networking is always a big part of any event that we do at the National Center.
We like to pride ourselves in being the #1 connector in Indian country and for Indian country. So we're able to connect these different tribal nations to each other because we're everywhere in contact with everyone. We see what someone on the West Coast is doing versus someone on the East Coast isn't aware. So person A has something that person B needs, and we're able to connect those people.
And our goal is to expand globally. I'd really like to see our tribal enterprises and our Indian-owned businesses selling to the world and doing trade with the world.
I've been with the National Center since 1980. We're one of the first Native American government marketing assistance programs to introduce the 8A program to the Native American community. We've pretty much been there since the beginning.
And my tribe's super active with the National Center, calling, asking for consultation. They're looking into working with our export team on exporting rice and doing their agriculture.
For me, the 39 tribes in Oklahoma, we all have tourism groups. It would even be more beneficial to us if we had a museum, and the National Center, especially with the exports, could definitely get us there. They're going to Africa soon. They're doing great things.
We're going to South Africa and we're going to Ghana, and we're going to be meeting with businesses who are looking into importing and exporting. This being the first mission is pretty exciting. We're going to see what opportunities there are, and we can bring them back to our clients.
You know, economic development, we think about it as a circular economy. How can we share more of the resources that we have and expand on that and build it?
Our goal is to create more opportunities for investment into tribal communities and Native-led nonprofits. And we do that by advocating and working with tribal leaders and Native-led nonprofits.
Whenever you support a Native business or a tribally owned enterprise, that money doesn't go into the pocket of one person, of like a millionaire or billionaire. It goes into the pockets of a community. These tribes are assisting the local communities, the surrounding towns, the state that they reside in. Even though it's a sovereign nation within the state, they still provide financial assistance to the state by providing those jobs and supporting the local economies.
A system that has made tribes dependent. If we're allowed to be creative and to bring into our culture, elevate tribal ecological knowledge, then the outcomes will look quite different.
A lot of the communities that I went to when I was younger, you go there now and you see the growth, and that growth comes from the economic development that these tribes have done. Being able to provide resources and be an organization that can help move tribes and the businesses into their next level, that's something that I really enjoy.
We have clients that have been clients for years, and they've just pivoted and grown their businesses into other arenas. So I would love to see small business owners just reaching their goals. And if we can be a part of that, sign me up.
The number one thing that I've been blown away by is the belief that everything that we do can have a bigger impact on the community as a whole. We're doing some things here that nobody else in the country is doing.
We're always looking at those opportunities. What kind of businesses can we start, create, that we utilize our current expertise?
We are smack dab in the middle of a really diverse community. We really want to make a lot of good, positive changes for our community. We have to do something that'll change things forever.
We are the diversification effort of the Mille Lacs Band for government contracting. If gaming goes away for whatever reason, we want to be that, to be able to ensure that all the facilities that the tribe has can be maintained and we build more. And our goal is to ensure that happens for the next 1,000 years. We work a lot with our Anji Bamadizing program. That is our after-school youth mentorship. Tim Taggart Jr., who's actually a professional boxer, he's over that program, does a fantastic job. He teaches anything from golf, basketball, boxing, all kinds of sports. We just want to make sure that we take care of our people.
That's what kind of sets us apart, is I tried to build that relationship and rapport and actually get results versus try to view them as a number. Being able to help people with their nutrition, their health and wellness, to build something really, really simple and that works with their lifestyle is the best thing I've ever done.
Good morning. My name is Yvette Fielder. Thank you so much for being here at our Native Edge Institute, provided by the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development and funded in part by the SBA.
When you make a profit in a business, you need to do something socially and civically responsible. Instead of waiting for employees to come to us, we go out to poverty areas where there are people who don't have jobs, and then we provide whatever is missing, whether it's education or transportation, or maybe just some enthusiasm and optimism to get them started. We try to build business that way.
We're told as Anishinaabe, we all have gifts that we need to make sure we share. My goal was always to make a life better for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe.
Home ownership is for everybody. I'm a huge advocate for that, and I want everybody to be able to have a home and to feel comfortable in that whole process.
We're floor nurses. We are working in the trenches. We have created the Birth Equity Work Group, an education program to eliminate racism in healthcare. We need to be able to change our approach and our way in order to provide a safe birth for women.
How do we connect with these kids and get them into the programs? One of the things our friend Virgil Hill, who's a world champion boxer, member of the International Boxing Hall of Fame, has been advocating for is an all-native tournament that will be a qualifier for Team USA. We want to build toward the Olympics. We have the facilities here at Mille Lacs to support that, and it wouldn't surprise me if in the next 2 or 3 years we get to that point. We're a very unique tribe. We still stay agile, fun, cultural, everything we want to be, and we're doing great things in great places.
We live in such a wonderful place. We have all of the opportunities available for you. If you want to go to college, we'll support you. You want to get job training, we'll support you. Whatever you need, we are there to help you. And just tell us what you would like to see and what your dreams are, and we'll help in any way we can.
You're never going to know what you're going to get out of it until you just go. You just got to run with it.
Leave your mark. Do something that's going to be impactful.
That'd be my advice to other folks, is to do good things for other people, and you'll have all you need come back to you.
We have always looked 7 generations ahead. We never look for immediate successes. It's always about sustainability.
A big part of that is teaching our tribal citizens how to do it themselves. Become completely sovereign or independent on providing our own food, producing it locally.
I think incorporating buffalo back into our diet is very important. It wasn't just a cultural food that we were so used to eating, but even just looking at the nutritional side of it, it's so much more leaner.
We currently have around 150 buffalo on the property. Right now we are focused on building out the infrastructure at the ranch, which requires the fencing, water.
I think it's so important to be involved with the community because it builds trust. That's another thing that I'm really proud of here at Redco is they take community input very serious and they do something to change it immediately.
There isn't any time to reinvent the wheel. Supporting local small businesses, native owned, is what we have to start doing.
The National Center is critical to tribal businesses, to small businesses.
I see them supporting tribal enterprises and the growth of those within the United States.
Connecting them to government contracting, marketing services.
I think it's a good step forward to making relationships.
I'm actually going to take a lot of this information back to several people back on our reservation that I know are starting to try and open their own business.
Our mission is to spark a prairie fire food movement to indigenize our food system.
I see a lot of progress. I'm excited about the new opportunities to preserve our sovereignty and to work on our common needs.
This is where Native should be on the forefront with their businesses.
Food sovereignty work doesn't have to be what we're doing. I think it's anything around learning how to cook, learning how to hunt, learning how to grow your own food. Going forward, I would love to see people's mind shifts around what is healthy food. It doesn't have to taste gross to be healthy.
I would like for people to remember what their Lakota values are because those values will guide you.
Indian-owned businesses can flourish and support one another and just move down this green path together.
I'm really proud of our partnership with the National Center just because of the fact that there are common values on really elevating and celebrating Indigenous talent.
We're doing more business-to-business relationships within our tribal communities, where there are partnerships that can be forged that are supporting an intertribal trade network.
My dreams when I open my own coffee house is to have native coffee roasters in my coffee house, clear from the East Coast all the way to the West Coast, and the coffee's good.
I use this company platform to give opportunity to our community to build careers, not just jobs, careers. We're just trying to take care of our people that way.
This is an excellent opportunity for someone like me who just hasn't had the exposure or any opportunity. This is great for me.
We're just looking to build relationships with larger companies to
gain, bigger contracts and be able to expand.
This is a perfect room for you to be able to see other businesses that have, leveraged some of those resources and opportunities. And this is a great place to make those types of connections and to find resources.
Eventually, we want to do our own roasting. So that's one of the things that will hopefully be in the near future, and then opening our own commercial kitchen.
For me, this is power. This is strength. To see that in full display today with all the different nations represented, groups and individuals, it's beautiful.
How can I show up at work as my unapologetically, authentically Indigenous self every single day? How do I bring my Indigenous values to the workplace? How do I serve my community? Those are my questions.
You make an impact in the community, you show up with a strong brand and with strong product, and then you continue to build relationships with other corporations and nonprofits that want to do this same work. And that's where we're going to see our community, especially our youth, truly uplifted.
We want to come and be impactful. So if there's an area where we could be most impactful, then I'm all in and I want to be part of that opportunity.
Tribal leaders, members of Congress, top CEOs, business owners, and artisans from all over the country have gathered here to share ideas, network, and help push Indian country into the future.
The most prestigious networking event where natives gather.
Go to the matchmaking sessions, exchange business cards, make contacts.
I'm here excited about Res. I'm excited about the new 40 Under 40.
It is just amazing. The tribal leaders, the business leaders, the entrepreneurs, the artists, everybody, we are all gathered here to celebrate the possibility of opportunity.
You've got to have that absolute confidence in yourself to say, got to make it happen. Sharpen those tools.
If I've learned anything, it's the power of building your network. These relationships can create opportunities that you could have never imagined.
Our people have been disadvantaged over the years, but if you look at the opportunities that present themselves today, they are tremendous for the Native community.
Coming from a Mexican-American immigrant background, having access to these kinds of things can be difficult, and so we tell our community and we tell others that this is important and they should pay attention.
With all of the activities that the National Center works to progress, having that kind of resource brings some opportunity.
Something that we've done over the last year and a half was we started a national beer collaboration, and the whole intent around that was to create awareness around the history of Native people, but to also acknowledge the contributions that we're currently making today and taking proceeds from those sales and investing them in Native nonprofits.
As Native people, we're very vision-oriented naturally, and I think that's an extreme strength for us. And I would just encourage, more folks to look in that direction.
OnTech Incorporated, though we have done extremely well, many of our family members, our ancestors, the Native people have been entrepreneurs long before I have. They're the forefront of being a business owner and negotiating and contracting and building a business. I follow in their footprints.
Take those risks. Any fear that you may have, some doubts, that is just in that moment. Just meeting other individuals, definitely learn that integrity is a lot more important in your business than anything.
The NCAIED, their team, and the Native Age program does a great job in guiding anybody that would be interested in whether you're starting a company, whether you're up and running, or whether you're just trying to survive out there, in helping not just tribal-owned businesses, but Native American Indians that are entrepreneurs.
If you do what you love, you can't go wrong, because once you start and you're very passionate about what you do, you put a lot of work, a lot of thought into it, then things start falling into place.
The ability to utilize your time and take a risk and ask someone. And I think there's really a great opportunity for us Native people to pioneer and go into new spaces.
There's always important ways of learning things better and learning. I didn't walk in knowing federal government contracting. You've mastered something, and if you haven't quite mastered it yet, then go off and learn it well from someone who has mastered it.
That's what develops leadership. That's what develops character. I think it's extremely important if you have a small business to pursue those opportunities. Take advantage of those advantages.
I'm a recipient of my ancestors thinking about the next generations. The lineage that comes after you. Protect that they have more than what you had.
It's a Native entrepreneur-owned business or a tribally owned business. It's really impactful. Those dollars circulate back within the community, and I think that's the real value in supporting Native businesses.
As Natives, acknowledging our relationship and how we can relate to each other in our day-to-day challenges, but also sharing those opportunities help sustain the culture, the traditions, the language, no matter what we do.
All these leaders have different experiences, but they all share the same values when it comes to community. I'm here today to learn about the different industries that made successful at it.
I came today to the National Center's seminar here in San Diego as I saw some of the speakers and I was interested in what they had to offer. It's been very informative as I continue, the creation of my brand.
Organizations like this is specified for tribal citizens or people of color, and because of that, you can really get to know the leadership, you can get to know other people really well, and they have that time for you.
This being a forum to converse with individuals that are decision makers or connected to decision makers in Indian country.
What have you got to lose? All you have is knowledge to gain. I think if you just participate in conversations, shake hands, learn other people's journey, the next day you would have only gained something.
I'm the president of Sovereign AI, the Native woman-owned mother-daughter business, a tool that we're developing for tribal nations and tribal organizations to better understand resources such as ChatGPT to more efficiently put out briefs, memos.
Founder and CEO Rhymes with Reason. It's a gamified platform ultimately meant to make learning engaging and make literacy and test preparation, skill building accessible for this generation of kids.
I own Red Leaf America, a personal care brand. I want to create a conditioner that I can put in my hair, put on my body, I can shave with it, rinse off, and I'm conditioned from head to toe. My clan is the Water Buster clan. We have to protect water. My brand will make you get in and out of the shower faster, conserving water, and water is life.
Storytelling is a part of tradition, and I noticed that sharing their story and their business growth was actually very helpful, especially in the tribal sense, because you could understand that, hey, these are people just like you to run your business community-centered and community-focused.
I had some preliminary conversations about bringing our program to Africa. I'm very interested in working with the Export Center on it.
Resources, education, information was key to my success, and that's why it's important for me to show up. Invest in your emotional intelligence for the gain of whatever it is that you're looking for.
I just want to encourage the young people to start their own businesses and to engage in these kinds of events, just taking that extra step and actually doing it. highly recommend it.
Looking at leaders that I look up to this day still, they were vulnerable. They weren't afraid to be wrong. They weren't afraid to open up about the personal reasons why they're doing what they're doing.
You see so many different styles of leadership. For me, I always knew that I wanted to work for community. I wanted to work on behalf of our tribes to tell the stories of our amazing Indigenous athletes.
Everybody has such a different story. It's really amazing working with the Native American community and seeing what it means to show up as a leader for your community.
Your voice matters, intentionality, and how you communicate with others really, really matters. Just be a sponge and take it in, have that awareness around connections that you're making within your different organizations, your different tribal communities. That's also going to help empower your communities to move the work forward.
We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them, that I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone as a small business owner, that is the key.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the National Center. We've been attending the Reservation Economics Summit for the past 4 years. We've been able to network with people and get their stuff and put them in our store. It's cool to be able to have Native brands through a Native store, and I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that.
When you have more wealth, then you're able to give back to others. And I think that's something that I've seen with our small businesses.
I could see the need of our community. I had a dream and a vision. I wanted to start my own charity foundation. We've been able to accomplish many different things. We've been able to purchase a van that operates every day here within the Seneca Nation to be able to move our members to and from medical appointments that they may have. We've been able to make a difference.
We got it was a $160 million municipal bond, and with that money, we built 2 sports complexes, 3 water towers, early childhood learning that our members can have a place to put their kids that are safe and that we have control of. Whatever money we don't spend, we give it right back to the nation, and the nation will reinvest it in other places.
I'm very excited that our youngsters are getting more educated and going to colleges and come back and help out and build this Seneca Nation more. That's how we keep staying diverse and keep moving forward.
There's a lot that happens when you have that human-to-human networking experience. It provides an opportunity and stepping stone to learn from one another.
Do your research, find us, and use us. My clients can call me anytime and ask me questions about government contracting.
And that's what we do. We help you do government contracting, whatever it may be, helping you get registered, helping you find opportunities.
We have a really beautiful land and we have really beautiful people, and we want people to know about us. We want people to know that we're here. This is where our people are from. This is our homeland.
Our members are seeing their uncles, their fathers, and that are doing this, giving them a little bit of encouragement and confidence that they can do the same also.
If you have a concept, if you have an idea, find a way to get started as soon as you can. Find that path and you can make it.
When you look at it, our ancestors, they were working hard, thinking about the future. Wintertime's coming, get wood. Springtime's coming, gotta plant. Our job is how do we figure out to improve our economies so that we can live a happy, great life.
This is your business. This is your life. If this is the way you provide for your family, why wouldn't you give it your best?
All right, it looks like we're back online, and we're going to get settled back into our chairs for the next panel, the leadership panel, our leadership lunch panel. And Aaron Abrahamson from our team will be moderating this session. And we have Dr. Sydney Shorter. Why don't you come on up, as well as Mr. Hart. And then we have Latia Castro that said she was en route. So we're going to go ahead, and she's on the end here. If she happens to pop in, then she can just join us. And then, so that would mean our other two speakers can go ahead and present. And Aaron has some questions. Don't believe we have any PowerPoints for this session, correct? Dr. Sydney, you don't have a PowerPoint, right? You were just going to speak. Okay. Aaron, thank you.
Don't hit that against that. So our panel today is on leadership. And so, as Yvette said, my name is Erin Abrahamson. I'm the Chief of Staff at the National Center. And then we have Dr. Sydney Shorter. She's President and CEO of the Utah Black Chamber of Commerce. And then John Hart with the Small Business Administration. And so to start it off, we'll give a little bit, we'll give each panel a little bit of time to introduce themselves, about themselves and their organizations that they work for. So we'll start with Dr. Sydney Shorter.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Sydney Shorter. I'm the President and CEO of the Utah Black Chamber of Commerce, as well as the Director of the Minority Business Development Agency for the state of Utah. And that's really the role I'm sitting in today. MBDA is new to the state of Utah, but MBDA has been a part of the Department of Commerce for 53 years. There were 6 states in the country that did not have an MBDA as of last year. Utah was one of them. We sit within the organization called the Mill through the Salt Lake Community College system. And so we are very privileged to have this program here in Utah. But please know, as we talk about this, we are not bound by the state of Utah. We can work anywhere in the country. And so we'll dive into that, but most of my comments today will really weigh heavily on the social impact aspect of leadership in businesses.
Good afternoon. My name is John Hart. I'm the regional advocate for the Office of Advocacy at the Small Business Administration. I'm here filling in for my colleague, Ekta Marcoulier, who's the regional administrator for the Small Business Administration. Our office advocacy is actually affiliated with SBA, but we are one of the few federal independent agencies in that we represent people to the U.S. government. We don't represent the government to the people, so it's a little bit different. I'm not here to talk about, well, I am because I'm filling in for Ake, to talk about several of the SBA programs that impact and help the Native American community, but my office specifically is designed and geared independent so that we help small businesses get through the federal regulatory process. We are also the Small Business Data Clearinghouse. We collect a bunch of small business data. I have a few examples of that. It's also online. But part of what we do is try to help the small business community in general, but a lot of the diversified communities, especially the Native American communities, in this federal regulatory process and through a lot of the federal programs. So I'll talk a little bit more about those, but I just wanted to give a quick introduction. Thank you.
Okay, so for our first part of this panel, in our panel description, there is the part of why an impact statement is important and what should it include. So our question to the panelists is, with the work that you guys do, why would you recommend an impact statement to anybody that you work with, and why it is important for them to have it?
Well, let's start with organizations are built with people. People are really the structure of your business. And part of when you talk about the social impact, your organization must take care of the people that they employ. So that's where you start. And we can get into fair hiring practices, paying fairly. All of those things are incorporated in what your social impact is as a business. Because if I'm not paying someone fairly, there is some social impact to that, to the broader community beyond my actual physical business. So that is very important. But then it's also, how are you treating your neighbors? I know there's someone here, the gentleman who has is it a vineyard or a winery, or that type of thing? Or are you farming? How are you being kind to your neighbors? Are you dumping waste and then it's bleeding over to your neighbors? It has some type of impact to them as well. So I'll kind of stop there and pass the mic. But it is really important to understand your social impact when you are doing business. Are you causing harm? Are you doing good? Are you taking care of those that are in your employ? Those are your neighbors, those in the community around you.
I think Dr. Shorter is absolutely correct. I think, and the topic here is incredibly important today from an enterprise point of view, a corporate point of view, even a government point of view. It's the idea of understanding the need for community development, community being small communities, actually being corporations, being part of the whole cycle, part of the whole ecosystem, to use terms. And it's evident in what we're seeing just in the news stories when you see large corporations that are thankfully moving away from the 80s cycle of greed is good, greed is everything, greed is just make money. I hate to say, I traded bonds in the 80s and 90s and as part of my first job, so I understand and saw this firsthand. But am glad that we've seen a shift and a change. When you look at the news on some days and you see corporations pulling out of cities that are and states that are engaged in a more of a cultural repression or have a negative impact, and I think corporations are understanding that. Part of this is again, thankfully fueled by the generation I still can't figure out, I think I'm Generation X, I'm old enough, I'm just past at some level, but I think the millennials and the Generation Zs and so forth are getting more engaged, and they are breaking out of that, we'll just go out and make money and that's your life. I think people want to see that there's something more than that. And you're seeing the younger generations, the 20s, the 30s, and even the youngers. I have friends of mine who have kids who are asking the right questions. What about this? What about this? And it's not just a question of, well, my family makes a ton of money, or they're involved and they're giving back. And I think that's just incredibly important. It's a term called legacy. That they want to see the impact isn't just a huge financial donation. It's something that they've contributed for. I think it's something you can feel more proud of. And these are important that everyone, including businesses, large businesses, small businesses, and as I said, governments from municipalities, state and federal governments ought to continually be focused on. It's not just a one-time endeavor. It's a continual change that people need to understand and highlight and pass on. So I'd like to pass it on to our new panelist, and she can introduce herself and talk more about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here. My name is Latia Perry. I am a certified somatic breath coach. I specialize in 9D transformational breath work. What that means is I teach people how to breathe properly and in a way that helps them to release energy blocks in their body that they've held on to since birth that might be causing them stress and anxiety in their adulthoods or high school or elementary.
Our question, what we've been kind of focusing on, is just the impact that the businesses have. So why is it important? So we've kind of touched on the social impact and economic impacts of businesses and why it's important.
So I think that my personal business is important because, look, I'm being very honest right now. What we are doing isn't working. What we are doing in indigenous country is not working. We have all these programs for health, mental health, but our people continue to become ill and sick. So it's not working. I come from a standpoint of a preventative sort of standpoint. So my business helps people to reconnect with their mind and body through the way that they breathe. There's a breathing technique for everything. I see that we're all having food at this point. There's a breathing technique that will help you to digest your food after you're done eating. There's a breathing technique to help you sleep, to help activate you if you are sleepy and like you don't want to be sleepy. There's one that will help to bring you down if you're too anxious.
So we heard earlier today in the welcome with Travis, and he gave his welcome, and he touched on the point of hiring great leadership. And one thing that can be sometimes said is that it's easy to hire the people that you know, and he did touch on it. And so let's give a little on why it's important to hire great leadership, and what that leadership can do to drive the impacts that the businesses have on their communities.
Thank you for that question. I come from a space of believing and understanding that everyone is a leader, and all organizations should operate from that model. And the reason why I say that is because we do function in a hierarchy within a business structure. But what's really important is that every employee, every person understands that they are leading in the role that they are standing in. And it does not mean that the greeter at the door is not a leader, because that company is depending on that greeter. Their revenue is tied to that greeter. And that greeter should have the sense of, I am leading this and I am responsible and I am accountable for this entire business, just in how you enter. Because at the end of the day and at the beginning of the day, when you walk into that business, we want you to leave your money there, right? It's the economics behind it. And so we have to have that approach that everyone is a leader, everyone deserves that respect, everyone has that accountability. But most importantly, people leaders should absolutely have empathy. And I'm listening to my co-panelist here, and I think about being here in Utah. I come from Louisiana. I come from a state where I would say, kind of broadly, but with some hesitation, no one really cares how well you breathe. But you can't approach your work without your breath. And the fact that there is something that is focused on that, even coming to Utah to lead a chamber of commerce and understanding how business is approached here in Utah, when I look at what healthcare benefits look like in Utah, it gives me the indication that leaders care, because this is not what it looks like in other parts of the country. And so that is really important. And as a small business, you don't have to be a municipality or a government or a community college system to care about your employees, to make sure that their health is important, to help them understand that you recognize their value, respect them, and expect them to lead in whatever role they're in. I'm an entrepreneur. My backstory is I've been an entrepreneur since I was 7. I had a responsibility to my family's business. They never checked my math, anything like that. The expectation was there, and I walked into that. We have to lead our employees the same way. I talk about job descriptions. I call them job prescriptions. If you are hiring a professional to do a job, you don't have to tell them how to do it. What you really should be telling them is, here's the intended outcome, based on you being the expert, based on you being educated, based on you being a leader in this role. But what happens is we write a prescription, we say it's a job description, we hand it to that person who is the expert, and we have now told the expert, this is exactly how I want you to do it. But when they don't deliver, you want to fire them. But they did it how you told them to do it. Did you think to ask, how would you do this? You're educated in this, you have the experience, you're the expert. That's the first indication that you even expect them to lead or believe that they can lead. I'll stop there because I'll start preaching.
No, I'm listening and loving it. I'm Dr. Shorter. Dr. Shorter's really hitting it on the head here, and I think that's correct. And again, this topic about it, I think, is you can dive into it all day long. But I think from a management point of view, leaders, and you're exactly correct, they delegate, they empower their employees top to bottom. And I think that is, I've had many different professions, so as to say, and been in different industries and worked for a ton of different people, and I've seen the benefits, and I've seen where you don't have that. So it's good to have some of that experience to be able to comment on it. But I do think that the education part is important, and I do think it's important for leaders to understand that you never stop learning, and you should always challenge yourself, whether you're the CEO of a company or the first guy in the door, accountant 101, or like you said, the guy who greets you at the door. You always are learning, and the leaders are always challenging their employees to learn. And as well as themselves. And I think that, to me, that education part has been one of the most critical in my experience, but in other people that I've seen succeed, and other people both as succeed up the ladder, but those who were at the top of the ladder. I remember I have several graduate degrees and some undergraduate degrees. I've been at more colleges and universities than I can remember, and going back to my days in high school and so forth, hundreds of professors and teachers. I remember like about 4 or 5 of them, and they were specifically the ones that if they said, listen, I'm here to teach you, and if you don't learn it, that's your problem. They instead said, listen, I'm here to teach you. If you don't learn it, that's my problem. And I think it's important that I've always held on to that, because I did have one of my professors explain that. And 30 years later, I still think about it. And that's just kind of an analogy that in business culture and in government too, that we all ought to think about. And it is important for us to, as I said earlier, talk about legacy and talk about empowering our employees, not just our employees, but our community and everyone around us. It is part of that giving back kind of attitude, but it's the educational part that, and understanding that you're helping other people grow and you're helping other people expand, and that comes with some challenge, but it is important. And I think everyone who thinks about having that attitude that it's my problem if you're not learning or if you're not growing, I've always felt that, and I always try, and that helps spur me on and challenges me to move forward. And I hope that any little aspects like this, if people can take out, those are things that I think are important to me. To highlight what Dr. Shorter said. I will pass on the mic too.
So I'm going to spin this a little bit. I'm here to help the leaders of the workplace, of the Native American peoples, leaders in their societies. For example, I'm a medicine woman for the Navajo tribe. Medicine men and medicine women in Navajo tribes are seen as the leaders of the society. But what we're seeing is, or what I'm seeing is an overwhelm among medicine men and medicine women from all over. An overwhelm of helping so many people who need the help from them. And what happens when these people are overwhelmed is they get stressed, right? And when they're stressed out, they're not as inclined to help as many people that they want to, or who ask them for help. And how they're managing that is they're asking for hundreds of dollars from these people for their service, which should be free for them. So one thing that I'm actively doing now is I'm providing breath work for medicine men through Navajo, and in that way it's helping them to release their overwhelm. And they have told me that after breathing, they have told me that they aren't wanting to ask for a big fee anymore from the people who are asking for help from them. And I'm also helping business owners in the area be the best they can be at what they do.
Okay, thank you. So before we go on to the 45-minute session can go by pretty quickly. And so before we go on to the last question and just closing remarks from the panelists, is there anybody that has any questions for anybody that's up here? I have it in my hand.
My question, I guess, to the panel is, we hear a lot about servant leadership, and sort of, as a leader, one of your objectives is really to help people do the best job they can and clear the path for them, because if they're successful, you're successful. How do you implement that in a work environment? Or what is your perspective of implementing that in a work environment? And have you found that to be successful?
Let me reiterate the question for the people that are online. And so the question was in regards to servant leadership and how, wait. How do you implement it in, and then there was another part of that, wasn't there?
I think that was the gist of it, right?
Okay. So how to implement servant leadership?
I'll start with, I put it in business terminology, LLC. You listen, you learn, and you're compassionate. But the other thing I do believe in, I call it me, model expectations. It's very frustrating to not lead out, model what you're expecting, but expect your employees to deliver on that, because they are always looking to you. They're always listening for you. And it's evidence. The evidence is always there. And so the modeling is the part. And it's not hard to model if you're really listening, if you're learning, being honest about the culture of your organization. I spend more time working with organizations being honest about their culture. When they talk about, we want to have a diverse workforce, we want to diversify our leadership, right? I have had conversations with major corporations on this topic. One organization, I went to have that conversation and I could not get in the building, indicated what their culture was. We had a very good meeting. They had done their research. They were ready to make the investment. And what I had to share with them is that all of this is wonderful and this sounds great, but we are having this conversation at this table among leaders that have not modeled this. But you're willing to pay for it. It will be a wasted investment. And so what I shared with them is, don't admonish or punish your security guard. He is modeling the culture that's here. Now, to change that culture, and what I shared with them, we have scheduled a meeting for 2 months from now. If I am the only black person that they see between now and then, there is no reason for you to admonish them, because he has not seen any change in the culture. Now, we had some very strategic conversations with specific outcomes and outlined some work that could happen. I said, now, if you begin to implement that, and perhaps he may see people of color and other nationalities come through the doors, he will now begin to see that there is a shift. But if you admonish and punish him for doing what you've already modeled, that is no benefit to anyone. So you have to model it. You can't just preach it, but you also have to listen, you have to learn, and you have to be compassionate.
It's hard for me to add anything to that, because that was pretty much what I was thinking, and hopefully, John, that answered your question. But I think you're exactly right. I think it's Dr. Short, I'm sorry, is exactly right. I think it takes that communication, that level of communication, that level of commitment. It takes, it's a form of. Incentives aren't just, a reward system like a monetary so forth. I mean, I think what we talked about, part of this is the incentives are, people need to understand that idea is something beyond, it's something bigger. When you're saying the incentive here is commitment to the community and commitment to give it back, not just the bottom line. You see that in this idea of triple net worth kind of bottom lining things. And that part of what this was is how do you develop that culture, like Dr. Shorter said. It can be difficult for industries that are legacy industries that have been long time committed, decades, generations, so forth, to bring in that idea. The concept of change is hard to accept. You say, hey, I'm here, I'm successful, why should I, what's the, if it's not broke, don't fix it kind of thing. But I think it is important that you have to commit to that, but you have to communicate those ideas. That's where the concept of mission statement and so forth comes about, that people don't understand like why they're there and what they're really doing, and understand they're in a fluid environment where if you don't, if you can say, well, I'm going to be the rock and nothing's going to change me. Well, then everything will change around you, and you just may not be part of it. I've worked with, on one example, I've worked with, on the kind of concept of statements, I've worked with mayors and governors and from a political point of view, that I say, why are you running? What do you stand for? And they can't answer the question. And the same thing is true with people that, when we work with small businesses, when I say, what do you do? Like, what's your mission statement? And that's a concept, I learned it somewhere in my business school, but I don't think I really understood it until now. When people go into a long diatribe, it's something easy or something simple that you need to be able to hold. From someone who's starting a business or running a business, whether it's a small mom and pop business or a small, dozen people or so forth. SBA, as you know, defines small businesses as under 500 employees. That number's kind of crazy. I hope I don't get in trouble for saying that, but, because most of the businesses, I don't know in this state, but I think in Colorado, it's probably true, but like in Montana, the average size of the business across the whole state is like, I think 7 or 8 employees. So there's a big, huge cultural difference between something like that. But even when I talk to some of the small businesses or the larger, medium-sized or larger businesses, the idea of what do you stand for, what are you trying to do? I think people do get lost in that, well, I'm make money and make my quarterly payments, make the stock go up, but they just kind of miss some of that. And again, back to what we've talked about, is it is really important for those at the top. Now, maybe they've been there for 30 years and they just kind of don't care as long as their stock options are doing okay. But if new people come in and they work up the ladder, if you have employees who are working up, who are really committed to it, like I said earlier, these next generations are committed to it and they do respond to it. If they see a company and they have a choice between buying a soft drink from someone who doesn't care, just wants to expand in markets and burn down forests and so forth, or someone who's going to say, you know what, we're not going to go do business with this state because they're infringing on rights. I kind of hinted on that earlier. These generations are making that decision for the companies. So for these CEOs of the bigger companies and so forth. Now, for the smaller mom and pop shops and so forth, I think they're committed to it as well. I know they want to start, and the SBA and other government agencies are committed to helping people start businesses, grow businesses, survive, thrive, expand, and so forth. And it is important for us to try and highlight that. And maybe it's not in my, as a federal official, it's not in my official title to go do that. I'm also a public servant, which I kind of put higher than a federal official, as is everyone, the president, all these guys in Congress right now who are debating, squabbling about everything from anyone. But it's that commitment to serve the public, which, I think it is important for us to try and dictate that as much as we can in any way possible. It's part of the human race kind of thing. So I'm rambling a bit, but there you go.
I don't have anything to add. They said everything I wanted to say.
So we're in the last 7 minutes of our panel. And so it was not necessarily the last question. It's more of an advice type thing. In the room, online, the National Center serves businesses of all sizes, from it could just be the one business owner up into tribal corporations that have hundreds of employees. And so as far as the audience goes, just kind of your advice. Sorry, Jack. Just kind of your advice on effective leadership, and just closing out, anything else that you have to say. So, sorry, let me put that a little better. Just what kind of advice would you give? Just general advice. Like I said, we have businesses from just a single employee business owner, like an artisan, to, large tribal corporations that have hundreds of employees. And so just basic, and again, the age range of those two and the generations that come between them, just kind of how would your advice be to them?
I think the DNA is the same. I don't think the DNA deviates from whether you're a solopreneur or you're a multi-billion-dollar international corporation. The DNA is the same. And I believe that the DNA really requires us to be conscious beyond just ourselves and the bottom line. Our generations that we are leaving things to are demanding that of us. And it would behoove us all to be respectful and responsive. I really don't call it cancel culture. I call it conscious culture. Cancel culture was Tulsa, when you drop bombs on a community. That's cancel culture. Getting called out about being insensitive or not caring about others in some way in your business absolutely is first. And as an entrepreneur, it should, but I am a servant leader. So I am always conscious of who I am serving, who benefits from what I am doing other than my bottom line, because it spreads far. And so I believe that having a conscious, always listening, always learning, but also being responsive to what you've heard, responding to that. And it may require some investment. It may require a pivot. But what we have seen and experienced is that it can also be invaluable, sustainable, and can propel you in the minds of people that hold the dollars that you want them to release to invest into your business. And I call buying a candy bar an investment. That is an investment. I've put my dollars there. There is some return I expect from that candy bar, right? So I expect that you made a great product. So I am an investor. I'm not just a consumer. And so I think having that mindset and understanding that DNA for good leadership, good business practices, being socially responsible, being kind to the environment, and most of all, being kind and understanding to people is required for everyone in business.
Wow. Yeah. What she said, no. She did very eloquent and spot on, and I think there's not a whole lot I can add. I do believe in kind of final comments on this stuff on leadership is exactly what Dr. Shorter said. I think it's flexibility in your thinking and understanding change, like I mentioned earlier. But one interesting, I had a friend of mine say, my father, who was a very learned man, and he told me one time, I asked him, I said, what do you think the biggest sin we as a culture, but we individually have? And without missing a beat, he said, ignorance. And he said, what we don't understand, we fear. What we fear, we can get angry at. And the hostility ensues. And every minute of every day you see news about this, and it does sadden me. But I think part of that, like I said, is the solution to that is education. The solution to that is knowledge. The solution to that is flexibility. I'm aged person, and I still want to learn. I think it's just having the desire to do it. Sometimes I'm pretty set in my beliefs, but then I have to, step back and kick myself a bit and say, hey, don't you open your mind up and be a little bit more understanding, because I do run across a lot of people who say things like, well, the Denver Broncos are a terrible team. And I say, well, who the hell, you get in a fight and talk about football or sports. And you see all this happen. And I mean, simple example, but I think part of it is that you're never going to have the exact same understanding and belief as the person sitting next to you, but you should have a compassion towards them, and you should be willing to be open in your mind and to educate yourself when you don't know it. One of the first things you should do is understand your limitations and understand your shortfall, and not be so 100% convinced that I'm certain exactly on this thing, on either side of a political argument or a world conflict or whatever. There's still always things to be learned. Education, history. Really quick, my father grew up in a very small farming community in Kansas, Ottawa, Kansas, in the 40s and 50s, where he told me in middle school, I think 7th or 8th grade, he took classes in civics. He took classes in economics, philosophy, and Latin. I mean, this was one of these kind of very small communities where there was probably a few hundred people, maybe 1,000 people. But he learned. I remember I had social studies or things like that, but I didn't take Latin. But I don't see the same level of people having some of that education. And part of the education, and again, back and I'll pass on, there is a thing called intellectual curiosity. Learn what study what you know, but study what you don't know. And again, it gets back into overcoming the sin of ignorance. So for business leaders, for members of the human race, I think these are things that we really ought to focus on. So anyway, thank you.
My advice would be to walk the walk, like they have both said, because you can't lead anyone any further than like you have walked yourself. And it can be scary. I'm the only one in my business. I did this all by myself from scratch with help from the community, the programs. I have had help, but I'm the only one in my business. It can be scary, but understanding that changing your perspective on being scared and being afraid, like for example, having fear is just courage becoming known, if that makes sense, right? You can either fear everything and walk away, or face everything and rise. Yeah, face everything and rise. And that will help you flourish into the beautiful butterfly that you're meant to be.
Thank you. Thank you guys for the panel. It is time. So I want to say again, thank you from the National Center for coming and being a part of our Native Edge Institute here in Salt Lake
Thank you for
City.
having us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm moderating it. Oh. Got him. Thank you. So, we're ready for our next. Can you hear me? So our next panel that we have Andy Bradford, owner of Dandy IT, and we met Andy almost 3 years ago. And he's been doing all of our IT work for the National Center since then and doing a great job. He's got us to be a very secure. We went from having no kind of security to Andy has done really well with the National Center. And so this is his first NEI with us. And so we welcome Andy to come up. A little louder. I'll take that one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello? All right. Well, thank you for that, Erin. I appreciate it. Let's see, there's the clicker. Okay. So I think you all have my bio. Erin did a great job of kind of showing. I'll give you another quick summary. I've been working in the IT industry for over 16 years. During that time, I've worked for some bigger companies like Entrada, which is here in Utah, Dell, and the National Center. All right. Can you hear me better now? Good. I've started multiple companies, multiple IT companies that are doing well. And I've worked for hundreds of small, medium-sized businesses. I'm here today to show you, or to share with you what I've learned and on how to protect yourself and understand the threats that we are facing today. In medieval England, there was a woman named Bella Hell. Her story starts when her father passes away. Bella Hell, at the time, was barely of age and the sole inheritor of his property. Finances quickly came due, and she realized to keep going, she was going to have to sell some of her property. But in medieval England, this wasn't an easy thing. Because, you see, she was a woman in medieval England, and back at that time, women weren't generally allowed to own land or to do business by themselves. Additionally, in trying to do business, she had a few other issues. In starting a business, you have to have trust. You have to be able to trust the business that you're doing business with. She hadn't established this yet. She did not have a title or other business requirements. She didn't have power. Her level of influence was small. And she didn't have history, or specifically transaction history. She'd never sold her property before. She'd never done anything like this before. That didn't stop Bella. Bella was determined, so she went out and she got a wax sill. She went and found a buyer, made up a contract, and was able to sell her land. Now, like any good entrepreneur, you don't see it as a one-time transaction. She saw it as she learned a skill, she developed a skill, and she found something that she could market. So she started doing this as a business. She proved that even though she was in medieval England, she could do this. She started selling more property and even buying low and selling high. She became a good business owner, a good businesswoman. And as she sold more and progressed, she grew in confidence. She grew in wealth. And over the next 10 years, she was a very successful businesswoman. Now what you may be asking is, what does medieval England have to do with cybersecurity? The answer is this wax seal. It's also the same reason we know the story. But you see, back in medieval England, and really throughout all time, we've had the same problem, which is how to protect our data. In medieval England, the solution was one of their solutions was a wax seal. So the wax seal was able to protect a letter because it was designed to break. They would stamp it on a letter, and you knew that if a letter arrived to you without breaking, that letter had not been opened. If the seal had been broken, it had been opened. This meant that you could trust it. If you received a letter that came in the mail, or that came and it had that seal in place, you could trust that letter. It was from the intended person, and it also was unaltered. Today, this is data security. This is what we're trying to do in cybersecurity. Now, one of our other problems was class. And the wax is a symbol of class, partly because it was passed down, or it was initially used by the ruling class and by the wealthy. But it also became required to do business. In order to do business or to do contracts, they would use the wax seal the same way that we use signatures today. Today, it's one of the requirements, or the requirements for us today is compliance. We have sets of rules to ensure that we have the data protection in place for each industry and depending on what you're doing. The wax seals symbolize power or credibility. Now, for us, this is also authentication. The wax seals would have a coat of arms that when seen, you would know exactly who it was from. You would say, hey, that is the coat of arms of this lord or this lady, and you'd know exactly who it was. Their power and their influence would be able to be spread because you knew that it came from them, that the letter was unopened, you could trust it. And the other thing that another thing wax seals symbolize for us is history. They're part of the history. Well, they're part of history. They were used for transactional history, but we also know of the story because historians were able to take these wax seals and on the contracts Bella used, put them together and create the story. For in the cybersecurity world, in the IT world, we call these backups. We should all have backups. All right, so let's get down to it. What is cybersecurity? Well, I've already touched on the issue. The issue is protecting our data. Now with cyber, we're trying to protect it on your electronic devices. Whether it's your computer, your server, mobile, we're trying to protect your data on these devices. Why should you care? Because in the US alone, just last year, Americans lost $10 billion to cyber attacks. But don't worry. And the cyber industry, the cyber attackers, our cyber attacks grew over 30% just last year. In the US, we had 800,000 attacks. These are reported ones. A lot of companies won't tell us if they've been attacked because it goes back to it can hurt their reputation. So we have over 800,000 reported US attacks. You need to protect yourself. The way to do that is going to be through threat assessment and prevention. You need to know what you're up against, and you need to know how to protect yourself against that. Cybersecurity insurance. You don't drive your car without insurance. This is a way to protect you from cyber issues, or at least help you get back on your feet should you have an attack, an incident. The last thing that you need to know is where to find IT resources. On that last slide, I just showed you that graph. Those statistics came straight from the FBI's website. They showed over 800,000 people being attacked in the US that were willing to report it. The FBI was not able to stop those. You cannot rely on them to protect you. This is something that you will have to do yourselves. So let's get down to understanding what you're up against. First, to understand that, we need to understand a little bit of the history of IT. IT used to just be your simple break fix. If it was broken, you take it to an IT guy and they fixed it. Then we realized, hey, if our hard drive breaks, we lose our data. We can't have that. So we created backups, and we should all have backups. Next, we started getting attacked. And so we knew we needed antivirus or some security measures. We quickly found that that was not enough. Because computers take more than just a backup or just an antivirus to keep them running well. They need updates, they need maintenance. There's work that has to be done on the network to ensure security, updates, that it's going to run well. That's where the IT departments, the managed service providers, the companies like Dandy IT come in. We're there to work on and do the preventative, to help keep you protected and secure. Then comes additional things that, like cybersecurity. Attacks continually get worse and worse. It is becoming a huge issue. Dark web monitoring, and finally compliance. So now, these are all the things that you have to keep in mind when you're doing IT and how it's kind of changed. Let's get to some risks. What are the, what are you going to be attacked with? What are the tools, and what can we do for it? I'm sure everybody here is familiar with some phishing. Humans can cause errors, viruses, ransomware, physical security, network security, dark web. My clicker stopped working. AI and newly AI-enabled cyber attacks. Let's first go into phishing. I bet everybody here has probably received a phishing attack this week, if not today. These can come through email, text message, phone calls. If it's coming from an unknown number and it's all sorts of random stuff, it's probably a phishing attempt, or at least spam. They are getting more sophisticated. They're getting closer to the real thing. They're getting more and more, they're getting harder to spot. And the truth of it is, we're not able to stop it. Through through my companies, we've sold phishing filters, and I still recommend them. They will diminish the amount of phishing attempts that your employees receive, you and your employees receive, but they won't stop every attempt. The emails will still get through. There's other means like phone calls and text message that ultimately your employees are just you and your employees will just have to be trained and know what to look for. So let's play a little game. I want everybody to try and look closely at this email, and I want you to tell me, is this a phishing attempt or is this a legitimate email? Yeah, it's a little hard to see. Sorry about that. Well,
is it the email address, Andy?
Yeah, I just pulled it up a little bigger. I had on this. So here's the next. If you hover over the email address, and you can kind of get a little more information. If you look at the big one, it looks just like it says LinkedIn.com. If you look at the smaller one, you can see, and I do apologize, it's a little small here. In the blue, it's actually II instead of linked. So the L is changed for an I. Exactly. She was saying that you can put anything you want in your name portion. You can name yourself whatever you want. So if you name yourself LinkedIn, you're LinkedIn. And that email there, I'm sure I've received emails from LinkedIn that looked exactly like that. And going back, how do we protect us against this? This is going to come by training. You need to know how to look at an email, and you need to be willing to look at an email to see if it's coming from the intended recipient, if it has that seal on it. So each company's cyber protection is their wax seal. If it comes here, the seal's off. It's not the right company. It's not from the intended recipient. One of your next threats is going to be human error. We're humans. We make mistakes. We accidentally delete files. Somebody asks us for a password that we know, and we're like, hey, yeah, sure, here's the password. I don't know how many sticky notes with passwords I've seen on the wall. Ultimately, humans themselves are a risk. It's going to take training. It's going to take policies. It's going to take work to understand and help your employees get better. To not share passwords, or to not put sticky notes on the wall. It's going to take a backup and protective measures to protect against accidental file deletion, so you can recover that file if it's deleted. Social engineering. Who here has heard of social engineering? All right, a few of you. Just a few weeks ago, I got a phone call. One of my clients referred me to their buddy. Now, his buddy had a small company, about 4 or 5 employees, and he called me up a little desperate. He said, I've just lost $100,000. I said, okay, that's terrible. Tell me more. Like, what's happening here? He says, well, our email got hacked. The hackers rerouted our legitimate emails basically to our archives or to our deleted folder, and then spoofing an email, just like what you saw there on that phishing slide. They sent them an email that looked exactly like it was from their client, saying, sorry, not their client, from their vendor, saying, hey, we completed a job. We just changed banks. Here's our new AHC number. Please send us the money. So of course, they sent the money. They didn't hear back. So then they went, okay, well, what's happening? A few days later, they hear back again from the same vendor. Another email says, hey, we didn't receive that. Please send more. Once again, they send it. It wasn't until the actual vendor called and said, hey, I haven't received anything, that they went, oh crap, like what's happening here? Only to realize, it was because their email had been hacked and they'd been given the wrong information. Social engineering can happen through email, through phone calls. People can call you pretending to be somebody different. They can do it through text messages. However, you're going to protect yourself by having policies in place. By saying, okay, I got your new bank number. Let me call and confirm. If you have a set policy and procedure of, okay, yes, this is it, let's double check. Even if it comes from an email, even if it comes from a known contact or somebody you're expecting. When their account was hacked, all it took was a simple programming from this hacker to make that look like it came from the exact same person. The same email, but they can also assign it the same contact information in the email system. To protect yourself, yeah, we talked about that. You need to know, or you need to kind of question it. You need to double check, or you need to call and confirm. Viruses. I think we're all familiar with viruses. I think that's the one that everybody's heard about. We need to have a good, strong antivirus program for them. They do all sorts of different things, come in emails, websites, downloads. Antivirus is good. Today we're coming out with stronger, better programs. I would recommend an EDR or an MDR. Endpoint Detection Response. Essentially, it's a program that will check everything your computer's doing, and if anything looks out of line, it will report it, or even lock up your computer, and because it's seeing that it's running files that it shouldn't. It's able to take the next steps and do a little more than what antivirus can. Ransomware. This one is also becoming a huge issue. This is where the attackers get a virus onto your computer or your server or whatever they can, and they will then start to encrypt your hard drive. They lock you out of all of your own data, all of your own information, while looking through it to see if there's anything they can blackmail you with. And so if they see you have proprietary company information that you don't want out, they say, hey, pay us even more so that we don't put this on the web, and hand it to everybody. Currently, your average cost is $400,000 is the ransom that they're demanding to release your information back to you. It goes up. They do their research. They're looking through that data to know, depending on what industry you're in, depending on what information they're able to find, they'll gladly go up to $4 or $5 million per ransom. Every 19 seconds, a business is attacked with ransomware. Antivirus alone is not able to stop this. To protect yourself, you do need a working backup. If you get this on your computer, one of the best things you can do is to, obviously instantly unplug it, wipe or disconnect it from the internet, whatever you can do, wipe the computer, and restore from a backup. Additionally, I do suggest the EDR, MDR programs that I was just talking about. They are able to detect that your hard drive is being encrypted and prevent that, or attempt to. Dark web. Have we all heard of the dark web? Yeah? Okay. So, essentially what the dark web is, yes, I've got an ominous cloud here. The dark web is essentially any website that is not set up to be searchable. So any website that Google can't find, or Bing, or whatever search engine you want you're typically using can't find, those would be considered dark web. That involves a lot of actual business sites, because most businesses don't want just anybody finding their website. So there's a lot of legitimate and good good things there that are intended just for their companies. There's also a lot of illegal, illicit, and problems there, due to the fact that the dark web requires a specific software to access it. And it's completely untraceable. It's completely anonymous and untraceable. You don't. There's a few things that I would say about the dark web. It's not necessarily a threat itself, but what I would say about the dark web is we monitor it and we try and check it, because a lot of times if a website is hacked, the information ends up on the dark web or in different places, meaning that we can check, there's so much data, we almost just have to choose keywords and things. So what we choose to do is look for your email addresses, your domain names, which are, your kind of like your website, and specifically if we can match that with any passwords that you currently have. Because if we can find your email address and password on the dark web, that means that that email address and password, anywhere that you're using that, they can take that password and use it. Any other websites? So we monitor it and we try and check for those specific things so that we can know we immediately need to change those passwords and to make sure that you're safe and protected. This is from the dark web. This is one that was legitimately found there. You can hire a hacker. It's a little small to see some specifics, but this hacker says that he's good at social engineering, he's good at programming, and essentially he's willing to do anything for money. He doesn't care if it hurts people. Now, the hacker, obviously they're out there. Nothing that we can do specifically. I mean, if you know any, you obviously return them into the, if they're doing bad things, turn them into the authorities. But they're not something that we can actively protect against other than protect against the methods that they use, which are the phishing, which are the social engineering. So we're going to protect ourselves by having backups and by having training and by having advanced security measures in place. Who here has been enjoying all of the AI things nowadays, right? They're great. This picture here, I was able to go on a website and create that just by typing in evil robot. I mean, that's a pretty cool picture, especially for putting in 2 words. The problem is these hackers are also using it. They will use what is called a deep fake. And don't even worry about the name doesn't exactly matter. Essentially what you need to know is they'll make fake photos, fake images, or even fake audio. Did you know that with 15 seconds of your voice, they can create using AI, they can create a simulator to say whatever they want. Obviously, the more data, the better the simulator will be. But, it is posing a threat for us, as now they can call up with you using your voice and say, hey, send me a bunch of gift cards, or here is my AHC number. They're able to create more personalized and convincing emails, messages, phone calls. They're able to create fake or misleading news stories to perpetuate issues or, kind of sway you in their opinion. AI is great. There's a lot of really good things. And the way to combat it, and the way that we're going to help protect ourselves, is also using AI. We are coming out with a lot of new advanced security programs using AI to help enlist and ensure that we are protected. So let's talk about some of the physical security that we need. Because we've talked about antivirus programs, we've talked about some of the different things that we need to do to protect ourselves. But if somebody can walk into our office, grab our computer, and walk away, an antivirus program, an advanced security program isn't going to really help. So you need to have some access control, surveillance. These will help protect against both man-made and, you need backups and redundancy. So these are just some simple methods that I think most companies understand, and so they don't have people just walking in their business. But it is important, and especially as we start talking about some of the compliance, it is part of the compliance standards of security that you also need to meet, is to ensure that you have proper physical security on top of the cybersecurity. All right, on the network side, there are a lot of different things that, oops, one too far. Okay, there are a lot of different things that we can do to protect ourselves. You know, everything from network access control and antiviruses to VPNs and securing our Wi-Fi. The more protection that we can add onto our networks, the more protection that we can add into our seal, if you will, as Bella had it. The more that we can add in, the stronger and the more protected we'll be. The less likely we will have a security attack. Now, with all these attacks going on, cybersecurity insurance is important. Likely each of you have business insurance and car insurance. Cybersecurity insurance is the part that's there to protect you or help you get back on your feet if these happen. For Bella, if her seals started arriving at every one of her clients broken, and you know, they would question, hey, everything's been broken into. You know, I don't know if I can trust your communication. I can't trust, you know, that this is even coming from you. Cybersecurity insurance is there to protect, to help us get back on our feet if we have a security incident, to ensure that we can get our seals fixed and reassure our cyber protection. Now, I just talked about that company that lost $100,000. I'll finish a little bit more, or I'll say a little bit more of the story. Obviously, you know, one of the big things that he wanted to ask was, he's like, hey, have you ever heard of anybody getting this money back? He says, I'm working with my bank. I'm talking to them and seeing what I can do. They're saying they're running it up the line and they'll do what they can, but they don't sound promising. Have you ever heard of people getting money back through the bank or anything that way? And my response was, do you have cybersecurity insurance? His answer was no. So sadly, my answer was also no. I've never heard of anybody losing money like that and getting it back, unless they had cybersecurity insurance. You can see this is the coverages that cybersecurity will, or this is what cybersecurity covers. It protects against security, or it helps in case of security breach, liability, so the damages that you cause your client or those that you work with. It can help restore data, extortion threats. So those the ransomware, it will help cover that, whether that's restoring the data from a backup and and getting new equipment, the time that you're down, or even they've been known to help with some of the ransom itself. Public relations, because when your seal's broken, people can't trust you. You need to fix your seal and start to fix that trust. But for this guy, we come down to social engineering. Social engineering is listed on this policy. So this guy was a victim of social engineering, and at least, it looks like there is a deductible, but getting a lot of it back is a lot better than none. Or getting most of it back is a lot better than none. Now, cybersecurity insurance, or, they kind of have a little bit of a bad name right now. That's partly due to, if somebody files a claim, the insurance company is going to check and say, hey, did you do what you said? So when you're filling out your claim, or when you're signing up for cybersecurity insurance, they're going to ask a bunch of questions so that they know how much to charge you and to make sure they get the right policy for you, or if you qualify. And if you say, yes, I have enabled multi-factor authentication for all users, and they come back and say, hey, you're the only one that has multi-factor authentication, and that was the reason why you had that security breach, that for them, that's you didn't uphold your part of the deal. They're not going to pay out because you didn't uphold the part that you said in putting in that two-factor authentication. So it's really important when signing up for cybersecurity insurance to make sure that you know exactly what it is you're agreeing to, and make sure you in fact have that in place. Otherwise, that's why when you have what you have in place, they will pay out, and they're there to protect you. But that does require you also fulfilling your part too. Some of the requirements for cybersecurity insurance, what you will see on that form when you're signing up is going to be, do you have multi-factor authentication for all users? Do you have backups? Are you providing cybersecurity training for all of your employees? Do you have encrypted external communications, especially for sensitive information? Are you updating your critical IT systems? Do you have an incident response plan? Do you know what you're going to do if you have an incident? Do you have antivirus in place? Do you have the MDR, EDR, intrusion detection? That's that advanced security. Do you have those in place? And then some of these others are based on your size. Some may, if you're asking for a $5 million policy or a $10 million policy, they may decide that more is going to be required. And so they may request pen testing or penetration testing, where you hire a third party company to test your security and tell you your vulnerabilities so that you can fix them. Or they do recommend that you have user account permissions and that they're routinely audited. And they also recommend a password vault. Hopefully you know what those are. If not, I'd be happy to explain it, or maybe I should just explain it. So a password vault is just a place where you can save all of your passwords in an encrypted place. So you'd have one password into the password vault. You create different passwords for each other site, and they're saved there. It's a way that you can have unique, different passwords for each site. So if a different company gets hacked and they lose your username and password, all of your other sites aren't at risk. So it's a way that to ensure that you're using different, unique passwords, and that you have a way to remember them all. Most of these will also autofill the information so that it's easier for your access and use of those credentials as well. All right. So on to compliance. That wax seal symbolized class and kind of prestige. having a compliance and being compliant, you're signifying to those that you're trying to work with that, hey, you're ready. If you can meet the standards to get government grants, you're saying, hey, I meet the NIST standards, I meet the CMMC standards, I'm ready to take on grants and get that money. So compliance is a set of rules or standards designed around protecting the data. A great example is the healthcare industry. We all understand in the healthcare industry that they're dealing with sensitive personal information. None of us want the healthcare industry's data to just go wild and let everybody know what's happening with us. So what we've done is we've established specific requirements that they must meet to ensure that our data is protected. We want to see that their seal is strong enough to protect us. If you heard of a healthcare provider who just got hacked and their data was leaking, I don't know about you, but I'm not heading to that office. Or at least I'm going to wait till they've secured their network and then I'll go. PCI. Does anybody here take credit cards? Yes, I'm seeing some nodding. If you yourself take credit cards, and by that I mean if somebody's reading off a credit card to you, if you are taking the credit card yourself and not having it done by a third party, you have to be PCI compliant. That is one of the standards to ensure that you're not going to leak out their credit card information or their financial data. So make sure that if you fall into that category, make sure that you are PCI compliant. The problem with a lot of these compliance things is I could probably talk for 45 minutes in each and every one of them. So I'm just going to have to kind of go on. If you have more questions, I'd be happy to talk to you after or something else that way. NIST. We've talked a lot about government contracts. NIST is one of the one of the compliance standards used by the government to ensure that the grants or the contracts that they give out that they're able to remain secure, that you're able to protect the data that they're lending to you. The new one is going to be called CMMC. This is a compliance standard that the government is in the process of rolling out. It is, you can see it has a lot of different levels. So based on what contracts you have, based on what you're doing, you will have to meet different sets of different levels of security. There's a lot there, and there's a lot there. There's enough, especially in the CMC, to feel overwhelmed if you have to become compliant with it. So if you have to be compliant with it, there are resources for you. There are different things that way, and I'll go over some. Your first resource, or one of the great resources for these, is your Apex Accelerator team. So here's the Apex at utah.gov. That will be your one here local for Utah. Or if you don't know your specific one, or you're not from right here, feel free to reach out to Apex at NCAIED.org. And they assured me that they'll either help you or they'll help you know. They'll put you in contact with who you need to get in contact with. But the Apex groups, they have resources. They have a lot of information and guides on how to get through this get through a lot of this compliance. And they can help you with that. Your other resources are going to be your IT department, your IT guy, a managed service company, something like Dandy IT, and let's not forget our insurance broker. Please get cybersecurity insurance if you don't have it. So, I kind of want to just come back now and say, you know, Bella was not able to start out with the most elaborate or fancy of seals. You know, the ones that she started, she went and got them a very basic seal to start with. And that's kind of where you need to start. You know, if you don't have cybersecurity protection, you need to start somewhere. And so this is what I'm going to call our basic seal. These are some basic steps that every company can and should do. Everybody should make sure you have a backup. Now, if you're using Google Drive or OneDrive, that's great. That does not count as a backup. It is synced to the cloud, but if your computer gets corrupt or has issues, that also gets synced to the cloud, and then has the virus or whatever as well. So make sure that you have a backup on top of that. Everybody should have multi-factor authentication or two-factor authentication enabled for every email account and every other essential account. So if any other of your Prime accounts or programs that you're using, please make sure that you have multi-factor authentication enabled and enforced. You also need endpoint detection. So this is the advanced security, advanced protection. And please have strong, unique passwords on every account and every computer. So this is what I'll call the basic seal. This is what every company should have, just to start off. Now, on top of that, you know, there's a reason why there's a dedicated IT department for companies and IT guys. Because yes, we need to put this in place, but on top of that, there's a lot of things that we need to do routinely. Routinely, you need to approve backups, configure firewalls, monitor virus reports, check running services, review technology news, remove spyware, blow out dust, prepare reports, update server firmware, check Windows logs, consult management on IT needs, train users on email, clean up temp files, test for hardware, block bad emails, update Java, remote bloatware. You kind of get the idea. There's a lot that has to happen, that has to happen routinely. This isn't a one-time thing. At Dandy IT, we've got programs, we've got personnel to try and take care of this. Make sure that if you're the IT guy for your company, ensure that you have programs and policies in place to help you do this. And if not, come talk to us or another managed IT company. Please get some help. Back to Bella Hell. Bella Hell was able to become a successful businesswoman in medieval England. No small feat. Because she was just amazing, a hardworking woman. But on top of that, she was able to utilize the symbolism of the seal. She was able to show her clients, prove trust to her clients. She was able to use it to show her class and the fact that she was ready to do business. She was able to use her symbol to spread her power and her influence. And she was able to have the transaction history that it provided. Bella Hell also, as she grew, as she developed and did more business, she changed her seal 3 or 4 times. As she did more business, she was able to add additional security or additional intricacy into her SIL. And that's essentially, we can start with that basic SIL, but we all need to add additional security and protection as we can and as we grow. Start where you are and add what you can. All right. Any questions? Oh, just a minute. Wait, we'll wait for the...
A little short on time, but Andy will be at the roundtables also at the end of the day, but we'll get to these 2 questions.
Just real quick, I was going to ask, do you have any recommendations for EDR and MDR software, like where you might start or what programs might you recommend?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of really good solutions out there. I know we're specifically using a software company called Blackpoint, but that might be specific to the MSP world. So what I would recommend is go off of some really good reviews, kind of do your research, and make sure that it's a quality product.
A common issue that I have in the one of the industries I work in is Gmail servers land in other countries, and especially when you mention like the drive. And so other countries don't have to respect our copyright and trademark law, so they'll steal things through that. What would you recommend for someone working in an industry with those types of situations?
I would recommend probably a VPN. So if you're familiar with what that is if you're working outside of the US, a VPN is a way that you can secure your connection back to a server here in the US. That way you can still use all of your programs and things that way. You're just going to be using it from essentially so you would basically connect your network to like you were still working in the office. So by adding a VPN, you'll add the security of your office here in the US to wherever you're at. And you can do that to full, so if you're talking about like a full like site or company, you can do site-to-site VPNs where anything in that company is going to everything is going to be routed through the firewall and still go through the US. That way you can kind of ensure some of that. Additionally, you may want to look, I may also recommend looking at Microsoft, because 365, as they've got additional security measures in place and can work more with Azure to add additional security as needed.
Okay,
Thank you.
I think that's it. Let's give Andy a round of applause. Thank you so much. And thank you, Andy. And we're going to get on to the next 2. So come on up. I have little nameplates for you. We can get Marla's presentation loaded for this time frame. That would be great. This speaker is actually acting a little better for us. So up next we have Marla Trollin, and Marla comes from the Small Business Administration, and then Sarah Day, and she's with the Utah Microloan Fund. And every small business owner is always looking for access to capital and ways to grow their business, and so they're going to educate us on this. Thank you.
All right. Can you hear me okay? Yeah? Okay. Wait till they get this loaded. Is everyone awake? And it's that time in the afternoon, we're all falling asleep. Because everyone give me a wave. Hi, I'm awake. Okay. Well, you may want to go first. I don't know if they
There we go. All right, awesome. So, as noted, I'm Marla Troll, and I'm the director of the SBA here in Utah. And, our mission as a federal agency is to service small businesses across the nation and provide resources and programs for all those entrepreneurs and small business owners out there. We are a cabinet level federal agency, which means our administrator reports directly to the president, and so we're able to respond to a lot of initiatives that come out directly from the president. Let's see. Let's go in here. Can't seem to get the click. Oh, okay. There we go. So the SBA operates under what we call our 3 C's, which is counseling services, contracting, and of course capital, which we're best known for. But we do provide funding to various counseling resource partners across the nation. And here in Utah, we have the Small Business Development Center Network. Jim Herron is going to be talking about that here in a little bit. But basically, they provide free counseling, free business counseling for small business owners and entrepreneurs. And it may be a marketing plan that you want to establish, a business plan. You may need to get your financials in order. You can go to a small business development center, and they will provide you with free counseling. Okay, the women's business centers, we have 2 of them here in the state, and they do the same thing, but they're specifically working with women-owned businesses. We also have a SCORE chapter, and the SCORE is basically a group of volunteers that have been small business owners in the past, and they serve as mentors for other small business owners. And again, all of these services are free. We also have a VBOC that currently is in Montana, but we do a lot of events and outreach here with various partners, and hopefully we will be getting a VBOC within the state in the coming years. Okay. I don't know if I can switch the... Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. So our contracting programs are really great. We have a variety of programs as well as certifications that small business owners can receive. One of our best known ones is our 8A program, and that is for socially and economically disadvantaged small business owners. And under these various programs, whether you get a disabled veteran-owned certification or a women-owned certification, or even the Hub Zone, enter into that program, you can have special access to federal contracting dollars. And the federal agencies are required to set aside a certain percentage of all their contracts. So these programs give you ample opportunity to seek out those federal contracts. The Hub Zone program is established for those underutilized business areas across the state. We work with the governor's office to determine where those Hub Zones will be located. And then I already mentioned the service disabled vet program that we have and the women-owned certification program. There we go. We also partner with the federal agencies and state agencies on the surplus program that we have, and basically those government agencies are trying to offload equipment and office materials, things like that, that small business owners can tap into. So that surplus property program gives you special access to those government properties that they're wanting to get rid of. We partner with Apex. I know that was mentioned here earlier. Apex and ourselves, we partner up, and we basically pull in our 8A program as well as our other certification programs, those small businesses, to meet with the federal agencies, those contracting officers. And basically they can pitch their business to these contracting officers, so then there's a link when those federal agencies are looking for specific contracts, they know where to go. So it's a great connection there. We also have a surety bond guarantee program that just provides greater access to those contracts up to $6.5 million. And then we have our mentor protege program, which is a more formal agreement between the SBA, but it's also an agreement specifically between, say, a larger small business. Remember, John had said that those small business is considered up to 500 employees. So you can have some fairly large small businesses out there, and they can mentor a smaller business within the same industry. And that becomes a formal agreement, and so it's a great opportunity for small businesses to tap into. Okay, now this is what you probably came here to hear about, which is our various loan programs that we have to offer. So if you are a small business and you don't have a lot of collateral, you may not have a very good credit score, you may not have been in business for very long, you can tap into these various programs that we have to offer versus going through a conventional loan program. A lot of the lenders out there that just offer conventional loans, it's going to be much more difficult for a small business owner to qualify for those. Where our SBA loans, it's easier to qualify for. They tend to have lower interest rates and longer term loans. So I'm going to get into that in just a minute here. So our 7A loan program is probably the broadest in scope. And we have about 86 lenders across our state here offering these types of loans. So these are backed by the SBA. They're guaranteed by the SBA. And so the lender isn't as much at risk as they would be with a conventional loan. So they're more likely to provide these loans to small business owners. There are, of course, stipulations that apply. We tend to go with the prime rate and very competitive interest rates. They go up to $5 million. So that's pretty high level that you can reach. We have expanded this to be 25-year loans, so your interest rate is going to be lower than what you typically would have. And you can see there 10 to 15 years on personal property, and typically 7 years on working capital, 10 years on leasehold improvements. So listed there, the use of proceeds. Again, you can use it for working capital, equipment, inventory, supplies, land building, etc. You can also use it for debt refinancing. So if you find yourself in a pinch and you need to refinance your debt, you can use a 7A loan for that as well. We also do our 504 loans, and those are done through our certified development companies here in Utah. We actually have 5 CDCs operating in Utah, but 3 of them are headquartered here. And these are basically where the CDC partners with a lender, one of our SBA lenders. We back that loan, so they have that guarantee. And these loans are typically used for equipment, large equipment purchases, or building expansion or a building purchase, that type of thing. This tends to be a lower down payment, generally around 10 to 20% that you may have to put down. They go up to $5 million, and we also expanded this program several years ago to be 25 years as well, so low interest rates on these. We have our Community Advantage Loan program, and those are for businesses that are in underserved markets. And usually they can't qualify for a traditional loan. So you can see here, these loans go up to only $350,000. and they are a 7-year loan. So that's the maximum term that you can get on a Community Advantage loan. You have to have at least 4 employees and 150,000 gross annual sales and have been in business for 2 years. So again, there's some qualifications for that particular loan. And you can see here we have 2 Community Advantage lenders in the state, Mountain West Small Business Finance, CDC, as well as MoFi. We also have our SBA microloan programs, and Sarah is going to talk about those programs that we have to offer. But basically, the SBA gives funding to these 2 entities, Utah Microloan Fund and MoFi, to basically have these smaller loan packages. And they only go up to $50,000, but I'm not going to get into all the detail because Sarah's going to talk about it.
Wait, who was your micro lender of the year this year? Was that?
Yeah, that was Utah. Yes.
Thanks.
Yes, indeed. UMLF. So I just want to emphasize, though, these are fairly easy loans to get. These are probably the easiest loans that you can get through the SBA. So I really encourage you to seek out Sarah and talk to her about those loan options that they have. Okay, we also provide export finance loans. So if you're looking to expand globally, there's some options for you. We have our Export Express, which is basically a revolving line of credit. We have our working capital loan as well as our international trade loan. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we provide funding to the World Trade Center to run our STEP grant program. And with that STEP grant program, if you're interested in expanding globally, you can apply for a grant through them and potentially go out on missions and go to other countries to pitch your business services that you provide. So it's really a great program, and encourage you, if you're looking to expand globally, to seek out the World Trade Center. Okay, disaster loans. You all are probably fully aware that we did with our lending partners the PPP loans during COVID. We also did our EIDL loans. And that was for economic injury disasters. Well, we've shifted back to natural disasters. So our economic injury disaster loans are now just specifically for natural disasters. But I did want to mention that it's not just for small businesses. So if there's flooding or wildfire or an earthquake or whatever natural disaster you may experience or your community experiences, you can seek out disaster funding through us. Now, it has to be declared as a disaster area by the administrator, but once that declaration is in place, then you're able to apply for these loans. So the other thing I wanted to mention is the Utah Small Business Alliance, and this is an alliance that we are just in the early stages of pulling together. Sydney Shorter is part of our steering committee for this. We're going to be rolling this out tomorrow, but I did want to bring this up because this is specific to targeting underserved communities and underserved markets. And we're going to have a nonprofit foundation linked to this, the USBA, and that nonprofit foundation will be providing grants and other opportunities for small businesses. So if you're available tomorrow, it'd be great if you could make this roundtable. We're going to be rolling this out, this roundtable session down at Zions Bank from 11 to 1. I can provide more information on that if you're interested, but I did want to bring that up from a funding perspective. And then finally, here's our contact information, so please don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions for us. Sarah?
Good job. Awesome. Just so I have an idea of who's in the room, I know we're all business owners. How many of you are a startup? So you've been in business maybe less than a year or two. Okay, we've got one over there. Anybody else? 2, 3? And then what about how many people have been in business for 2 years or more? A couple of you? Awesome. Good to know. So my name's Sarah Day, and I am the Program Manager of Training and Outreach for the Utah Microloan Fund. We are a nonprofit, and we've been around since 1991, so 1 whole year after I was born, so a really long time. And we serve the entire state of Utah, so we're located in South Salt Lake, right across from Chinatown, so a lot of good restaurants over there. But we serve the entire state of Utah. Our whole mission is to serve underserved entrepreneurs, both with microloans and business advising and training. So with us, it's not, okay, here's your money, see you later. You know, we really want to be on this journey with you and really help get you the resources you need, advising, anything like that. So our microloan program, microloans sounds really small, but it's not too small. So ours range from $5,000 up to $50,000. And who we are ideal for is, like Marla was mentioning, if you can't qualify elsewhere, so either you're a brand new startup and a bank's like, okay, you know, talk to me in 2 years. Or, you know, if you've had collateral, a lack of collateral, maybe credit or debt issues, anything that kind of makes you look undesirable on paper, we want to help you and we want to fill that gap. So a lot of people that come to us fall in those categories. You don't have to be a startup. You can be an existing business who is looking to grow as well. And yeah, we really have all different kinds of businesses that come to us. We have restaurants, hair salons, food truck. We had mobile laser tag. We had 3D printing prosthetics. So we're really kind of across the board with who we help. So with us, you just have to be located in the state of Utah. It cannot be like an MLM or anything like that, and it just has to be legal in the state, and then we'll probably fund you. And so with us, since we're taking on kind of those riskier loans, our interest rates are always going to be a little bit higher than a bank. So we recommend if you can get approved with a bank, awesome. We want you to do that. If you can't, we're that great option that can get you started, get you going, you know, build your credit, build your kind of history, and then maybe eventually you can move over to a bank. So our interest rates are tied to prime, so right now they're kind of high. We're kind of in like the 10 to 14% range. That range will just depend on kind of a mix of things. So where your credit's at, collateral, how long you've been in business, things like that. We'll kind of look at everything. One thing I really like about the Utah Microloan Fund is my favorite part of it is you actually get to present to our team. We do it over Zoom, so it's convenient for you. But instead of just like, oh, okay, Marla has a 600 credit score, and okay, maybe, right? Marla would get to present to us her business idea, why she's passionate about it, answer questions live. So it really adds more of kind of that human experience into it, and we kind of get to know you more rather than just what numbers you are. So our microloan program is a great option, and we collaborate often with some of the other lenders that were up here on the screen, as well as resource partners. So we do advising and things like that, but we're a pretty small staff. We only have 6 of us serving the whole state. So we partner a lot with organizations like the Small Business Development Center, SCORE, Women's Business Center, like a lot of the organizations that have already been named. We work all the time with them, and so, you know, if you need extra help or anything like that, we just have this great network we can put you into. So along with that, so we do advising for you as a client. We also have free community business education classes. These are always held on Zoom, just so anyone across the state can attend. But we'll hire awesome instructors to come in and teach. I'll teach them sometimes. But those are definitely worth checking out. If you follow us on social media, you can see our whole schedule. In addition to those classes, we also have a really awesome entrepreneurship program for women. We're accepting applications right now. That program is called Banking on Women. It is a 15-week entrepreneurship program. It is actually taught by Westminster, so great level education, but it's actually free to you. So free and Westminster is usually not in the same sentence. So I would highly recommend, if you're a woman in business, checking out that program. You're going to learn everything you need to know to run your business well, or even to get it going. So marketing, financials, research, all of that. My other favorite part of it is just that you're with other women in business. So your friends might be good to like bounce ideas off, right? But if your friends aren't also business owners, they might not always understand what you're going through or what your struggles are. So it's kind of nice to have other women there that you can commiserate with, strategize with. You know, a lot of people build kind of lifelong friendships from that program. So that I have flyers out front, but also on our website. Banking on Women applications are due December 1st, but we would love to have anyone apply. There will be an in-person cohort at Westminster starting in January. There's also a virtual rural cohort as well. So if you had to travel in today and, you know, maybe it's not something you want to do every week, definitely check out the virtual as well. But that's kind of an overview on us. So I think we have time for questions. Yeah. Thank you.
Don't be shy. We have some time. So if you have any questions at all, or you're afraid to ever ask. Okay, wait for our online audience. Let me get.
So are you affiliated with the SBA, Sarah?
Yeah, sorry, I should have mentioned that. We are an SBA microlender, and so we're in their microlending program, and we were 2023 Microlender of the Year.
For the U.S.?
No, just Utah.
Oh, that's great.
I think there's only 2 of us that do it, but we'll take it.
Wonderful, congratulations.
Thank you.
So I have a question. If you have a question, please raise your hand. Tell us a little bit about how a personal credit score affects them as a small business owner.
Okay. So for us, you don't have to have an amazing credit score to come to us. We'll look at the score, but one thing we're also looking at is your payment history. So do you have a lot of late payments? Do you have a lot of people you're not paying back? So earlier on, at least in our application, we'll kind of ask you, do you have any outstanding debt? Have you ever defaulted on X, Y, or Z? We'll kind of ask you ahead of time, but then once we pull your credit, your credit does not lie. So we can kind of see everything on there. So sometimes people will either kind of deliberately try and mislead us, or maybe they just have no idea what's on their credit report, and so sometimes one's not necessarily better than the other, but we're generally looking at least for us as the microlender, late payments. If you're being honest and upfront about things, you don't have, with us, you can have had a bankruptcy in the past. That doesn't disqualify you. You just can't be in an active bankruptcy. And yes, we have had people try and apply while they're in an active bankruptcy. We're like, no. So it's kind of a mix of what we look at.
And if someone did have a poor credit rating, poor credit score, how long does it take them to reestablish their credit? And have you ever worked with someone in the process of doing that and maybe provide an example or a success story?
You or me?
You go ahead.
Okay. We've definitely had people had to rebuild their credit. One thing we'll suggest is, okay, maybe you have student loans or a divorce or whatever is happening. We like to see that you have a plan in place. So maybe you owe, something to this credit card company or something like that. If you show us, okay, I have a plan, I'm making these payments, I'm working on it, that goes a long way. And we'll have people work with credit. We used to partner with AAA Fair Credit Association, but I think they kind of, We used to partner with them a lot, but so if we can find resources for people, we'll connect them to them for sure.
And one thing I just wanted to mention, again, getting back to the Utah Small Business Alliance, that last slide that I had, one of the things that we've heard from underserved communities is sort of the gap in funding between lenders and reaching those small business owners or entrepreneurs in those communities. And so with this nonprofit foundation that we're establishing, it's going to it's going to kind of bypass those small business owners or entrepreneurs that don't have a very good credit rating, right? Because you're not actually seeking a loan per se, but you're going to be seeking a grant to kind of get jump started again. And so what's going to happen is proposals are going to be able to be submitted through the Utah Small Business Alliance, through the steering committee that I mentioned. The steering committee will then make a recommendation over to the nonprofit foundation board. So I think this is going to help sort of plug those small business owners that typically can't get a loan into a pipeline process. So then they can go on to get a micro loan and maybe some of our other SBA loans that we have to offer. So we're pretty excited about it.
For sure. I remembered one more thing. The IRC, the International Rescue Committee, they actually have a credit building loan that they offer, and you don't have to be a refugee or anything like that. Anyone can get it. I believe you can get it for like $500, right? And they're helping you kind of have a payment plan just to like build your credit and have another line of credit on your credit report. So that's worth checking out as well if you're kind of struggling with building it, and then obviously take advantage of this.
Now, you mentioned a program for grants. A lot of people assume just because they're a small socio or economically disadvantaged business enterprise that they would qualify for grants. There are some agencies that possibly might have seed money or grant money. Do you have any links or recommendations for any grants out there?
So the SBA rolls out grant opportunities throughout the year. And we don't necessarily know at the local level what grants are going to be coming available until maybe a few weeks ahead of time. So what we do then is any small business owner out there that is signed up to receive our newsletter will see the announcement for a grant opportunity. Now, keep in mind, grant opportunities with the SBA are fairly competitive. So like you said, it doesn't guarantee that you're going to get that funding, right? Because it's nationwide, that you're competing with a bunch of other small businesses or entrepreneurs out there. But again, I think with this nonprofit Mountain West Foundation that we're setting up, that's just specific to Utah. So there's going to be a lot more opportunities for small businesses and entrepreneurs to qualify for a grant. Now, we've already been talking with leadership in some of these financial institutions. We just met with Scott Anderson. We just met with Howard Headley. Scott Anderson is the president of Zions Bank. We just met with Howard Headley. He's the Utah Bankers Association president. They're very much wanting to contribute to this foundation. I've also had conversations with the governor's office. We believe this foundation and the funding for it is really going to grow. But again, it's specific to underserved small business owners. So it's going to be a huge relief for a lot of folks out there.
And Marla kind of touched on it, mentioning your newsletter. That was going to be my recommendation, is subscribing to newsletters like the SBA, the Governor's Office of Economic Development, any chambers you're in. The Black Chamber posts a lot of grant opportunities. And so that's even what I do to find grants for our business owners, or even for us because we're a nonprofit. I'm subscribing to everyone's newsletters just so I make sure if something comes through, I'm not missing it. And if you even subscribe to ours, I share ones that I find. But that would be my recommendation, is just kind of looking not only at these bigger agencies, but also maybe things that are in your industry. But then you won't miss anything. You'll be on top of it.
Any other questions? Oh, we do? Oh, we got 2 questions. Okay, let me get this one, and then we'll get that one, and then we'll wrap it up here. This is for our online audience, so they can hear the questions. Thank you.
If I was interested in 8A opportunities with SBA, instead of just calling the main number, is there somebody I should ask for, or a certain department or something to start that process?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, because the 8A program was on a bit of a pause due to a lawsuit nationwide. And so, you know, the small businesses had to submit social narratives and all this. But anyway, we're through that now. And so we are taking applications again. Please just, you can either contact the number there, or you can simply send me an email. It's just marla.trollen@sba.gov. And I'll connect you with our business opportunity specialist. And that's all he does, is run the 8A programs for us. Paul Terry's in the audience here. He was part of our 8A program. He was a business owner, and I think he had a pretty good experience with it. So
Great experience.
yeah. So I think if you have any questions specifically, feel free to not only contact us, but contact other small business owners that have been through the program.
Marla, that Mountain West Fund so that's privately funded, but and so will it be publicly administered, I guess, through the SBA? Is that how that's going to work?
Right. So I'm glad you asked that, because the SBA is not setting up that foundation. It's actually John Evans with Mountain West Small Business Finance. I've been working with him over the course of the summer to get this nonprofit established. He's now working with his lawyers to see about getting CRA credit for those financial institutions and other entities that want to contribute to this foundation. So it's kind of a win-win. We've got a little ways to go to get this off the ground, but it's a partnership. It's not SBA run. We're just helping them get it going.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that's a great session on access to capital. Let's give them a round of applause, please. And we're going to have Erin Abrahamson make her way up here.
How are you? Good. Okay. Hello. So I get to introduce our next panel. And so it's Entrepreneur Resources with MBDA and SBDC programs at the Mill. So we have, do you say it, Heron? Jim Heron, Director of Salt Lake Regional Small Business Development Center. And we'll have Mario Corrales, Business Center Coordinator for the Utah MBDA Business Center, the Mill Entrepreneurship Center, and Salt Lake Community Colleges. He'll be here soon. So we'll let Jim start first. Oh, there's Mario. So they have your slides pulled up. And
Okay, it's a pleasure to be here. I taught finance class last night until for 3 hours until 8 o'clock, and I had COVID last month. Oh, I'm sorry. I had COVID last month, and it has caused a continual cough and my throat to just kind of be torn up. So sometimes I might sound like I have a really low voice, and at other times I might sound like I'm going through puberty again. So bear with me, please. All right, my name is Jim Herron. I'm the director of the Salt Lake Region Small Business Development Center. Okay. Small Business Development Centers are a program of the U.S. Small Business Administration. So Marla, who you saw before, we report to her. We are hosted by colleges and universities throughout the state and throughout the U.S. And we also receive funding. We receive funding from both of those sources, and we receive funding as well from the state of Utah. And so we have 3 bosses, and their agendas are relatively similar sometimes. But because of that, we do not charge for our services. Okay? So you're essentially getting very good consulting services. All of our people have a lot of experience in the private sector. I spent about 20 years in the biomedical sector with small and startup businesses, and I understand the pains that entrepreneurs go through to make their businesses successful. Okay. There we go. So what are small business development centers? Okay, we're expert business consultants supporting small business and future entrepreneurs to start, grow, and succeed through no-cost, high-value business assistance, facilitative resources, and free or low-cost seminars and workshops. Okay, all we do is help small business and do reports to the SBA. Okay. Utah SBDC has been a best-kept secret since 1980 in Utah. That's what we're always hearing, is that we're a best-kept secret. But yes, we've been here since 1980, and so over 40 years. And we've worked with thousands and thousands of businesses. And we've had a lot of success in helping those businesses have success. Okay, this is our state director, Mike Finnerty. He's actually been the Utah SBDC state director for 2 years, or for 2 times. Okay, he was back in, I believe, the 90s. And came back about 6 years ago. We have 14 centers throughout Utah. Okay, and we cover the whole state. We are the largest statewide business service program, and the state provides money for us, so we represent the state, we represent the federal government in helping these small businesses. Okay. Okay, so there's where the locations of our centers are, from Logan down to Blanding to St. George, and a lot of places in the middle. Okay, our experience and expertise of our advisors is a lot. Okay, industries, accounting, defense, engineering, healthcare, publishing, retail, technology, other industries. So we have, when we get somebody in to assist them, okay, we can find if there's industry-specific experience that's needed from a consultant, from one of our counselors. Okay, we're likely to be able to find that. Okay, titles. Most of our consultants have been owners, CEOs, C-level executives in their businesses. Whoops. In their businesses, and then career experience, expertise in a lot of different functional areas with business. So we cover a lot of what businesses need. So we feel that you're getting a good and high value service when you come to us to assist, to get assistance from us. So, most companies, small businesses, and of course startups, okay, there's the owner. There might be someone else that's helping manage the business, but rarely do you see a really small company that has a CFO, a marketing exec, these kind of level service or positions. Okay, and so we can help provide some of that kind of assistance and train you and work with you. Okay, almost all that we do is one-on-one assistance. And we find that what generates success is the one-on-one assistance and the amount of time that we're able to spend with the business. Okay, so workshops are great, and we put on a number of workshops. And they're good to know, but working one-on-one with a mentor, with a counselor type is going to provide a lot more value to you. The other thing is that we reduce risk of failure of your business. We don't guarantee your business won't fail, okay? But if you work with somebody that's been through it, that's had the experience and knows quite a bit about the business area and a lot of different functions in it, the likelihood of success goes up. Okay? So, no cost consulting and other assistance. We do a lot of market research. We have databases that may be involved, or Fortune 500 companies might use these databases, okay, to get their market research. Well, these are expensive databases, and typically small businesses have a hard time affording that. Okay, so we have those. We can do that market research for you from these databases, and it's very valuable information. Okay. Financial management and financing. Okay, we can help find the sources of financing your business. We can work with you in developing a good package if you're doing a loan or if you're doing equity financing, investor financing, putting together presentations. We help with business plans a lot, and we do a lot of financial analysis and projections. Okay, so business startup and business sale acquisition, about 30 or 40% of our clients are startup businesses, are people that are trying to start up a business. Okay, the rest that we do are our existing businesses, and these some of these businesses have quite a few employees. Some of these businesses have been around for multi-generation. Okay, so and they'll come to us for assistance. For example, business that, have you heard of Zerkers? Know that business? Okay. All right. They wanted to locate to another site. They wanted to build another facility, and they came to us and says, "Can you help us find out where a good place would be to build our facility?" Okay. So we went to our databases to do a site analysis where we could do search demographics as well as what I call lifestyle graphics. Okay, where are the target market for Zerkers located? Where are those around? And identify where a good location is for that company. Okay, so they did that. We helped them with finding a place in Utah as well as in Idaho. Okay. Business strategy, business sale and acquisition. Okay. We've done a lot of business valuation. Okay. So if you're looking for a business to buy, you find a business to buy and you're doing some negotiations. Okay. They come to us and say, we need to understand if this is if the seller is asking too much for their business, okay, or if they're selling the business, you know, what should we sell it for? You know, and being able to understand if they're getting ripped off or not. Okay, so we do that sell and acquisition assistance with the valuation, business strategy and planning, okay, foreign trade and international business. All right, we have in the Salt Lake Center, we represent the whole SBDC in Utah with doing counseling and assistance to people that are looking to do international business or that are currently doing it. Okay. Contracts and negotiations, we help with that. Contacts and referrals, seminars and workshops. So we cover and provide a lot of assistance in those areas. These are some of the workshops that we do. We do every month or every other month, Starting Your Business 101. We're currently doing a Cash Flow is King, which has been very well received. It's very necessary. Cash flow that most businesses aren't checking and following. Okay. All right. An employer tax workshop we do about quarterly. And we do a pay the IRS less without going to jail. Okay, and that one's been very popular as well. Okay. And then a lot of other different ones that we do at different times, periodically. Okay, this is our market research, the databases that we have. If you're interested in doing it, you just contact it, having us do some market research for you. You just contact us and register as a client, no cost, really fast, and then we can provide the assistance for you. Okay, our clients are say good things about us most of the time. Okay, we usually have over a 95% favorable rating with our clients. And yeah, some of the clients we work with, we've helped them get multi-million-dollar funding, and we've helped them, not have to shut down, close their business. Okay, and then we generate some good results as far as economic impact. 2022, we helped businesses raise almost $89 million in funding. Revenues helped increase that by about $87 million. We've worked with almost 5,000 clients last year. That's a lot among little more than 30 advisors in our network. We don't generate, the companies that we help generate a good amount of taxes back to the government. Okay, so we receive government funding. The amount of taxes generated by those companies that we help through the increase in their situation as a cost-benefit ratio of almost $3 to $1. So every $1 that we use, returns almost $3 back. Okay, so, and that's it. Thank you. If you need any information, I'll give that to you. Just see me. Thank you.
All right. Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me? Hello, everybody. Thank you for sticking around with us to the deep depths of this event. We appreciate you being here. My name is Mario Corrales. I'm with the Minority Business Development Agency. I want to talk to you guys a little bit about who we are, what we do, how you can leverage assistance from us, go over some of our resources, some of our partners. Now, it is my understanding that at the computer. Okay. There we go. It is my understanding that these slides will be sent to everybody who has registered online or is present here today. The reason I mention that is because our contact information for the MBDA is at the end of these last couple slides, so I wanted to make sure you guys had that. Otherwise, you can reach out to me after the presentation, and I can get you a business card, and we can follow up there. So anyway, Mario, who are you guys? What do you do? That's a question that I get almost every day. What is the MBDA? What separates you guys from every other, business development organization out there? Well, number one, first and foremost, we are the only federally funded agency in Utah to foster the growth of minority-owned businesses in the state of Utah. So that's huge. We are backed by the United States Department of Commerce. So we have some muscle behind us. We have some leverage out in Washington. A lot of people don't necessarily realize the Minority Business Development Agency has actually been around since the 60s. So it's been a long time coming. It's it's a solid institution. Now, I will say that these last few years, there's kind of been a big push, rejuvenation of the agency. Specifically in 2021, there was a presidential bill signed to ratify the agency, the MBDA, into permanent existence, it's awesome. There's a lot of powers in play. We're here to stay. We're here to help MBEs grow nationally and then also specifically in Utah. So right now, there are 41 business centers. That does include Utah. We were one of the, I think, 5 or 6 new business centers that were introduced, by the agency over the last year. We did receive our grant last year. We've been in operation since earlier this year, about 6 months ago or so. We're out in Sandy, Utah, same place as Jim, the Mill Entrepreneurship Center at Salt Lake City Community College. The Miller campus. More on that in just a bit, but yeah, we're growing. We're brand new in Utah, but we're looking to grow, expand our program, help minority businesses grow. What we do, providing clients with technical assistance, access to capital, contracts. More on that in just a bit. Where was that? Okay, so just to go over some numbers with you guys, there's over 11, close to 12 million minority-owned businesses across the nation. What is not on the screen, I wanted to kind of break that down a little bit further, put into perspective the numbers for Utah. There are, and this is granted a couple of years ago, the COVID years have kind of skewed some things, but you'll get the idea. 34,000 MBEs, minority business enterprises in the state of Utah. And to break that down further, per the event that we're at, American Indian and Alaskan Native minority-owned enterprises, 638. Granted, that number may have grown over the last couple of years, but as you can see, that number is a very small slice of the puzzle. So opportunity. There is a huge load for opportunity. Opportunity is there. Now, if you're like me, I notice the discrepancy between the numbers of 11 million and 6.3 million people. That's just because that refers to the amount of firms employing more than one person. So even that is telling in itself as far as the size of some of these firms. There's 11 million firms, but only 6.3 employ more than one person. So again, opportunity. The opportunity is there. And then generating more than 1.8 trillion in revenue. Okay, and then just some further background. Again, in 1969, it started with 90,000 MBEs, minority business firms. 2021 up to 11.2. We're close to 12 million at this point. And again, the big push was 2021. Ratifying that into permanent existence. MBDA is not going anywhere. Now, Utah MBC, we love our acronyms. MBDA, Minority Business Development Agency. MBC are the specific business centers across the nation. The Utah MBC is fairly new. We're still building our partnerships. We're still building our clientele basis, but we're looking for that to grow. We're looking for you guys to help us. Reach out to us so that we can, in fact, expand a little bit further. What do we do? So again, that's the question. So MBDA is working on behalf of the nation's 11.2 million minority-owned firms in support of the growth and global competitiveness of MBEs. Our vision, economic prosperity for all minority-owned businesses, and our mission to provide management and technical assistance that helps existing MBEs experience, manage growth and sustainability. So a few key words here that I want to take away from this. Global competitiveness. That's a huge push. You've already heard a little bit about, 41 business centers, right? That does not include our specialty centers. Export centers is a huge one. Like I mentioned, you've already heard a little bit from them. We are in partnership with them. We will help you in your business think globally. Again, that's a huge push. We want to not only, help you with your startup business, per Jim. We're in the same umbrella with the Mill Entrepreneurship Center. I'll go over that in just a bit. But we want to help you think long-term, think nationally, think globally, think on that big-term scale. Another key takeaway is sustainability. It's one thing to start up your business, have that first year, have, some profit, but long-term sustainability is really our niche. It's what we want to aim to help you to achieve. So that kind of ties into the types of businesses that we seek to help. We are a little bit different from SBDC in that our focus is on mid-sized businesses, focusing on revenues of 500,000. Let me move on to this. 500,000. There we go. 500,000 in revenue. I almost didn't want to put this slide up because I don't want to deter anybody from reaching out to us, but ostensibly our focus is on firms that are mid-sized, that have generated some revenue, about 500K in revenue, and also focus in these high-growth sectors in Utah: defense, energy, transportation, etc. Obviously, they're minority-owned, 51% minority-owned businesses. But again, if you don't necessarily fit these parameters, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Our partnerships and resources, we still have options available to you. Our business advisor is amazing. Again, more on that in just a bit, but to move forward here. Maybe not. Thought I broke it for a second. Access. So what do we provide? So specifically access to capital. If you've heard some from our partners already today, Utah Microloan Fund, access to traditional and non-traditional partners for capital, mutual funds, investors, so on and so forth. Sit down with us so we can walk through a business plan that resonates with where you're at with your business specifically. Access to contracts. I would probably say this is our biggest endeavor, if you will. If you noticed back on the previous slide, our key sectors: defense, energy, transportation. So our partnerships are, in fact, or at least either we have partnerships with, again, we're new, so we either have partnerships or we're seeking partnerships with, the Federal Department of Energy, Department of, Commerce, Transportation, Defense. That's not by coincidence. These guys have contracts that specifically state you need to have MBEs fulfill, a certain ratio, a certain proportion of our work through MBEs. Okay, that's specifically why we sought out these partnerships with these larger entities, these federal entities. And again, it's not necessarily, these super large contracts, other commercial contracts, local contracts as well. But as we grow, as the Utah MBDA is concerned, again, a lot of the MBDA federally has been around since the 60s. A lot of these other MBDAs in other cities have been around for 10, 20, 30 years. They have a huge allotment of partnerships, strategic partnerships, alliances, and so forth. We're looking to get there. We will get there. We're pushing for that. So as we grow, we hope that the industries in Utah grow. So these contracts are huge for us. The procurement, our business advisor will go over that with you, help you source, secure those procurement exercises. So the other part, access to markets, touched on that already. MBDA export, they already spoke with you. There's a little bit about who they are, what they do. That's a huge push for MBDA nationally. So access to markets. The only thing that's missing here, technical assistance, kind of just the intangibles that our business advisor would sit down with you, come up with a business plan, see what works for you, see what would work in the long term, see what is sustainable for you and your company and your business. And that is, having trouble with this apparently. Okay, it's okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, so, and again, we are located at the Mill Entrepreneurship Center under the same umbrella as Jim and the SBDC. So that's kind of the benefit with us. It's, I guess you could say, a one-stop shop for resources. We partner with SBDC, Goldman Sachs, 10,000 Small Businesses, Veterans Business Resources Center, the Global Business Center as well. So come to us. We can't help you. We'll push you in the right direction. It's not a big deal. We're more than happy to talk with you. Here's an example of some of the resources that either we or the mill have under our belt. As you can see, Departments of Commerce, Governor's Office for Economic Development, World Trade Center, so on and so forth. So resources are almost, they're growing, and we would like you to be a part of what's happening at the MBDA. Like I said, it's an exciting time for us. So this is our building. We are located on the second floor, Salt Lake Community College out in Sandy at the Miller campus. I know it's kind of the weird, off-site campus for everybody, but that's where we are, 9690 South, 300 West, Sandy, second floor, building 5. There's a lot of parking. Feel free to reach out to us. Otherwise, you can, there we go. Our contact number, again, like I said, I think our slides will be sent to everybody. But our contact number, this is our team, last but not least important. Dion Henderson is our business advisor. I alluded to him before. He is an entrepreneur himself. CEO, Dr. Sydney Shorter, you've already heard from her today. And then myself, our business services coordinator. So it's a very small team. We're passionate, but we're looking to help you guys grow. So again, there's a lot of opportunity in Utah available. There's a lot of resources available. We're federally funded. So we're just looking to help you guys grow. So short and sweet, but that is the MBDA in a nutshell. But we look forward to the roundtable if you guys have any other questions. Thank you.
Questions? Any questions? Perfect. Like Mario said, don't be afraid of that 500,000. As we heard this morning from our welcome speaker, he went into a meeting, brand new company, and walked out not knowing IT, but had the great partnership and continued to grow and walked out of that meeting with a $200 million contract. So don't be afraid of that. So thank you so much for our panel. And up next, we have Charmaine Charlie, who is going to introduce our next speaker. So come on up. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, hi, my name is Charmaine Charlie. I'm a member of the Navajo Nation, and I'm the administrative specialist at the National Center. I'm new to the team as of this year, and I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Sarah Ortiz. She's an Apex Accelerator Regional Manager here in Utah. So welcome, Sarah, and thank you for sharing your time with us.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sarah Ortiz. Thank you, Charmaine, for that introduction. We're very excited to be here and talk a little bit about Apex Accelerator. As said, I am the regional manager for Juab, Wasatch, and Utah counties at Apex. We are a government contracting program. Let me get this. All right, so for today, this is a little preview of what I'm going to cover. So the who we are, a little bit about the federal marketplace and how to do business there, what we do, what services we offer, as well as how to break into the federal arena. How do you become a federal contractor? And I'm going to end with some data from the DoD, as well as our numbers from Apex about current opportunities, so you can see that there are plenty of opportunities for small businesses in Utah. Apex Accelerator was formerly known as PTAC. We were established in 1985, so it's been a long time, and we are often considered one of the best kept secrets in federal contracting. We recently went through a major change. We were previously under the DLA, so the Defense Logistics Agency, and now we are under the Department of Defense, the DoD. So with this change, we have new metrics that we are aiming to follow. We are trying to target new industries, so for defense, for new energy, all of these high-hitting industries. But our mission remains the same. We still aim to help small businesses in Utah to find, bid, and win government contracts. One thing I do want to note is Apex services are at no cost to you. So any of our services, whether it be counseling, events, we will not charge you. We only aim to help you learn more about government contracting. And then the last thing to note is we are state funded as well. So we're under the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity, GOYO, and we are headquartered in downtown Salt Lake, so about a block from here. If you ever want to meet with us, that is where most of our regional managers are located. This map will show how we have distributed our RMs throughout Utah. You can see that we cover all counties. Again, I am covering Juab, Wasatch, and Utah counties. And we cover everything from Logan all the way down to St. George, so from northern Utah down to southern. One thing to note as well is that there are over 97 apexes throughout the US and territories, with 300 locations or more spread throughout the states, spread throughout the territories, all aiming to help small businesses to grow. Now getting into some definitions about government contracting. The government is the largest customer in the world, or one of the largest customers in the world. There are hundreds and billions of dollars spent annually to procure goods and services from businesses. As mentioned before, there are thresholds for small businesses that the federal government has to meet. So 23% of all federal contracting dollars have to be given to small businesses. And if you are a woman-owned small business, if you are a veteran-owned small business, or located in a hub zone, all of these factors can make you more competitive in government contracting. Moving into the FAR, the Federal Acquisition Regulations, these are the principal rules that govern government contracting. When I say government contracting, I'm sure a lot of you imagine there's a lot of red tape, there's a lot of hoops to jump through, and while that is true to an extent, I want to reiterate that is why Apex exists. We exist to make government contracting more accessible, to help you cut through that red tape a little bit. And while the FAR is hundreds and hundreds of pages long, we are here to make sure you understand that in your contracts and you're able to comply with all of the rules in the FAR and you're able to succeed with your contracts. These are some of our services. We do offer a lot of services to our clientele, but these are some of the most important ones. So going down the list, individual counseling. We will sit one-on-one with our clients and we will work on creating a marketing plan with them. We will work to create any sort of plan with them to help them succeed in the government marketplace. One of the best services we offer is our bid match system. So what this is a daily email that matches a client's profile that we would build with their NAICS codes, with their products and services. It will match all of that to procurement websites all over the web and send them a direct email with a list of all open solicitations that match that profile. So not only is it a huge time saver from going through various procurement sites and searching one by one, but it also is a way for you to stay up to date on contracts. It's a way for you to be more involved in the government contracting sector and to see what are the opportunities available to you at any given moment. We also offer registration assistance. If you are interested in doing federal contracting, you will need to be registered in SAM. SAM is the Systems of Award Management, and it is notoriously very finicky to get registered in. If any of you have gone through the process, I'm sure you know what I mean. It can often take anywhere from 2 weeks to 2+ months to complete, and we will help you complete your SAM registration in full and make sure that you completed it successfully and that you will be a good candidate for government contracting and are assigned a UEI and a CAGE code. We will help you with market research. Arguably, one of the most important parts of government contracting is completing market research. Knowing who buys what you sell is critical in succeeding. Capability statements. This is another tool to market yourself to various government agencies, to prime contractors. It's a way for you to sell your company and have a one-page resume of what you do and who you are. Federal certifications. We touched on this a little bit earlier, but if you are eligible for a women-owned small business or a veteran-owned business, any socioeconomic disadvantaged business certifications, we will help you complete those to make you more competitive in the government marketing sector. Networking facilitation, that is also very important in this area. Making sure that clients have the opportunity to meet with agencies, to meet with large prime contractors is critical in having them succeed in government contracting. Moving on to training and education. Givology webinars are another factor that we help our clients with. Givology is an online platform. It is a library of procurement videos as well as live webinars that are accessible to our clientele at no cost. And while these courses, they generally cost about $75 to $200 depending on the course, with Apex, again, it is at no cost to you. We subsidize that cost so that our clients are able to take Givology courses and to learn about government contracting at no cost to them. And now for upcoming events, I do want to highlight a few that we have coming up this month. We had a SIBR and SITR program, so for innovation grants, if any of you were interested in that, we hosted a webinar on that today. Project Spectrum is next week. And I do want to plug our Apex Symposium, which is coming up next Wednesday for a minute. This is our annual symposium, a large event that will include breakout sessions on cybersecurity, on the Department of the Navy, on innovation grants. We will have a matchmaking opportunity after this with over 30 primes, 30 large contractors that you can sit down and schedule 15 minutes to just speak with them, to provide a capability statement, to just have the opportunity to make a one-on-one connection with these government agencies and large primes. So if you are interested in government contracting or you are interested in matchmaking opportunities, I highly recommend registering for our symposium. The only caveat to which there is a $60 registration fee. While most of our events are at no cost, we do make an exception for our symposium. But I would love to see you all there. It is a great event. Breaking into the federal arena. How do you become a government contractor and where do you start? One of the first things I like to do with a client when we meet is to first assess the company, assess their readiness to enter the government marketplace. So what this would mean is going over pre-launch considerations. Is the government market the right place for you? Have you been in business for more than 2 years with sustained revenue? Contracting is not for startups, generally. There are exceptions to the rule. There are lots of exceptions in government contracting. But generally, we do want to see about 2 years in business. Does your company have financial resources to service or manage a contract? That's another consideration that we will help work with you to make sure you are ready for that financial obligation, the time investment, things of that nature. Does your company have the technical capabilities the government needs? Is the products and services that you offer, are those in high demand? Are there many competitors? Those are questions that we would help you answer as well. And do you have a proven track record, past performance? What are previous contracts that you have completed that the government would want to see to ensure that you are capable of performing? And do you have a strong business foundation? Government contracting is a large time commitment. It will take time, investment, but again, that is why Apex is here, to minimize that time cost and to help you through government contracting. And even if it proves not to be the best fit for your company, we have resources to many other organizations, such as the SBDC, such as SBA, chambers. There are many resources that have been covered today that we would help you connect with. And you might be wondering, does the government buy my product or service? The short answer is they probably do. The government procures hundreds of thousands of different products and services. The real question to ask is who specifically is buying what I sell? What is the government agency that I should be looking to work with? What industry days, what networking events should I plan to go to meet with these agencies and to try to sell my company? Market research. Again, the pivotal question is, who buys what you sell? One way that I like to recommend to my clients is to review contract data through USA Spending. All contract data is public, so you will be able to research exactly what agencies are procuring your goods or services. You'll be able to consider what are the dollar amounts, what are the locations that this money is being spent in. All of this is key in you learning where and what to market for your business. Identifying your NAICS codes. If you're not familiar with NAICS codes, these are the North American Industry Classification System. It's a 6-digit code that references a good or a service for a company. This is a way that contracts will itemize exactly what is included under that contract. So there is a construction NAICS code. There is a janitorial NAICS code. All of the goods and services are classified using NAICS. And then I do want to touch upon the SBA table of size standards. A lot of companies believe there is an official small business certification, and unfortunately there is not. This is all determined by the SBA table of size standards, which depending on your NAICS code is dependent on the annual revenue you make or the number of employees that you have. So you can see over on that picture, we have some construction NAICS code, and the size standard is 39.5 million. So if your company is making under that revenue annually, you would be considered a small business. Registering in SAM. As mentioned before, this can often be a little bit of a struggle, but that is why Apex is here. Once you have decided to move on to the next step and you want to get into the logistics of contracting, we would recommend you register in SAM. You would have to identify a primary NAICS. You would receive a UEI and a CAGE code to identify your company. And you would also have the choice to be listed on the DSBS, the Dynamic Small Business Search. This is key because a lot of contractors will use DSBS as a site to search for small businesses or companies that fit the thresholds that they need. So if a contracting officer is looking for a woman-owned small business in Lehigh, they might use DSBS to find qualified companies and reach out to them with a contract. So getting registered in SAM, making your profile public in DSBS is key in making those connections and making sure you are reachable to these contracting officers. And with SAM, you do have to renew annually, which can be a struggle in itself, but again, don't hesitate to reach out to your regional manager. We are there to help you through SAM. The next step is becoming more competitive in the government marketplace. So how do you increase competitiveness? Federal certifications are a great way of doing this. It's a way to differentiate yourself. It's a way to get access to sole source contracts. It's a way to get access to the thresholds that the federal government has for different certifications. So if you are a woman-owned small business, the federal government has the goal of 5% of all contracting dollars going to women-owned small businesses. For veteran-owned, it's 3%. For those located in a hub zone, a historically underutilized business zone, that number is 3%. There are a lot of different thresholds the government tries to reach, but for small businesses, it is 23%. So that is a huge number that we encourage our clients to try to take part of. 23% of federal contracting dollars is billions and billions of dollars that you could have access to as a small business. And training and compliance. Gavology, again, is a great resource for staying up to date with best practices, to staying up to date with different compliance rules. Just in the last year, I've seen changes being done to cybersecurity, for example. As was touched upon earlier, we have NIST. We also have SPURS. There's a lot of new terminologies, CMMC. A lot of new things are coming into play with cybersecurity. And if you want to stay compliant for your government contracts, you can use Gavology as a resource to learn about that process, or you can reach out to a regional manager and we can help walk you through the process as well. And with cybersecurity specifically, I want to note that we do have a subject matter expert on cybersecurity on our team. So most likely, if you do have an issue with cybersecurity, we would refer you to him, and he would be able to walk you through that process and ensure your compliance. The next step would be marketing. Your marketing plan, again, is crucial in government contracting. Identifying what agencies buy your products, identifying the procurement dollars that are in that area, identifying what geographic location that's in, all of that helps to create a strong business. I took the liberty of using USA Spending and those pictures located there to give you an idea of what USA Spending contracting data looks like for construction clients. I'm not sure if any of you have construction businesses, but if you do, this is the results of that search. We can see that the largest government agency for construction NAICS codes would be the Department of Defense, with $30 billion spent in the last fiscal year. A huge number. And again, if you're a small business, you can imagine about 23% of that went to small businesses. And then narrowing that even further, we can see that the Department of the Army was the biggest sub-agency under the DoD to procure construction NAICS codes. They spent about $19 billion there. So another huge number that you could have the opportunity of taking a slice of that. And these data points, they just raise more questions that I would encourage a client to look into. So what are these numbers like in Utah? Is Utah the best place for a construction company? If you're thinking of expanding, contracting data can help you determine what state, what city, what county has the best opportunity for your business. And also with the Department of the Army as a sub-agency, I would encourage you to look into industry days that that agency is holding. Other opportunities for you to market yourself, to bring a capability statement, to really network with that community and make those connections. That leads me into capability statements. Again, this is similar to a resume. This is a marketing tool to help companies sell themselves, to sell their company, to showcase what certifications they have, to showcase what capabilities they have, differentiators, what makes them stand out. We hold workshops on capability statements if you're unsure of how to create one, but they are standard in the government contracting world. We want to see our clients with capability statements. If you're not sure what to include, this is a brief example. You could have your logo, a summary of your company, core competencies, certifications, UEI, past performance, and general company information. All of this helps to create a strong capability statement that a contracting officer can look at and want to work with you. A contracting officer wants to see capability statements to determine if this is a client that has enough experience to be capable of providing the work in a contract. And how do you use a capability statement? Again, its largest purpose is in marketing. It's a tool for you to bring to networking opportunities. It's a tool for you to bring on matchmaking events. You can market this to other small businesses, to large prime contractors, to government agencies. This is just a tool for you to really sell your company. Now, the last step in federal contracting is submitting a bid. You will see lots of different types of bids or proposals. There are SSNs, RFPs, RFQs, IFBs, lots of acronyms, and each one has a different goal and a different way for you to submit it, more information or less information that they are looking for. If you're not sure how to submit your bid, if you're not sure what to include, that's why we're here. We will go through a contract with you and make sure you are submitting a competitive bid. I want to note that we also have a pricing specialist on our team. If you're not sure if your bid is competitive, if you're not sure if you are pricing your items correctly, we would help you with that. The last thing I want to mention again is ensuring compliance. There is a lot of FAR regulations in contracts that you have to consider. There are a lot of cybersecurity requirements you may have attached to a contract, or they may have compliance issues in other areas. You want to make sure that ultimately, since you are responsible for the contract, that you fully understand the contract, you fully understand the FAR regulations, And again, that's something Apex helps with. We will search up the FAR regulation you are looking for. We will make sure you are compliant in each step and make sure that you are successful in submitting a contract. Lastly, I do want to talk about some numbers with contracting data. If we look at the DoD breakdown specifically in Utah, they spent over $4 billion in the state. Huge number. Compared to the other states, Utah got we were number 26 compared to the other states in the US for the DoD spending. Top defense contractors in the state include Northrop, L3Harris, Advantage Solutions. These numbers are in the billions and in the millions. And while a small business might be wondering, how do I compete with numbers like that? Keep in mind, these prime contractors, they have to reach thresholds as well. They have to subcontract out to small businesses, to women-owned small businesses, to veteran-owned businesses. So you might not be a prime contractor for DoD contracts, but you could definitely qualify as a subcontractor, which is why matchmaking events, why networking, why industry days are so important for small businesses. At our symposium, to give it another quick plug for everybody, we do have representatives from Hill Air Force Base, from Northrop, from L3Harris. You can schedule a 15-minute session to meet with them, to discuss your company, to see if you could be a good subcontractor for them. Looking at the top NAICS codes for the DoD, we can see guided missile and space vehicle manufacturing, engineering services, construction. If you're a business that does any of these services, it might be a good idea to get into government contracting as an additional revenue for growth. You can see that those are the top NAICS codes for spending, with $2 billion for guided missiles, $449 million for engineering services, and $225 million for construction. These are huge numbers, and you can just imagine 23% of that going to small businesses. Lastly, I want to look at defense contract awards for small businesses. About $949 million going to small businesses. If you are a minority-owned business, about $500,000, or $446 million. Women-owned businesses received $155 million, and veteran-owned businesses $118 million. These are, again, huge numbers that prove there is opportunity in Utah for small businesses to achieve contracts and to achieve parts of these DoD contracts. And then lastly, I do want to touch on the Apex results for the last fiscal year. We helped our clients achieve about $841 million in contracts. This is a mix of federal prime as well as subcontracts, but it's still a huge number and just goes to show that there is opportunity in Utah for small businesses, and Apex is here to help you accomplish a part of that. And if you have any questions, you can contact me. We do have a representative from Salt Lake County. She wasn't able to attend today, but you can contact me or other members of the team, and we would be happy to meet with you and go over an assessment for your business and what possible next steps would look like in government contracting. Thank you.
Were there any questions? No. Okay. So our last speaker, an issue happened, so they are unable to be here, but this gives us probably an early release and time that we can break into the roundtable discussions. And on the little tabletops, now those that are part of the roundtable discussion, those are just sort of the placeholders. If you feel that you want to meet somewhere else, you want to come on stage, you want to come to one of the other tables, take your tabletop tent holder to one of the tables, and then we can go into that. But for the online audience, we are going to say goodbye. I want everybody to turn. I don't know if all the cameras, we have a wide angle or anything. Everybody can turn and wave to the cameras. Goodbye to everybody. But please fill out your QR code. Those are on the agenda, at the bottom of the agenda. Those were emailed out. They're on your name badge. So please use your phone and use the QR code and fill out our survey, because that's very helpful for us. So thank you very much. Goodbye, online audience, and we're going to go into the roundtable discussion. Bye.